Homily 14 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 14. Hebrews 8, 1 and 2. Now of the things which we have spoken, this is the sum. We have such an high priest, who is set down on the right hand of the throne of the Majesty in the heavens, a minister of the sanctuary and of the true tabernacle which the Lord pitched, and not man. Paul mixes the lowly things with the lofty, ever imitating his master, so that the lowly become the path to the lofty, and through the former we are led to the latter. And when we are amid the great things, we learn that these lowly ones were a condescension. This accordingly he does here also. After declaring that he offered up himself, and showing him to be a high priest, what does he say? Now of the things which we have spoken, this is the sum. We have such an high priest who is set down on the right hand of the throne of the Majesty. And yet this is not the office of a priest, but of him whom the priest should serve. A minister of the sanctuary, not simply a minister, but a minister of the sanctuary, and of the true tabernacle which the Lord pitched, and not man. Thou seest the condescension. Did he not a little before make a separation, saying, Are they not all ministering spirits? And therefore he says it is not said to them, Sit thou on my right hand. For he that sitteth is not a minister. How is it then that it is said here, a minister, and a minister of the sanctuary? For he means here the tabernacle. See how he raised up the minds of the believing Jews. For as they would be apt to imagine that we have no such tabernacle as they had, see here, he says, is the priest, great, yea, much greater than the other, and who has offered a more wonderful sacrifice. But is not all this mere talk? Is it not a boast, and merely said to win over our minds? On this account he established it first from the oath, and afterwards also from the tabernacle. For this difference too is manifest. But the apostle thinks of another also, which he says the Lord pitched, or made firm, and not man. Where are they who say that the heaven whirls around? Where are they who declare that it is spherical? For both of these notions are overthrown here. Now, he says, of the things which we have spoken, this is the sum. By the sum is always meant what is most important. Again he brings down his discourse, having said what is lofty, henceforward he speaks fearlessly. In the next place, that thou mayest understand that he used the word minister of the manhood, observe how he again indicates it. For, verse 3, he says, Every high priest is ordained to offer both gifts and sacrifices, wherefore it is of necessity that this man have somewhat also to offer. Do not now, because thou hearest that he sitteth, suppose that his being called high priest is mere idle talk. For the former, namely, his sitting, belongs to the dignity of the Godhead, but this to his great loving kindness, and his tender care for us. On this account he repeatedly urges this very thing, and dwells more upon it, for he feared lest the other truth should overthrow it. Therefore he again brings down his discourse to this, since some were inquiring why he died. He was a priest. But there is no priest without a sacrifice. It is necessary then that he also should have a sacrifice. And in another way, having said that he is on high, he affirms and proves that he is a priest from every consideration, from Melchizedek, from the oath, from offering sacrifice. From this he also frames another and necessary syllogism. For if, he says, he had been on earth, he would not be a priest, saying that there are priests to offer the gifts according to the law. If then he is a priest, as he really is, we must seek some other place for him. For if he were indeed on earth, he should not be a priest. For how could he be? He offered no sacrifice, he ministered not in the priest's office, and with good reason, for there were the priests. Moreover, he shows that it was impossible that he should be a priest upon earth. For how could he be? There was no rising up against the appointed priest, he means. Here we must apply our minds attentively, and consider the apostolic wisdom, for again he shows the difference of the priesthood. Who, he says, serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things. What are the heavenly things he speaks of here? The spiritual things. For although they are done on earth, yet nevertheless they are worthy of the heavens. For when our Lord Jesus Christ lies slain as a sacrifice, when the Spirit is with us, when He who sitteth on the right hand of the Father is here, when sons are made by the washing, when they are fellow citizens of those in heaven, when we have a country, and a city, and citizenship there, when we are strangers to things here, how can all these be other than heavenly things? But what? Are not our hymns heavenly? Do not we also who are below utter in concert with them the same things which the divine choirs of bodiless powers sing above? Is not the altar also heavenly? How? It hath nothing carnal, all spiritual things become the offerings. The sacrifice does not disperse into ashes, or into smoke, or into steamy savour. It makes the things placed there bright and splendid. How again can the rites which we celebrate be other than heavenly? For when he says, Whosesoever sins ye retain, they are retained, and whosesoever sins ye remit, they are remitted, when they have the keys of heaven, how can all be other than heavenly? Who, he says, serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things, as Moses was admonished of God. When he was about to make the tabernacle, for see, saith he, that thou make all things according to the pattern showed to thee in the mount. Inasmuch as our hearing is less ready of apprehension than our sight, for the things which we hear we do not in such wise lay up in our soul, as those which we see with our very eyes. He showed him all. Either then he means this by the example and shadow, or else he speaks of the temple. For he went on to say, See, his words are, that thou make all things according to the pattern showed to thee in the mount. Was it then only what concerned the furniture of the temple that he saw, or was it also what related to the sacrifices and all the rest? Nay, one would not be wrong in saying even this. For the church is heavenly, and is nothing else than heaven. Verse 6. But now hath he obtained a more excellent ministry, by how much also he is the mediator of a better covenant. Thou seest, he means, how much better is the one ministration than the other, if one be an example and type, and the other truth, reality. But this did not profit the hearers, nor cheer them. Therefore he says what especially cheered them, which was established upon better promises, having raised them up by speaking of the place, and the priest and the sacrifice, he then sets forth also the wide difference of the covenant, having also said before that it was weak and unprofitable. And observe what safeguards he lays down, when intending to find fault with it. For in the former place, after saying, according to the power of an endless life, he then said that there is a disannulling of the commandment going before. And then after that he set forth something great, saying, by which we draw nigh unto God. And in this place, after leading us up into heaven, and showing that instead of the temple we have heaven, and that those things were types of ours, and having by these means exalted the ministration of the new covenant, he then proceeds suitably to exalt the priesthood. But, as I said, he sets down that which especially cheers them in the words, which was established upon better promises. Whence does appear? In that this the one was cast out, and the other introduced in its place. For it is therefore of force because it is better. For, as he says, if perfection were by it, what further need was there that another priest should rise after the order of Melchizedek? So also here he used the same syllogism, saying, verse 7, For if that first covenant had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for the second. That is, if it made men faultless. For it is because he is speaking of this that he did not say, but finding fault with it, but verses 8 and 9. But finding fault with them, he saith, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel, and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. Yea, verily. And whence does it appear that the first covenant came to an end? He showed it indeed also from the priest, but now he shows more clearly by express words that it has been cast out. But how is it upon better promises? For how, tell me, can earth and heaven be equal? But do thou consider how he speaks of promises there in that other covenant also, that thou mayest not bring this charge against it. For there also, he says, a better hope, by which we draw nigh unto God, showing that a hope was there also, and in this place better promises, hinting that there also he had made promises. But inasmuch as they were for ever making objections, he says, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel, and with the house of Judah. He is not speaking of any old covenant, for that they might not assert this, he determined the time also. Thus he did not say simply, according to the covenant which I made with their fathers, lest thou shouldest say it was the one made with Abraham, or that with Noah, but he declares what covenant it was, not according to the covenant which I made with their fathers in the Exodus. Wherefore he added also, in the day that I took them by the hand, to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. Thou seest that the evils begin first from ourselves. They themselves first, saith he, continued not in the covenant. And the negligence is from ourselves, but the good things from him, I mean the acts of bounty. He here introduces, as it were, an apology showing the cause why he forsakes them. Verse 10. For this, he says, is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their mind, and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. Thus he says this concerning the new covenant, because his words are not according to the covenant which I covenanted. But what other difference is there beside this? Now if any person should say that the difference is not in this respect, but in respect to its being put into their hearts, he makes no mention of any difference of ordinances, but points out the mode of its being given. For no longer, he says, shall the covenant be in writings, but in hearts. Let the Jew in that case show that this was ever carried into effect, but he could not, for it was made a second time in writings after the return from Babylon. But I show that the apostles received nothing in writing, but received it in their hearts through the Holy Ghost. Wherefore also Christ said, When he cometh, he will bring all things to your remembrance, and he shall teach you. Verses 11 and 12. And they shall not teach, he says, every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness, and their sins and their iniquities will I remember no more. Behold also another sign. From the least even to the greatest of them, he says, they shall know me, and they shall not say, Know the Lord. When hath this been fulfilled, save now? For our religion is manifest, but theirs, that is to say, the Jews, was not manifest, but had been shut up in a corner. A covenant is then said to be new, when it is different and shows some advantage over the old. Nay, surely, says one, it is new also when part of it has been taken away, and part not. For instance, when an old house is ready to fall down, if a person leaving the whole has patched up the foundation, straightway we say, he has made it new, when he has taken some parts away, and brought others into their place. For even the heaven also is thus called new, when it is no longer of brass, but gives rain. And the earth likewise is new, when it is not unfruitful, not when it has been changed. And the house is likewise new, when portions of it have been taken away, and portions remain. And thus he says, He hath well termed it a new covenant. If then I show that the covenant has become old in this respect, that it yielded no fruit, and that thou mayest know this exactly, read what Haggai says, what Zechariah, what the messenger, when the return from the captivity had not yet fully taken place, and what Esdras charges, how then did the people receive him, and how no man inquired of the Lord, inasmuch as they, the priests, themselves also transgressed, and knew it not even themselves. Dost thou see how thy interpretation is broken down, whilst I maintain my own, that this covenant must be called new in the proper sense of the word? And besides, I do not concede that the words, the heaven shall be new, were spoken concerning this. For why, when saying in Deuteronomy, the heaven shall be of brass, did he not set down this in the contrasted passage, but if ye hearken, it shall be new? And further on this account he says that he will give another covenant, because they did not continue in the first. This I show by what he says, for what the law could not do in that it was weak through the flesh. And again, why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? But they did not continue therein, he says. Here he shows that God counts us worthy of greater and of spiritual privileges, for it is said, Their sound went out into all the earth, and their words unto the ends of the world. That is the meaning of, They shall not say each man to his neighbor, Know the Lord. And again, the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the Lord, as much water to cover the seas. In calling it new, he says, He hath made the first old, but that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away. See what was hidden, how he hath laid open the very mind of the prophet. He honoured the law, and was not willing to call it old in express terms, but nevertheless this he did call it. For if the former had been new, he would not have called this which came afterwards new also. So that by granting something more and different, he declares that it was waxen old. Therefore it is done away and is perishing, and no longer exists. Having taken boldness from the prophet, he attacks it more suitably, showing that our dispensation is now flourishing. That is, he showed that the other was old. Then, taking up the word old, and adding of himself another circumstance, the characteristic of old age, he took up what was omitted by the others, and says, ready to vanish away. The new then has not simply caused the old to cease, but because it had become aged, as it was not any longer useful. On this account he said, for the weakness and unprofitableness thereof, and the law made nothing perfect, and that, if the first had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for the second. And faultless, that is, useful, not as though it, the old covenant, was obnoxious to any charges, but as not being sufficient. He used a familiar form of speech, as if one should say, the house is not faultless, that is, it has some defect, it is decayed. The garment is not faultless, that is, it is coming to pieces. He does not therefore here speak of it as evil, but only as having some fault and deficiency. So then we also are new, or rather we were made new, but now are become old. Therefore we are near to vanishing away, and to destruction. Let us scrape off this old age. It is indeed no longer possible to do it by washing, but by repentance it is possible here in this life. If there be in us anything old, let us cast it off. If any wrinkle, if any stain, if any spot, let us wash it away and become fair, that the King may desire our beauty. It is possible even for him who has fallen into the extremest deformity to recover that beauty of which David says that the King shall desire thy beauty. Hearken, O daughter, and consider, forget also thine own people and thy father's house, so shall the King greatly desire thy beauty. And yet forgetting doth not produce beauty. Yea, beauty is of the soul. What sort of forgetting? That of sins. For he is speaking about the church from among the Gentiles, exhorting her not to remember the things of her fathers, that is, of those that sacrificed to idols, for from such was it gathered. And he said not, Go not after them, but what is more, do not admit them into thy mind, which he says also in another place, I will not mention their names through my lips. And again, that my mouth may not talk of the deeds of men. As yet is this no great virtue, nay, rather, it is indeed great, but not such as this which is here spoken of. For what does he say there? He says not, Talk not of the things of men, neither speak of the things of thy fathers, but neither remember them, nor admit them into thy mind. Thou seest to how great a distance he would have us keep away from wickedness. For he that remembers not a matter will not think of it, and he that does not think will not speak of it, and he that does not speak of it will not do it. Seest thou from how many paths he hath walled us off? By what great intervals he hath removed us, even to a very great distance. Let us then also hearken and forget our own evils. I do not say our sins, for he says, Remember thou first, and I will not remember. I mean, for instance, let us no longer remember rapacity, but even restore the former plunder. This is to forget wickedness, and to cast out the thought of rapacity, and never at any time to admit it, but to wipe away also the things already done amiss. Whence may the forgetfulness of wickedness come to us? From the remembrance of good things, from the remembrance of God. If we continually remember God, we cannot remember those things also. For, he says, When I remembered thee upon my bed, I thought upon thee in the morning dawn. We ought then to have God always in remembrance, but then especially, when thought is undisturbed, when by means of that remembrance a man is able to condemn himself, when he can retain things in memory. For in the daytime indeed, if we do remember, other cares and troubles entering in, drive the thought out again. But in the night it is possible to remember continually, when the soul is calm and at rest, when it is in the haven, and under a serene sky. The things which you say in your hearts be ye grieved for on your beds, he says. For it were indeed right to retain this remembrance through the day also. But inasmuch as you are always full of cares, and distracted amidst the things of this life, at least then remember God on your bed. At the morning dawn meditate upon Him. If at the morning dawn we meditate on these things, we shall go forth to our business with much security. If we have first made God propitious by prayer and supplication, going forth thus we shall have no enemy. For if thou shouldest, thou wilt laugh him to scorn, having God propitious. There is war in the marketplace. The affairs of every day are a fight. They are a tempest and a storm. We therefore need arms, and prayer is a great weapon. We need favourable winds. We need to learn everything, so as to go through the length of the day without shipwrecks and without wounds. For every single day the rocks are many, and oftentimes the boat strikes and is sunk. Therefore have we especially need of prayer early and by night. Many of you have often beheld the Olympic games, and not only have beheld but have been zealous partisans and admirers of the combatants, one of this combatant, one of that. You know then that both during the days of the contests and during those nights, all night long the herald thinks of nothing else, has no other anxiety, than that the combatant should not disgrace himself when he goes forth. For those who sit by the trumpeter admonish him not to speak to any one, that he might not spend his breath and get laughed at. If therefore he who is about to strive before men uses such forethought, much more will it befit us to be continually thoughtful and careful, since our whole life is a contest. Let every night then be a vigil, and let us be careful that when we go out in the day we do not make ourselves ridiculous. And would it were only making ourselves ridiculous! But now the judge of the contest is seated on the right hand of the Father, hearkening diligently that we utter not any false note, anything out of tune. For he is not the judge of actions only, but of words also. Let us keep our vigil, beloved. We also have those that are eager for our success, if we will. Near each one of us angels are sitting, and yet we snore through the whole night. And would it were only this! But many do even many licentious things, some indeed going to the very brothels, and others making their own houses places of whoredom by taking courtesans thither. Yes, most certainly. For is it not so? They care well for their contest. Others are drunken and speak amiss, others make an uproar. Others keep evil vigil throughout the night, weaving, and worse than those who sleep, schemes of deceit. Others by calculating usury. Others by bruising themselves with cares, and doing anything rather than what is suited to the contest. Wherefore I exhort you, let us lay aside all other things, and look to one only, how we may obtain the prize, how we may be crowned with the chaplet. Let us do all by which we shall be able to attain the promised blessings. Which may we all attain in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father and also to the Holy Ghost be glory, might, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 14. Homily 15 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 15. Hebrews 9, 1-5. Then verily the first covenant had also ordinances of divine service, and a worldly sanctuary. For there was a tabernacle made, the first, wherein was the candlestick, and the table, and the showbread, which is called the sanctuary. And after the second veil, the tabernacle which is called the holiest of all, which had the golden censer and the ark of the covenant overlaid round about with gold, wherein was the golden pot that had manna, and Aaron's rod that budded, and the tables of the covenant, and over it the cherubim of glory, shadowing the mercy seat, of which we cannot now speak particularly. He has shown from the priest, from the priesthood, from the covenant, that that dispensation was to have an end. From this point he shows it from the fashion of the tabernacle itself. How? This, he says, was the holy, and the holy of holies. The holy place then is a symbol of the former period, for there all things are done by means of sacrifices. But the holy of holies of this that is now present. And by the holy of holies he means heaven, and by the veil, heaven and the flesh entereth into that within the veil, that is to say, through the veil of his flesh. And it were well to speak of this passage, taking it up from the beginning. What then does he say? Then verily the first had also, the first what? The covenant, ordinances of divine service. What are ordinances? Symbols or rites. Then, as he means, it has not now. He shows that it had already given place, for he says it had at that time, so that now, although it stood, it is not. And the worldly sanctuary. He calls it worldly, inasmuch as it was permitted to all to tread it, and in the same house the place was manifest where the priests stood, where the Jews, where the proselytes, the Grecians, the Nazarites. Since therefore even the Gentiles were permitted to tread it, he calls it worldly, for surely the Jews were not the world. For, he says, there was a tabernacle made, the first, which is called holy, wherein was the candlestick, and the table, and the showbread. These things are symbols of the world. And after the second veil. There was then not one veil only, but there was a veil without also. The tabernacle, which is called Holy of Holies. Observe how everywhere he calls it a tabernacle in regard of God's encamping there. Which had, he says, a golden censer, and the ark of the covenant overlaid round about with gold, wherein was the golden pot that held the manna, and Aaron's rod that budded, and the tables of the covenant. All these things were venerable and conspicuous memorials of the Jewish obstinacy. And the tables of the covenant, for they brake them, and the manna, for they murmured, and therefore handing on the memory thereof to posterity. He commanded it to be laid up in a golden pot. And Aaron's rod that budded, and over it the cherubim of glory. What is the cherubim of glory? He either means the glorious, or those which are under God, shadowing the mercy seat. But in another point of view also he extols these things in his discourse, in order to show that those which come after them are greater, of which, he says, we cannot now speak particularly. In these words he hints that these were not merely what was seen, but were a sort of enigmas, of which, he says, we cannot now speak particularly, perhaps because they needed a long discourse. Verse 6. Now when these things were thus ordained, the priest went always into the first tabernacle accomplishing the service of God. That is, these things indeed were there, but the Jews did not enjoy them, they saw them not, so that they were no more theirs than ours, for whom they prophesied. Verse 7. But into the second the high priest went alone once every year, not without blood, which he offered for himself and for the errors of the people. Thou seest that the types were already laid down beforehand. For lest they should say, How is there but one sacrifice? He shows that this was so from the beginning, since at least the more holy and the awful sacrifice was but one. And how did the high priest offer once for all? Thus were they wont to do from the beginning, for then also he says, the high priest offered once for all. And well he said, not without blood. Not indeed without blood, yet not this blood, for the business was not so great. he signifies that there shall be a sacrifice not consumed by fire, but rather distinguished by blood. For inasmuch as he calls the cross a sacrifice, though it had neither fire nor logs, nor was offered many times, but had been offered in blood once for all, he shows that the ancient sacrifice also was of this kind, was offered once for all in blood, which he offers for himself, again, for himself, and for the errors of the people. He said not sins, but errors, that they might not be high-minded. For even if thou hast not sinned intentionally, yet unintentionally thou hast erred, and from this no man is pure. And everywhere, he adds, the for himself, showing that Christ is much greater. For if he be separated from our sins, how did he offer for himself? Why then saidst thou these things? One says. Because this is a mark of one that is superior. Thus far there is no speculation. But from this point he philosophizes and says, verse 8, the Holy Ghost this signifying, that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest, while as the first tabernacle was yet standing. For this cause, he says, have these things been thus ordained, that we might learn that the Holy of Holies, that is, heaven, is as yet inaccessible. Let us not then think, he says, that because we do not enter them, they have no existence, inasmuch as neither did we enter the most holy place. Verse 9, which he says was established as a figure for the time then present. What does he mean by the time present? That before the coming of Christ. For after the coming of Christ, it is no longer a time present, for how could it be, having arrived and being ended? There is too something else which he indicates when he says this, which was a figure for the time then present, that is, became the type, in which were offered both gifts and sacrifices that could not make him that did the service perfect as pertaining to the conscience. Thou seest now what is the meaning of the law made nothing perfect. And if that first covenant had been faultless. How? As pertaining to the conscience. For the sacrifices did not put away the defilement from the soul, but still were concerned with the body, after the law of a carnal commandment. For certainly they could not put away adultery, nor murder, nor sacrilege. Seest thou? Thou hast eaten this, thou hast not eaten that, which are matters of indifference, which stood only in meats and drinks and divers washings. Thou hast drunk this, he says, and yet nothing has been ordained concerning drink, but he said this, treating them as trifles. Verse 10, and in divers washings, and carnal ordinances imposed on them until the time of reformation. For this is the righteousness of the flesh. Here he depreciates the sacrifices, showing that they had no efficacy, and that they existed till the time of reformation, that is, they waited for the time that reformeth all things. Verse 11, but Christ being come an high priest of good things that are come, by a greater and more perfect tabernacle not made with hands. Here he means the flesh. And well did he say, greater and more perfect, since God the Word and all the power of the Spirit dwells therein. For God giveth not the Spirit by measure unto him. And more perfect, as being both unblameable, and setting right greater things. That is, not of this creation. See how it was greater. For it would not have been of the Spirit, if man had constructed it. Nor yet is it of this creation, that is, not of these created things, but spiritual, of the Holy Ghost. Seest thou how he calls the body tabernacle, and veil, and heaven? By a greater and more perfect tabernacle, through the veil, that is, his flesh. And again, into that within the veil. And again, entering into the Holy of Holies, to appear before the face of God. Why then doth he this? According as one thing or a different one is signified. I mean, for instance, the heaven is a veil, for as a veil it walls off the Holy of Holies. The flesh is a veil hiding the Godhead, and the tabernacle likewise holding the Godhead. Again, heaven is a tabernacle, for the priest is there within. But Christ, he says, being come an high priest, he did not say become, but being come, that is, having come for this very purpose, not having been successor to another. He did not come first and then become high priest, but came and became at the same time. And he did not say, being come an high priest, of things which are sacrificed, but of good things that are come, as if his discourse had not power to put the whole before us. Verse 12. Neither by the blood, he says, of goats and calves. All things are changed. But by his own blood, he says, he entered in once for all into the holy place. See, thus he called heaven. Once for all, he says, he entered into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption. And this expression, having obtained, was expressive of things very difficult, and that are beyond expectation, how by one entering in, he obtained everlasting redemption. Next comes that which is calculated to persuade. Verses 13 and 14. For if the blood of bulls and of goats, and the ashes of an heifer sprinkling the unclean, sanctifieth to the purifying of the flesh, how much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the Holy Spirit offered himself without spot to God, purge your conscience from dead works, to serve the living God? For, he says, if the blood of bulls is able to purify the flesh, much rather shall the blood of Christ wipe away the defilement of the soul. For that thou mayest not suppose when thou hearest the word sanctifieth, that it is something great, he marks out and shows the difference between each of these purifyings, and how the one of them is high and the other low, and says it is so with good reason, since that is the blood of bulls, and this the blood of Christ. Nor was he content with the name, but he sets forth also the manner of the offering. Who, he says, through the Holy Spirit offered himself without spot to God. That is, the victim was without blemish, pure from sins. For this is the meaning of through the Holy Spirit, not through fire, nor through any other things. Shall purge your conscience, he says, from dead works. And well said he, from dead works. If any man touched a dead body, he was polluted. And here, if any man touch a dead work, he is defiled through his conscience. To serve, he says, the living and true God. Here he declares that it is not possible while one has dead works to serve the living and true God, for they are both dead and false, and with good reason he says this. Let no man then enter in here with dead works, for if it was not fit that one should enter in who had touched a dead body, much more one that hath dead works, for this is the most grievous pollution. And dead works are all which have not life, which breathe forth an ill odour. For as a dead body is useful to none of the senses, but is even annoying to those who come near it, so sin also at once strikes the reasoning faculty, and does not allow the understanding itself to be calm, but disturbs and troubles it. And it is said too that a plague at its very commencement corrupts the living bodies. Such also is sin. It differs in nothing from a plague, not indeed corrupting the air first, and then the bodies, but darting at once into the soul. Seest thou not how persons affected with the plague are inflamed, how they writhe about, how they are full of an ill scent, how disfigured are their countenances, how wholly unclean they are? Such are they also that sin, though they see it not. For tell me, is not he who is possessed by the desire of riches or carnal lust worse than any one that is in a fever? Is he not more unclean than all these, when he does and submits to all shameless things? For what is baser than a man who is in love with money? Whatever things women that are harlots or on the stage refuse not to do, neither does he refuse. Rather it is likely that they would refuse to do a thing, rather than he. He even submits to do things fit for slaves, flattering those whom he ought not. Again, he is overbearing where he ought not to be, being inconsistent in every respect. He will sit by flattering wicked people, and oftentimes depraved old men, that are of much poorer and meaner condition than himself, and will be insolent and overbearing to others that are good and in all respects virtuous. Thou seest in both respects the baseness, the shamelessness. He is both humble beyond measure and boastful. Harlots, however, stand in front of their house, and the charge against them is that they sell their body for money. Yet, one may say, poverty and hunger compel them, although at the most this is no sufficient excuse, for they might gain a livelihood by work. But the covetous man stands, not before his house, but before the midst of the city, making over to the devil not his body but his soul, so that he, the devil, is in his company, and goes in unto him, as verily to a harlot, and having satisfied all his lusts departs, and all the city sees it, not 2 or 3 persons only. And this again is the peculiarity of harlots, that they are his who gives the gold. Even if he be a slave or a gladiator, or any person whatever, yet if he offers their hire, they receive him. But the free, even should they be more noble than all, they do not accept without the money. These men also do the same. They turn away right thoughts when they bring no money, but they associate with the abominable, and actually with those that fight with wild beasts for the sake of the gold, and associate with them shamelessly and destroy the beauty of the soul. For as those women are naturally of odious appearance, and black, and awkward, and gross, and formless, and ill-shaped, and in all respects disgusting, such do the souls of these men become, not able to conceal their deformity by their outward paintings. For when the ill look is extreme, whatever they may devise, they cannot succeed in their feigning. For that shamelessness makes harlots, hear the prophet saying, Thou wert shameless towards all, thou hadst a harlot's countenance. This may be said to the covetous also, Thou wert shameless towards all. Not towards these or those, but towards all. How? Such an one respects neither father, nor son, nor wife, nor friend, nor brother, nor benefactor, nor absolutely any one. And why do I say friend, and brother, and father? He respects not God Himself, but all, we believe, seems to him a fable, and he laughs, intoxicated by his great lust, and not even admitting into his ears any of the things which might profit him. But oh, their absurdity, and then what things they say! Woe to thee, O Mammon, and to him that has thee not! At this I am torn to pieces with indignation, for woe to those who say these things, though they say them in jest. For tell me, has not God uttered such a threat as this, saying, Ye cannot serve 2 masters? And dost thou set at naught the threat? Does not Paul say that it is idolatry, and does he not call the covetous man an idolater? And thou standest laughing, raising a laugh after the manner of women of the world who are on the stage. This has overthrown, this has cast down everything. Our affairs, both our business and our politeness, are turned into laughing. There is nothing steady, nothing grave. I say not these things to men of the world only, but I know those whom I am hinting at. For the church has been filled with laughter. Whatever clever thing one may say, immediately there is laughter among those present, and the marvellous thing is that many do not leave off laughing even during the very time of prayer. Everywhere the devil leads the dance. He has entered into all, is master of all. Christ is dishonoured, is thrust aside. The church is made no account of. Do ye not hear Paul saying, Let filthiness and foolish talk and jesting be put away from you? He places jesting along with filthiness, and dost thou laugh? What is foolish talking? That which has nothing profitable. And dost thou, a solitary, laugh at all and relax thy countenance? Thou that art crucified? Thou that art a mourner? Tell me, dost thou laugh? Where dost thou hear of Christ doing this? Nowhere, but that he was sad indeed oftentimes. For even when he looked on Jerusalem, he wept, and when he thought on the traitor, he was troubled, and when he was about to raise Lazarus, he wept. And dost thou laugh? If he who grieves not over the sins of others deserves to be accused, of what consideration will he be worthy, who is without sorrow for his own sins, yea, laughs at them? This is the season of grief and tribulation, of bruising and bringing matter the body, of conflicts and sweatings, and dost thou laugh? Dost thou not see how Sarah was rebuked? Dost thou not hear Christ saying, Woe to them that laugh, for they shall weep? Thou chantest these things every day, for tell me, what dost thou say? I have laughed? By no means. But what? I laboured in my groaning. But perchance there are some persons so dissolute and silly as even during this very rebuke to laugh, because forsooth we thus discourse about laughter. For indeed such is their derangement, such their madness, that it does not feel the rebuke. The priest of God is standing, offering up the prayer of all, and art thou laughing, having no fears? And while he is offering up the prayers in trembling for thee, dost thou despise all? Hearest thou not the Scripture saying, Woe, ye despisers! Dost thou not shudder? Dost thou not humble thyself? Even when thou enterest a royal palace, thou orderest thyself in dress, and look, and gait, and all other respects. And here where there is the true palace, and things like those of heaven, dost thou laugh? Thou indeed, I know, seest them not, but hear thou that there are angels present everywhere, and in the house of God especially they stand by the King, and all is filled by those incorporeal powers. This my discourse is addressed to women also, who in the presence of their husbands indeed do not dare readily to do this, and even if they do it, it is not at all times, but during a season of relaxation, but here they do it always. Tell me, O woman, dost thou cover thine head and laugh, sitting in the church? Didst thou come in here to make confession of sins, to fall down before God, to entreat and to supplicate for the transgressions thou hast wretchedly committed, and dost thou do this with laughter? How then wilt thou be able to propitiate him? But, one says, what harm is there in laughter? There is no harm in laughter. The harm is when it is beyond measure, and out of season. Laughter has been implanted in us, that when we see our friends after a long time, we may laugh, that when we see any persons downcast and fearful, we may relieve them by our smile, not that we should burst out violently and be always laughing. Laughter has been implanted in our soul, that the soul may sometimes be refreshed, not that it may be quite relaxed. For carnal desire also is implanted in us, and yet it is not by any means necessary that because it is implanted in us, therefore we should use it, or use it immoderately, but that we should hold it in subjection, and not say, because it is implanted in us, let us use it. Serve God with tears, that thou mayest be able to wash away your sins. I know that many mock us, saying tears directly. Therefore it is a time for tears. I know also that they are disgusted who say, Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. It is not I that say it, but he who had had the experience of all things saith thus, I builded for me houses, I planted vineyards, I made me pools of water, I had men servants and women servants. And what then after all these things? Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Let us mourn therefore, beloved, let us mourn in order that we may laugh indeed, that we may rejoice indeed in the time of unmixed joy. For with this joy here grief is altogether mingled, and never is it possible to find it pure. But that is simple and undeceiving joy. It has nothing treacherous, nor any admixture. In that joy let us delight ourselves, that let us pursue after. And it is not possible to obtain this in any other way than by choosing here not what is pleasant, but what is profitable, and being willing to be afflicted a little, and bearing all things with thanksgiving. For thus we shall be able to attain even to the kingdom of heaven, of which may we all be counted worthy, in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father be glory, together with the Holy Ghost, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 15. Homily 16 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 16. Hebrews 9:15-23. And for this cause he is the mediator of the New Testament, that by means of death for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of an eternal inheritance. For where a testament is, there must also of necessity be the death of the testator. For a testament is of force after men are dead, otherwise it is of no strength at all while the testator liveth, whereupon neither the first testament was dedicated without blood. It was probable that many of those who were more weakly would especially distrust the promises of Christ because he had died. Paul accordingly, out of a superabundance, introduced this illustration, deriving it from common custom. Of what kind is it? He says, Indeed, on this very account we ought to be of good courage. On what account? Because testaments are established and obtain their force when those who have made them are not living, but dead. And for this cause, he says, he is the mediator of the New Testament. A testament is made towards the last day, the day of death. And a testament is of this character. It makes some heirs, and some disinherited. So in this case also. I will that where I am, Christ says, they also may be. And again of the disinherited hear him saying, I pray not for all, but for them that believe on me through their word. Again, a testament has relation both to the testator and to the legatees, so that they have some things to receive and some to do. So also in this case. For after having made promises innumerable, he demands also something from them, saying, A new commandment I give unto you. Again, a testament ought to have witnesses. Hear him again saying, I am one that bear witness of myself, and he that sent me beareth witness of me. And again, He shall testify of me, speaking of the Comforter. The 12 apostles too he sent, saying, Bear ye witness before God. And for this cause, he says, he is the mediator of the New Testament. What is a mediator? A mediator is not lord of the thing of which he is mediator, but the thing belongs to one person, and the mediator is another. As, for instance, the mediator of a marriage is not the bridegroom, but one who aids him who is about to be married. So then also here, the Son became the mediator between the Father and us. The Father willed not to leave us this inheritance, but was wroth against us, and was displeased with us as being estranged from Him. He accordingly became mediator between us and Him, and prevailed with Him. And what then? How did He become mediator? He brought words from Him and brought them to us, conveying over what came from the Father to us, and adding His own death thereto. We had offended, we ought to have died. He died for us, and made us worthy of the testament. By this is the testament secure, in that henceforward it is not made for the unworthy. At the beginning, indeed, He made His dispositions as a father for sons. But after we had become unworthy, there was no longer need of a testament, but of punishment. Why then, he would say, dost thou think upon the law? For it placed us in a condition of so great sin, that we could never have been saved, if our Lord had not died for us. The law would not have had power, for it is weak. And He established this no longer from common custom only, but also from what happened under the Old Testament, which especially influenced them. There was no one who died there. How then could that testament be firm? In the same way, he says. How? For blood was there also, as there is blood here. And if it was not the blood of the Christ, do not be surprised, for it was a type. Whereupon he says, neither was the first testament dedicated without blood. What was dedicated? Was confirmed, was ratified. The word whereupon means for this cause. It was needful that the symbol of the testament should be also that of death. For why, tell me, is the book of the testament sprinkled? Verses 19 and 20. For, he says, when Moses had spoken every precept to all the people according to the law, he took the blood of calves, with water, and scarlet wool, and hyssop, and sprinkled both the book itself and all the people, saying, This is the blood of the testament, which God hath enjoined unto you. Tell me then, why is the book of the testament sprinkled, and also the people, except on account of the precious blood figured from the first? Why, with hyssop? It is close and retentive. And why the water? It shows forth also the cleansing by water. And why the wool? This also was used, that the blood might be retained. In this place blood and water show forth the same thing, for baptism is His passion. Verses 21 and 22. Moreover, He sprinkled with blood both the tabernacle and all the vessels of the ministry. And almost all things are by the law purged with blood, and without shedding of blood is no remission. Why the almost? Why did He qualify it? Because those ordinances were not a perfect purification, nor a perfect remission, but half complete, and in a very small degree. But in this case he says, This is the blood of the New Testament, which is shed for you, for the remission of sins. Where then is the book? He purified their minds. They themselves then were the books of the New Testament. But where are the vessels of the ministry? They are themselves. And where is the tabernacle? Again, they are. For I will dwell in them, he says, and walk in them. But they were not sprinkled with scarlet wool, nor yet with hyssop. Why was this? Because the cleansing was not bodily but spiritual, and the blood was spiritual. How? It flowed not from the body of irrational animals, but from the body prepared by the Spirit. With this blood not Moses but Christ sprinkled us, through the word which was spoken. This is the blood of the New Testament, for the remission of sins. This word, instead of hyssop, having been dipped in the blood, sprinkles all. And there indeed the body was cleansed outwardly, for the purifying was bodily. But here, since the purifying is spiritual, it entereth into the soul, and cleanseth it, not being simply sprinkled over, but gushing forth in our souls. The initiated understand what is said. And in their case indeed one sprinkled just the surface, but he who was sprinkled washed it off again. For surely he did not go about continually stained with blood. But in the case of the soul it is not so, but the blood is mixed with its very substance, making it vigorous and pure, and leading it to the very unapproachable beauty. Henceforward then he shows that his death is the cause not only of confirmation, but also of purification. For inasmuch as death was thought to be an odious thing, and especially that of the cross, he says that it purified, even a precious purification, and in regard to greater things. Therefore the sacrifices preceded because of this blood. Therefore the lambs, everything was for this cause. Verse 23. It was therefore necessary that the patterns, he says, of the things in the heavens should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. And how are they patterns of things in the heavens? And what does he mean now by the things in the heavens? Is it heaven? Or is it the angels? None of these, but what is ours? It follows then that our things are in heaven, and heavenly things are ours, even though they be accomplished on earth, since although angels are on earth, yet they are called heavenly. And the cherubim appeared on earth, but yet are heavenly. And why do I say appeared? Nay, rather, they dwell on earth, as indeed in paradise. But this is nothing, for they are heavenly. And our conversation is in heaven, and yet we live here. But these are the heavenly things, that is, the philosophy which exists amongst us, those who have been called thereto. With better sacrifices than these. What is better than something else that is good. Therefore the patterns also of the things in the heavens have become good. For not even the patterns were evil, else the things whereof they are patterns would also have been evil. If then we are heavenly, and have obtained such a sacrifice, let us fear. Let us no longer continue on the earth, for even now it is possible for him that wishes it, not to be on the earth. For to be and not to be on the earth is the effect of moral disposition and choice. For instance, God is said to be in heaven. Wherefore? Not because he is confined by space, far from it, nor as having left the earth destitute of his presence, but by his relation to and intimacy with the angels. If then we also are near to God, we are in heaven. For what care I about heaven when I see the Lord of heaven, when I myself am become a heaven? For he says, we will come, I and the Father, and will make our abode with him. Let us then make our soul a heaven. The heaven is naturally bright, for not even in a storm does it become black, for it does not itself change its appearance, but the clouds run together and cover it. Heaven has the sun, we also have the Sun of righteousness. I said it is possible to become a heaven, and I see that it is possible to become even better than heaven. How? When we have the Lord of the sun. Heaven is throughout pure and without spot. It changes not either in a storm nor in the night. Neither let us then be so influenced either by tribulations or by the wiles of the devil, but let us continue spotless and pure. Heaven is high and far from the earth. Let us also effect this as regards ourselves. Let us withdraw ourselves from the earth, and exalt ourselves to that height, and remove ourselves far from the earth. Heaven is higher than the rains and the storms, and is reached by none of them. This we also can do, if we will. It does appear to be, but is not really so affected. Neither then let us be affected, even if we appear to be so. For as in a storm, most men know not the beauty of heaven, but think that it is changed, while philosophers know that it is not affected at all, so with regard to ourselves also in afflictions, most men think that we are changed with them, and that affliction has touched our very heart, but philosophers know that it has not touched us. Let us then become heaven. Let us mount up to that height, and so we shall see men differing nothing from ants. I do not speak of the poor only, nor the many, but even if there be a general there, even if the emperor be there, we shall not distinguish the emperor nor the private person. We shall not know what is gold or what is silver, or what is silken or purple raiment. We shall see all things as if they were flies, if we be seated in that height. There is no tumult there, no disturbance, nor clamour. And how is it possible, one says, for him who walks on the earth to be raised up to that height? I do not tell it thee in words, but I show thee in fact those who have attained to that height. Who then are they? I mean such as Paul, who being on earth, spent their lives in heaven. Why do I say in heaven? They were higher than the heaven, yea, than the other heaven, and mounted up to God himself. For who, he says, shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, or peril, or sword? And again, while we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. Seest thou that he did not even see the things here? But to show thee that he was higher than the heavens, hear him saying himself, For I am persuaded that neither death, or life, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of Christ. Seest thou how thought, hurrying past all things, made him higher not than this creation only, not than these heavens, but even than any other also, if any other there were? Hast thou seen the elevation of his mind? Hast thou seen what the tent maker became, because he had the will, he who had spent his whole life in the marketplace? For there is no hindrance, no, not any, but that we may rise above all men, if we have the will. For if we are so successful in arts that are beyond the reach of the generality, much more in that which does not require so great labour. For tell me, what is more difficult than to walk along a tight rope, as if on level ground, and when walking on high to dress and undress, as if sitting on a couch? Does not the performance seem to us to be so frightful that we are not even willing to look at it, but are terrified and tremble at the very sight? And tell me, what is more difficult than to hold a pole upon your face, and when you have put up a child upon it, to perform innumerable feats and delight the spectators? And what is more difficult than to play at ball with swords? And tell me what is harder than thoroughly to search out the bottom of the sea? And one might mention innumerable other arts. But easier than all these, if we have the will, is virtue, and the going up into heaven. For here it is only necessary to have the will, and all the rest follows. For we may not say, I am unable, neither accuse the Creator. For if he made us unable, and then commands, it is an accusation against himself. How is it then, some one says, that many are not able? How is it then that many are not willing? For if they be willing, all will be able. Therefore also Paul says, I would that all men were even as myself, since he knew that all were able to be as himself. For he would not have said this if it had been impossible. Dost thou wish to become such? Only lay hold on the beginning. Tell me now, in the case of any arts, when we wish to attain them, are we content with wishing, or do we engage with the things themselves? As for instance, one wishes to become a pilot. He does not say, I wish, and content himself with that, but he also puts his hand to the work. He wishes to become a merchant. He does not merely say, I wish, but he also puts his hand to the work. Again, he wishes to travel abroad, and he does not say, I wish, but he puts his hand to the work. In everything, then, wishing alone is not sufficient, but work must also be added. And when thou wishest to mount up to heaven, dost thou merely say, I wish? How then, he says, saidst thou that willing is sufficient? I meant willing joined with deeds, the laying hold on the thing itself, the labouring. For we have God working with us and acting with us. Only let us make our choice. Only let us apply ourselves to the matter as to work. Only let us think earnestly about it. Only let us lay it to heart, and all follows. But if we sleep on, and as we snore expect to enter into heaven, how shall we be able to obtain the heavenly inheritance? Let us therefore be willing, I exhort you. Let us be willing. Why do we carry on all our traffic with reference to the present life, which tomorrow we shall leave? Let us choose then that virtue which will suffice us through all eternity, wherein we shall be continually, and shall enjoy the everlasting good things, which may we all attain, in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father, together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 16. Homily 17 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 17. Hebrews 9:24-26. For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are the figures of the true, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us. Nor yet that he should offer himself often, as the high priest enter into the holy place every year, with the blood of others, for then must he often have suffered since the foundation of the world. But now, once, in the end of the world, he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. The Jews greatly prided themselves on the temple and the tabernacle, wherefore they said, The temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord. For nowhere else in the earth was such a temple constructed as this, either for costliness or beauty or anything else. For God who ordained it commanded that it should be made with great magnificence, because they also were more attracted and urged on by material things. For it had bricks of gold in the walls, and any one who wishes may learn this in the second book of Kings, and in Ezekiel, and how many talents of gold were then expended. But the second temple was a more glorious building, both on account of its beauty and in all other respects. Nor was it reverenced for this reason only, but also from its being one. For they were wont to resort thither from the uttermost parts of the earth, whether from Babylon or from Ethiopia. And Luke shows this when he says in the Acts, There were dwelling there Parthians and Medes and Elamites, and the dwellers in Mesopotamia, in Judea and Cappadocia, in Pontus and Asia, Phrygia and Pamphylia, in Egypt and in the parts of Libya about Cyrene. They then who lived in all parts of the world assembled there, and the fame of the temple was great. What then does Paul do? What he did in regard to the sacrifices, that also he does here. For as there he set against them the death of Christ, so here also he sets the whole heaven against the temple. And not by this alone did he point out the difference, but also by adding that the priest is nearer to God. For he says, to appear in the presence of God. So that he made the matter august, not only by the consideration of heaven, but also by that of Christ's entering in there. For not merely through symbols is here, but he sees God himself there. Seest thou that condescension through the lowly things that have been said throughout? Why dost thou then any longer wonder that he intercedes there, where he places himself as a high priest, nor yet that he should offer himself often as the high priest? For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, he says, which are the figures of the true. These then are true, and those are figures, for the temple too has been so arranged, as the heaven of heavens. What sayest thou? He who is everywhere present, and who filleth all things, doth not he appear unless he enter into heaven? Thou seest that all these things pertain to the flesh. To appear, he says, in the presence of God for us. What is for us? He went up, he means, with a sacrifice which had power to propitiate the Father. Wherefore, tell me, was he an enemy? The angels were enemies, he was not an enemy. For that the angels were enemies, hear what he says. He made peace as to things on earth and things in heaven. So that he also entered into heaven, now to appear in the presence of God for us. He now appeareth, but for us. Nor yet that he should offer himself often, as the high priest enter into the holy place every year with blood of others. Seest thou how many are the differences? The often for the once, the blood of others for his own. Great is the distance. He is himself then both victim and priest and sacrifice. For if it had not been so, and it had been necessary to offer many sacrifices, he must have been many times crucified. For then, he says, he must often have suffered since the foundation of the world. In this place he has also veiled over something. But now once more in the end of the world. Why at the end of the world? After the many sins. If therefore it had taken place at the beginning, then no one would have believed, and he must not die a second time, all would have been useless. But since later there were many transgressions, with reason he then appeared, which he expresses in another place also, where sin abounded, grace did much more abound. But now once in the end of the world hath he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. Verse 27. And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment. He next says also why he died once only, because he became a ransom by one death. It had been appointed, he says, unto men once to die. This then is the meaning of he died once for all. What then? Do we no longer die that death? We do indeed die, but we do not continue in it, which is not to die at all. For the tyranny of death, and death indeed, is when he who dies is never more allowed to return to life. But when after dying is living, and that a better life, this is not death, but sleep. Since then death was to have possession of all, therefore he died that he might deliver us. Verse 28. So Christ was once offered. By whom offered? Evidently by himself. Here he says that he is not priest only, but victim also, and what is sacrificed. On this account are the words was offered. Was once offered, he says, to bear the sins of many. Why of many and not of all? Because not all believed. For he died indeed for all, that is his part. For that death was a counterbalance against the destruction of all men. But he did not bear the sins of all men, because they were not willing. And what is the meaning of "he bare the sins"? Just as in the oblation we bear up our sins and say, "Whether we have sinned voluntarily or involuntarily, do thou forgive." That is, we make mention of them first, and then ask for their forgiveness. So also was it done here. Where has Christ done this? Hear himself saying, "And for their sakes I sanctify myself." Lo, he bore the sins, he took them from men, and bore them to the Father, not that he might determine anything against them, mankind, but that he might forgive them. Unto them that look for him shall he appear, he says, the second time without sin unto salvation. What is without sin? It is as much as to say, he sinneth not. For neither did he die as owing the debt of death, nor yet because of sin. But how shall he appear? To punish, you say. He did not, however, say this, but what was cheering. Shall he appear unto them that look for him, without sin unto salvation? So that for the time to come they no longer need sacrifices to save themselves, but to do this by deeds. Chapter 10, verse 1. For, he says, the law having a shadow of the good things to come, not the very image of the things. That is to say, not the very reality. For as in painting, so long as one only draws the outlines, it is a sort of shadow. But when one has added the bright paints and laid in the colours, then it becomes an image. Something of this kind also was the law. For, he says, the law having a shadow of the good things to come, not the very image of the things, that is to say, of the sacrifice, of the remission, can never by those sacrifices with which they offered continually make the comers thereunto perfect. Verses 2 through 9. For then would they not have ceased to be offered, because that the worshippers once purged should have had no more conscience of sins? But in those sacrifices there is a remembrance again made of sins every year, for it is not possible that the blood of bulls and of goats should take away sins. Wherefore when he cometh into the world, he saith, Sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared me. In burnt offerings and sacrifices for sin thou hast had no pleasure. Then said I, Lo, I come, in the volume of the book it is written of me, to do thy will, O God. Above when he said, Sacrifice and offering, and burnt offering, and offering for sin thou wouldest not, neither hadst pleasure therein, which are offered by the law. Then he said, Lo, I come to do thy will, O God. He taketh away the first, that he may establish the second. Thou seest again the superabundance of his proofs. This sacrifice, he says, is one, whereas the others were many. Therefore they had no strength, because they were many. For tell me, what need of many, if one had been sufficient? So that their being many, and offered continually, proves that they, the worshippers, were never made clean. For as a medicine, when it is powerful and productive of health, and able to remove the disease entirely, affects all after one application. As therefore, if being once applied it accomplishes the whole, it proves its own strength in being no more applied, and this is its business, to be no more applied. Whereas if it is applied continually, this is a plain proof of its not having strength, for it is the excellence of a medicine to be applied once, and not often. So is it in this case also. Why, forsooth, are they continually cured with the same sacrifices? For if they were set free from all their sins, the sacrifices would not have gone on being offered every day. For they had been appointed to be continually offered in behalf of the whole people, both in the evening and in the day. So that there was an arraignment of sins, and not a release from sins; an arraignment of weakness, not an exhibition of strength. For because the first had no strength, another also was offered; and since this effected nothing, again another, so that it was an evidence of sins. The offering indeed then was an evidence of sins, the continually an evidence of weakness. But with regard to Christ, it was the contrary. He was once offered. The types therefore contain the figure only, not the power. Just as in images, the image has the figure of a man, not the power, so that the reality and the type have somewhat in common with one another. For the figure exists equally in both, but not the power. So too also is it in respect of heaven and of the tabernacle, for the figure was equal, for there was the Holy of Holies, but the power and the other things were not the same. What is, He hath appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of Himself. What is this putting away? It is making contemptible. For sin has no longer any boldness, for it is made of no effect in that when it ought to have demanded punishment, it did not demand it; that is, it suffered violence. When it expected to destroy all men, then it was itself destroyed. He hath appeared by the sacrifice of Himself, he says, that is, He hath appeared unto God, and drawn near unto Him. For do not think because the high priest was wont to do this oftentimes in the year, so that henceforward this is done in vain, although it is done. For what need is there of medicines where there are no wounds? On this account He ordained offerings continually, because of their want of power, and that a remembrance of sins might be made. What then? Do we not offer every day? We offer indeed, but making a remembrance of His death, and this remembrance is one, and not many. How is it one, and not many? Inasmuch as that sacrifice was once for all offered, and carried into the Holy of Holies. This is a figure of that sacrifice, and this remembrance of that. For we always offer the same, not one sheep now and tomorrow another, but always the same thing, so that the sacrifice is one. And yet by this reasoning, since the offering is made in many places, are there many Christs? But Christ is one everywhere, being complete here and complete there also, one body. As then while offered in many places, He is one body and not many bodies, so also He is one sacrifice. He is our high priest, who offered the sacrifice that cleanses us. That we offer now also, which was then offered, which cannot be exhausted. This is done in remembrance of what was then done. For saith He, do this in remembrance of me. It is not another sacrifice, as the high priest, but we offer always the same, or rather we perform a remembrance of a sacrifice. But since I have mentioned this sacrifice, I wish to say a little in reference to you who have been initiated. Little in quantity, but possessing great force and profit, for it is not our own, but the words of divine Spirit. What then is it? Many partake of this sacrifice once in the whole year, others twice, others many times. Our word then is to all, not to those only who are here, but to those also who are settled in the desert, for they partake once in the year, and often indeed at intervals of 2 years. What then? Which shall we approve? Those who receive once in the year, those who receive many times, those who receive few times? Neither those who receive once, nor those who receive often, nor those who receive seldom, but those who come with a pure conscience, from a pure heart, with an irreproachable life. Let such draw near continually. but those who are not such, not even once. Why, you will ask? Because they receive to themselves judgment, yea, and condemnation, and punishment and vengeance, and do not wonder. For as food, nourishing by nature, if received by a person without appetite, ruins and corrupts all the system, and becomes an occasion of disease, so surely is it also with respect to the awful mysteries. Dost thou feast at a spiritual table, a royal table, and again pollute thy mouth with mire? Dost thou anoint thyself with sweet ointment, and again fill thyself with ill savours? Tell me, I beseech thee, when after a year thou partakest of the communion, dost thou think that the 40 days are sufficient for thee for the purifying of the sins of all that time? And again, when a week has passed, dost thou give thyself up to the former things? Tell me now, if when thou hast been well for 40 days after a long illness, thou shouldest again give thyself up to the food which caused the sickness, hast thou not lost thy former labour too? For if natural things are changed, much more those which depend on choice, as for instance, by nature we see, and naturally we have healthy eyes, but oftentimes from a habit of body our power of vision is injured. If then natural things are changed, much more those of choice. Thou assignest 40 days for the health of the soul, or perhaps not even 40, but dost thou expect to propitiate God? Tell me, art thou in sport? These things I say, not as forbidding you the one and annual coming, but as wishing you to draw near continually. These things have been given to the holy. This the deacon also proclaims when he calls on the holy, even by this calling searching the faults of all. For as in a flock, where many sheep indeed are in good health, but many are full of the scab, it is needful that these should be separated from the healthy, so also in the church, since some sheep are healthy, and some diseased. By this voice he separates the one from the other, the priest, I mean, going round on all sides by this most awful cry, and calling and drawing on the holy. For it is not possible that a man should know the things of his neighbour. For what man, he says, knoweth the things of a man, save the spirit of man which is in him? He utters this voice after the whole sacrifice has been completed, that no person should come to the spiritual fountain carelessly and in a chance way. For in the case of the flock also, for nothing prevents us from again using the same example, the sickly ones we shut up within, and keep them in the dark, and give them different food, not permitting them to partake either of pure air, or of simple grass, or of the fountain without the fold. In this case then also this voice is instead of fetters. Thou canst not say, I did not know, I was not aware that danger attends the matter. Nay, surely Paul too especially testified this. But wilt thou say, I never read it? This is not an apology, but even an accusation. Dost thou come into the church every day, and yet art thou ignorant of this? However, that thou mayest not have even this excuse to offer, for this cause, with a loud voice, with an awful cry, like some herald lifting up his hand on high, standing aloft, conspicuous to all, and after that awful silence crying out aloud, he invites some, and some he forbids, not doing this with his hand, but with his tongue more distinctly than with his hand. For that voice falling on our ears, just like a hand, thrusts away and casts out some, and introduces and presents others. Tell me then, I beseech you, in the Olympic games does not the herald stand, calling out with loud and uplifted voice, saying, Does any one accuse this man? Is he a slave? Is he a thief? Is he one of wicked manners? And yet those contests for prizes are not of the soul, nor yet of good morals, but of strength and the body. If then where there is exercise of bodies, much examination is made about character, how much rather here, where the soul is alone the combatant. Our herald then even now stands, not holding each person by the head, and drawing him forward, but holding all together by the head within. He does not set against them other accusers, but themselves against themselves. For he says not, Does any one accuse this man? But what? If any man accuse himself. For when he says, The holy things for the holy, he means this: If any is not holy, let him not draw near. He does not simply say, free from sins, but holy. For it is not merely freedom from sins which makes a man holy, but also the presence of the Spirit, and the wealth of good works. I do not merely wish, he says, that you should be delivered from the mire, but also that you should be bright and beautiful. For if the Babylonian king, when he made choice of the youths from the captives, chose out those who were beautiful in form, and of fair countenance, much more is it needful that we, when we stand by the royal table, should be beautiful in form, I mean that of the soul, having adornment of gold, our robe pure, our shoes royal, the face of our soul well formed, the golden ornament put around it, even the girdle of truth. Let such an one as this draw near, and touch the royal cups. But if any man clothed in rags, filthy, squalid, wish to enter into the royal table, consider how much he will suffer, the 40 days not being sufficient to wash away the offences which have been committed in all the time. For if hell is not sufficient, although it be eternal, for therefore also it is eternal, much more this short time. For we have not shown a strong repentance, but a weak. Eunuchs especially ought to stand by the king. By eunuchs, I mean those who are clear in their mind, having no wrinkle nor spot, lofty in mind, having the eye of the soul gentle and quick-sighted, active and sharp, not sleepy or supine, full of much freedom, and yet far from impudence and overboldness, wakeful, healthful, neither very gloomy and downcast, nor yet dissolute and soft. This eye we have it in our own power to create, and to make it quick-sighted and beautiful. For when we direct it, not to the smoke nor to the dust, for such are all human things, but to the delicate breeze, to the light air, to things heavenly and high, and full of much calmness and purity, and of much delight, we shall speedily restore it, and shall invigorate it, as it luxuriates in such contemplation. Hast thou seen covetousness and great wealth? Do not thou lift up thine eye thereto. The thing is mire, it is smoke, an evil vapour, darkness and great distress, and suffocating cares. Hast thou seen a man cultivating righteousness, content with his own, and having abundant space for recreation, having anxieties, not fixing his thoughts on things here? Set thine eye there, and lift it up on high, and thou wilt make it far the most beautiful, and more splendid, feasting it not with the flowers of the earth, but with those of virtue, with temperance, moderation, and all the rest. For nothing so troubles the eye as an evil conscience. Mine eye, it is said, was troubled by reason of anger. Nothing so darkens it. Set it free from this injury, and thou wilt make it vigorous and strong, ever nourished with good hopes. And may we all make both it and also the other energies of the soul, such as Christ desires, that being made worthy of the head who is set over us, we may depart thither where he wishes. For he saith, I will that where I am, they also may be with me, that they may behold my glory. Which may we all enjoy in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father, together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, might, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 17. Homily 18 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 18. Hebrews 10, 8 through 13. Above, when he said, Sacrifice and offering, and burnt offerings, and offering for sin, thou wouldest not, neither hadst pleasure therein, which are offered by the law. Then said he, Lo, I come to do thy will, O God. He taketh away the first, that he may establish the second, by the which will we are sanctified, by the offering of the body of Jesus Christ, once for all. And every priest standeth daily ministering, and offering oftentimes the same sacrifices, which can never take away sins. But this man, after he had offered one sacrifice for sins for ever, sat down on the right hand of God, from henceforth expecting till his enemies be made his footstool. In what has gone before, he had shown that the sacrifices were unavailing for perfect purification, and were a type, and greatly defective. Since then there was this objection to his argument, if they are types, how is it that, after the truth is come, they have not ceased, nor given place, but are still performed? He here accordingly labours at this very point, showing that they are no longer performed, even as a figure, for God does not accept them. And this again he shows not from the New Testament, but from the prophets, bringing forward from times of old the strongest testimony, that it, the old system, comes to an end, and ceases, and that they do all in vain, always resisting the Holy Ghost. And he shows over and above that they cease not now only, but at the very coming of the Messiah, nay rather, even before his coming, and how it was that Christ did not abolish them at the last, but they were abolished first, and then he came. First they were made to cease, and then he appeared, that they might not say, even without this sacrifice, and by means of those, we could have been well pleasing unto God. He waited for these sacrifices to be convicted of weakness, and then he appeared. For, he says, Sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not. Hereby he took all away, and having spoken generally, he says also particularly, In burnt offerings and sacrifice for sin thou hadst no pleasure. But the offering was everything except the sacrifice. Then said I, Lo, I come. Of whom was this spoken? Of none other than the Christ. Here he does not blame those who offer, showing that it is not because of their wickedness that he does not accept them, as he says elsewhere, but because the thing itself has been convicted for the future and shown to have no strength, nor any suitableness to the times. What then has this to do with the sacrifices being offered oftentimes? Not only from their being oftentimes offered, he means, it is manifest that they are weak, and that they effected nothing, but also from God's not accepting them, as being unprofitable and useless. And in another place it is said, If thou hadst desired sacrifice, I would have given it. Therefore by this also he makes it plain that he does not desire it. Therefore sacrifices are not God's will, but the abolition of sacrifices, wherefore they sacrifice contrary to his will. What is to do thy will? To give up myself, he means. This is the will of God, by which will we are sanctified. Or he even means something still further, that the sacrifices do not make men clean, but the will of God. Therefore to offer sacrifice is not the will of God. And why dost thou wonder that it is not the will of God now, when it was not his will even from the beginning? For who, saith he, hath required this at your hands? How then did he himself enjoin it? In condescension. For as Paul says, I would that all men were even as myself, in respect of continence, and again says, I will that the younger women marry, bear children. and lays down two wills, yet the two are not his own, although he commands. But the one indeed is his own, and therefore he lays it down without reasons, while the other is not his own, though he wishes it, and therefore it is added with a reason. For having previously accused them because they had waxed wanton against Christ, he then says, I will that the younger women marry, bear children. So in this place also it was not his leading will that the sacrifices should be offered. For, as he says, I wish not the death of the sinner, but that he should return unto me and live. And in another place he says that he not only wished, but even desired this, and yet these are contrary to each other. For intense wishing is desire. How then dost thou not wish? How dost thou in another place desire, which is a sign of vehement wishing? So is it in this case also. By the which will we are sanctified, he says. How sanctified? By the offering of the body of Jesus Christ once for all. And every priest standeth daily ministering and offering oftentimes the same sacrifice. To stand, therefore, is a sign of ministering. Accordingly to sit is a sign of being ministered unto. But this man, after he had offered one sacrifice for sins for ever, sat down on the right hand of God, from henceforth expecting till his enemies be made his footstool. Verses 14 and 15. For by one offering he hath perfected for ever them that are sanctified. Whereof the Holy Ghost also is a witness to us. He had said that those sacrifices are not offered. He reasoned from what is written, and from what is not written. Moreover also he put forward the prophetic word, which says, Sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not. He had said that he had forgiven their sins. Again this also he proves from the testimony of what is written. For the Holy Ghost, he says, is a witness to us, for after that he had said. Verses 16 through 18. This is the covenant that I will make with them. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put my laws into their hearts, and in their minds will I write them, and their sins and iniquities will I remember no more. Now where remission of these is, there is no more offering for sin. So then he forgave their sins, when he gave the covenant, and he gave the covenant by sacrifice. If therefore he forgave the sins through the one sacrifice, there is no longer need of a second. He sat down on the right hand of God, from henceforth expecting. Why the delay? That his enemies be put under his feet, for by one offering he hath perfected for ever them that are sanctified. But perhaps some one might say, Wherefore did he not put them under at once? For the sake of the faithful who should afterwards be brought forth and born. Whence then does it appear that they shall be put under? By the saying, He sat down, he called to mind again that testimony which saith, Until I put the enemies under his feet. But his enemies are the Jews, since then he had said, Till his enemies be put under his feet, and they, these enemies, were vehemently urgent. Therefore he introduces all his discourse concerning faith after this. But who are the enemies? All unbelievers, the demons. And intimating the greatness of their subjection, he said not, are subjected, but are put under his feet. Let us not therefore be of the number of his enemies, for not they alone are enemies, the unbelievers and Jews, but those also who are full of unclean living. For the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, for neither can it be. What then, you say? This is not a ground of blame, nay rather it is very much a ground of blame, for the wicked man, as long as he is wicked, cannot be subject to God's law. He can, however, change and become good. Let us then cast out carnal minds. But what are carnal? Whatever makes the body flourish and do well, but injures the soul. As for instance, wealth, luxury, glory, all these things are of the flesh. Carnal love. Let us not then love gain, but ever follow after poverty, for this is a great good. But, you say, it makes one humble and of little account. True, for we have need of this, for it benefits us much. Poverty, it is said, humbles a man. And again Christ says, Blessed are the poor in spirit. Dost thou then grieve because thou art upon a path leading to virtue? Dost thou not know that this gives us great confidence? But one says, The wisdom of the poor man is despised. And again another says, Give me neither riches nor poverty. And deliver me from the furnace of poverty. And again, if riches and poverty are from the Lord, how can either poverty or riches be an evil? Why then were these things said? They were said under the old covenant, where there was much account made of wealth, where there was great contempt of poverty, where the one was a curse and the other a blessing. But now it is no longer so. But wilt thou hear the praises of poverty? Christ sought after it, and saith, But the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. And again he said to his disciples, Provide neither gold, nor silver, nor 2 coats. And Paul in writing said, As having nothing, and yet possessing all things. And Peter said to him who was lame from his birth, Silver and gold have I none. Yea, and under the old covenant itself, where wealth was held in admiration, who were the admired? Was not Elijah, who had nothing save the sheepskin? Was not Elisha? Was not John? Let no man then be humiliated on account of his poverty. It is not poverty which humiliates, but wealth, which compels us to have need of many, and forces us to be under obligations to many. And what could be poorer than Jacob, tell me, who said, If the Lord give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on? Were Elijah and John then wanting in boldness? Did not the one reprove Ahab, and the other Herod? The latter said, It is not lawful for thee to have thy brother Philip's wife. And Elias said to Ahab with boldness, It is not that I trouble Israel, but thou and thy father's house. Thou seest that this especially produces boldness, poverty, I mean. For while the rich man is a slave, being subject to loss, and in the power of every one wishing to do him hurt, he who has nothing fears not confiscation, nor fine. So if poverty had made men wanting in boldness, Christ would not have sent his disciples with poverty to a work requiring great boldness. For the poor man is very strong, and has nothing wherefrom he may be wronged or evil entreated. But the rich man is assailable on every side, just in the same way as one would easily catch a man who is dragging many long ropes after him, whereas one could not readily lay hold on a naked man. So here also it falls out in the case of the rich man. Slaves, gold, lands, affairs innumerable, innumerable cares, difficult circumstances, necessities, make him an easy prey to all. Let no man then henceforth esteem poverty a cause of disgrace, for if virtue be there, all the wealth of this world is neither clay, nor even a mote in comparison of it. This then let us follow after, if we would enter into the kingdom of heaven. For he saith, Sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven. And again, it is hard for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Dost thou see that even if we have it not, we ought to draw it to us? So great a good is poverty. For it guides us by the hand, as it were, on the path which leads to heaven. It is an anointing for the combat, an exercise great and admirable, a tranquil haven. But, you say, I have need of many things, and am unwilling to receive a favour from any. Nevertheless, even in this respect the rich man is inferior to thee, for thou perhaps askest the favour for thy support, but he shamelessly asked for 10,000 things for covetousness' sake, so that it is the rich that are in need of many persons, yea oftentimes those who are unworthy of them. For instance, they often stand in need of those who are in the rank of soldiers, or of slaves. But the poor man has no need even of the emperor himself, and if he should need him, he is admired because he has brought himself down to this, when he might have been rich. Let no man then accuse poverty as being the cause of innumerable evils, nor let him contradict Christ, who declared it to be the perfection of virtue, saying, If thou wilt be perfect. For this he both uttered in his words, and showed by his acts, and taught by his disciples. Let us therefore follow after poverty. It is the greatest good to the sober-minded. Perhaps some of those who hear me avoid it as a thing of ill omen. I do not doubt it. For this disease is great among most men, and such is the tyranny of wealth, that they cannot even as far as words endure the renunciation of it, but avoid it as of ill omen. Far be this from the Christian soul, for nothing is richer than he who chooses poverty of his own accord, and with a ready mind. How? I will tell you, and if you please, I will prove that he who chooses poverty of his own accord is richer even than the king himself. For he indeed needs many things, and is in anxiety, and fears lest the supplies for the army should fail him. But the other has enough of everything, and fears about nothing, and if he fears, it is not about so great matters. Who, then, tell me, is the rich man? He who is daily asking, and earnestly labouring to gather much together, and fears lest at any time he should fall short? Or he who gathers nothing together, and is in great abundance, and hath need of no one? For it is virtue and the fear of God, and not possessions which give confidence, for these even enslave. For it is said, Gifts and presents blind the eyes of the wise, and like a muzzle on the mouth turn away reproofs. Consider how the poor man Peter chastised the rich Ananias. Was not the one rich and the other poor? But behold the one speaking with authority, and saying, Tell me whether ye sold the land for so much. And the other saying with submission, Yea, for so much. And who, you say, will grant to me to be as Peter? It is open to thee to be as Peter if thou wilt. Cast away what thou hast. Disperse, give to the poor. Follow Christ, and thou shalt be such as he. How? He, you say, wrought miracles. Is it this then, tell me, which made Peter an object of admiration, or the boldness which arose from his manner of life? Dost thou not hear Christ saying, Rejoice not because the devils are subject unto you, if thou wilt be perfect, etc. Hear what Peter says, Silver and gold have I none, but what I have I give thee. If any man have silver and gold, he hath not those other gifts. Why is it then, you say, that many have neither the one nor the other? Because they are not voluntarily poor, since they who are voluntarily poor have all good things. For although they do not raise up the dead nor the lame, yet, what is greater than all, they have confidence towards God. They will hear in that day that blessed voice, Come, ye blessed of my Father. What can be better than this? Inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. I was naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick and in prison, and ye visited me. Inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Let us then flee from covetousness, that we may attain to the kingdom of heaven. Let us feed the poor. that we may feed Christ, that we may become fellow heirs with Him in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father together with the Holy Ghost be glory, power, honour, now and for ever and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 18. Homily 19 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 19. Hebrews 10:19-23. Having therefore, brethren, boldness to enter into the holiest by the blood of Jesus, by a new and living way which He hath consecrated for us, through the veil, that is to say, His flesh. And having an high priest over the house of God, let us draw near with a true heart, in full assurance of faith, having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience, and our bodies washed with pure water. Let us hold fast the profession of our hope without wavering. Having therefore, brethren, boldness to enter into the holiest by the blood of Jesus, by a new and living way which He hath consecrated for us. Having shown the difference of the high priest, and of the sacrifices, and of the tabernacle, and of the covenant, and of the promise, and that the difference is great, since those are temporal, but these eternal, those near to vanishing away, these permanent, those powerless, these perfect, those figures, these reality. For, he says, not according to the law of a carnal commandment, but according to the power of an endless life. And thou art a priest for ever. Behold the continuance of the priest, and concerning the covenant, that, he says, is old, for that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away. But this is new, and has remission of sins, while that has nothing of the kind. For, he says, the law made nothing perfect. And again, sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not. That is made with hands, while this is not made with hands. That has the blood of goats, this of the Lord. That has the priest standing, this sitting. Since therefore all those are inferior, and these greater, therefore he says, having therefore, brethren, boldness. Boldness. From whence? As sins he means produce shame, so the having all things forgiven us, and being made fellow heirs, and enjoying so great love, produces boldness. For the entrance into the holiest. What does he mean here by entrance? Heaven, and the access to spiritual things, which he hath inaugurated, that is, which he prepared, and which he began, for the beginning of using is thenceforth called the inaugurating, which he prepared he means, and by which he himself passed. A new and living way. Here he expresses the full assurance of hope. New, he says. He is anxious to show that we have all things greater, since now the gates of heaven have been opened, which was not done even for Abraham. A new and living way, he says, for the first was a way of death, leading to Hades, but this of life. And yet he did not say of life, but called it living, the ordinances, that is, that which abideth. Through the veil, he says, of his flesh. For this flesh first cut that way, by this he inaugurated it the way by which he walked. And with good reason did he call the flesh a veil. For when it was lifted up on high, then the things in heaven appeared. Let us draw near, he says, with a true heart. To what should we draw near? To the holy things, the faith, the spiritual service. With a true heart in full assurance of faith. Since nothing is seen, neither the priest henceforward, nor the sacrifice, nor the altar, and yet neither was that priest visible, but stood within, and they all without, the whole people. But here not only has this taken place, that the priest has entered into the Holy of Holies, but that we also enter in. Therefore he says, in full assurance of faith. For it is possible for the doubter to believe in one way, as there are even now many who say, that of some there is a resurrection, and of others not. But this is not faith. In full assurance of faith, he says, for we ought to believe as concerning things that we see, nay, even much more. For here it is possible to be deceived in the things that are seen, but there not. Here we trust to the senses, but there to the Spirit. Having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience. He shows that not faith only, but a virtuous life also is required, and the consciousness to ourselves of nothing evil, since the Holy of Holies does not receive with full assurance those who are not thus disposed. For they are holy, and the Holy of Holies. But here no profane person enters. They were sprinkled as to the body, we as to the conscience, so that we may even now be sprinkled over with virtue itself. And having our body washed with pure water. Here he speaks of the washing, which no longer cleanses the bodies, but the soul. For he is faithful that promised. That promised what? That we are to depart thither and enter into the kingdom. Be then in nothing over curious, nor demand reasonings. Our religion needs faith. Verses 24 and 25. And, he says, let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works, not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching. And again in other places, the Lord is at hand, be careful for nothing. For now is our salvation nearer, henceforth the time is short. What is not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together? He knew that much strength arises from being together and assembling together. For where 2 or 3, it is said, are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. And again, that they may be one, as we also are. And they had all one heart and one soul. And not this only, but also because love is increased by the gathering of ourselves together, and love being increased, of necessity the things of God must follow also. And earnest prayer, it is said, was made by the people, as the manner of some is. Here he not only exhorted, but also blamed them. And let us consider one another, he says, to provoke unto love and to good works. He knew that this also arises from gathering together, for as iron sharpeneth iron, so also association increases love. For if a stone rubbed against a stone sends forth fire, how much more soul mingled with soul? But not unto emulation, he says, but unto the sharpening of love. What is unto the sharpening of love? Unto the loving and being loved more. And of good works, so that they might acquire zeal. For if doing has greater force for instruction than speaking, ye also have in your number many teachers, who effect this by their deeds. What is, let us draw near with a true heart. That is, without hypocrisy. For woe be to a fearful heart and faint hands. Let there be, he means, no falsehood among us. Let us not say one thing and think another, for this is falsehood. Neither let us be faint-hearted, for this is not a mark of a true heart. Faint-heartedness comes from not believing. But how shall this be? If we fully assure ourselves through faith. Having our hearts sprinkled. Why did he not say, having been purified? Because he wished to point out the difference of the sprinklings. The one, he says, is of God, the other our own. For the washing and sprinkling the conscience is of God, but the drawing near with truth and in full assurance of faith is our own. Then He also gives strength to their faith from the truth of Him that promised. What is, and having our bodies washed with pure water? With water which makes pure, or which has no blood. Then He adds the perfect thing, love, not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, which some, He says, do, and divide the assemblies. For a brother helped by a brother is as a strong city. But let us consider one another to provoke unto love. What is, let us consider one another? For instance, if any be virtuous, let us imitate him. Let us look on him so as to love and be loved. For from love good works proceed. For the assembling is a great good, since it makes love more warm, and out of love all good things arise. For nothing is good which is not done through love. This then let us confirm towards one another. For love is the fulfilling of the law. We have no need of labours or of sweatings if we love one another. It is a pathway leading of itself towards virtue. For as on the highway, if any man find the beginning, he is guided by it, and has no need of one to take him by the hand. So is it also in regard to love. Only lay hold on the beginning, and at once thou art guided and directed by it. Love worketh no ill to his neighbour, thinketh no evil. Let each man consider with himself, how he is disposed toward himself. He does not envy himself, he wishes all good things for himself, he prefers himself before all, he is willing to do all things for himself. If then we were so disposed towards others also, all grievous things are brought to an end. There is no enmity, there is no covetousness. For who would choose to overreach himself? No man. But on the contrary we shall possess all things in common, and shall not cease assembling ourselves together. And if we do this, the remembrance of injuries would have no place. For who would choose to remember injuries against himself? Who would choose to be angry with himself? Do we not make allowances for ourselves most of all? If we were thus disposed towards our neighbours also, there will never be any remembrance of injuries. And how is it possible, you say, that one should so love his neighbour as himself? If others had not done this, you might well think it impossible. But if they have done it, it is plain that from indolence it is not done by ourselves. And besides, Christ enjoins nothing impossible, seeing that many have even gone beyond his commands. Who has done this? Paul, Peter, all the company of the saints. Nay, indeed, if I say that they love their neighbours, I say no great matter. They so loved their enemies as no man would love those who were like-minded with himself. For who would choose for the sake of those like-minded to go away into hell, when he was about to depart unto a kingdom? No man. But Paul chose this for the sake of his enemies, for those who stoned him, those who scourged him. What pardon then will there be for us, what excuse, if we shall not show towards our friends even the very smallest portion of that love which Paul showed towards his enemies? And before him too, the blessed Moses was willing to be blotted out of God's book for the sake of his enemies who had stoned him. David also, when he saw those who had stood up against him slain, saith, I, the shepherd, have sinned, but these, what have they done? And when Saul he had in his hands, he would not slay him, but saved him, and this when he himself would be in danger. But if these things were done under the old covenant, what excuse shall we have, who live under the new, and do not attain even to the same measure with them? For if, unless our righteousness exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees, we shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven, how shall we enter in when we have even less than they? Love your enemies, he says. Love thou therefore thy enemy. for thou art doing good not to him, but to thyself. How? Thou art becoming like God. He, if he be beloved of thee, hath no great gain, for he is beloved by a fellow slave. But thou, if thou love thy fellow slave, hast gained much, for thou art becoming like God. Seest thou that thou art doing a kindness not to him but to thyself? For he appoints the prize not for him, but for thee. What then if he be evil, you say? So much the greater is the reward. Even for his wickedness thou oughtest to feel grateful to him, even should he be evil after receiving 10,000 kindnesses. For if he were not exceedingly evil, thy reward would not have been exceedingly increased. So that the reason thou assignest for not loving him, the saying that he is evil, is the very reason for loving him. Take away the contestant, and thou takest away the opportunity for the crowns. Seest thou not the athletes, how they exercise when they have filled the bags with sand? But there is no need for thee to practice this. Life is full of things that exercise thee, and make thee strong. Seest thou not the trees too, the more they are shaken by the winds, so much the more do they become stronger and firmer? We then, if we be longsuffering, shall also become strong. For it is said, A man who is longsuffering abounds in wisdom, but he that is of a little soul is strongly foolish. Seest thou how great is his commendation of the one? Seest thou how great his censure of the other? Strongly foolish, that is to say, very foolish. Let us not then be faint-hearted one towards another, for this does not rise from enmity, but from having a small soul. As if the soul be strong, it will endure all things easily, and nothing will be able to sink it, but will lead it into tranquil havens. To which may we all attain by the grace and loving kindness of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 19. Homily 20 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 20. Hebrews 10, 26 and 27. For if we sin wilfully, after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins, but a certain fearful looking for of judgment, and fiery indignation which shall devour the adversaries. Trees which have been planted, and have had the advantage of all other care, and the hands and the labours of the cultivator, and yet yield no return for the labours, are pulled up by the roots, and handed over to the fire. So somewhat of this kind takes place also in the case of our illumination. For when Christ has planted us, and we have enjoyed the watering of the Spirit, and then show no fruit, fire, even that of hell, awaits us, and flame unquenchable. Paul, therefore, having exhorted them to love, and to bringing forth the fruit of good works, and having urged them from the kindlier considerations. What are these? That we have an entrance into the Holy of Holies, the new way which he hath inaugurated for us. Does the same again from the more gloomy ones, speaking thus, For having said, not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more, as ye see the day approaching. This being sufficient for consolation, he added, For if we sin wilfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth. There is need, he means, of good works, yea, very great need. For if we sin wilfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. Thou wast cleansed, thou wast set free from the charges against thee, thou hast become a son. If then thou return to thy former vomit, there awaits thee on the other hand excommunication and fire and whatever such things there are. for there is no second sacrifice. At this place we are again assailed by those who take away repentance, and by those who delay to come to baptism, the one saying that it is not safe for them to come to baptism, since there is no second remission, and the other asserting that it is not safe to impart the mysteries to those who have sinned, if there is no second remission. What shall we say then to them both? That He does not take away repentance, nor the propitiation through repentance, nor does He thrust away and cast down with despair the fallen. He is not thus an enemy of our salvation, but what? He takes away the second washing, for He did not say, no more is there repentance, or no more is there remission, but no more is there a sacrifice, that is, there is no more a second cross. For this is what He means by sacrifice. For by one sacrifice, He says, He hath perfected for ever them that are sanctified. Not like the Jewish rites. For this reason He is treated so much throughout concerning the sacrifice, that it is one, even one, not wishing to show this only, that herein it differed from the Jewish rites, but also to make men more steadfast, so that they might no longer expect another sacrifice according to the Jewish law. For, saith He, if we sin wilfully. See how He is disposed to pardon. He says, if we sin wilfully, so that there is pardon for those who sin not wilfully, after the knowledge of the truth. He either means of Christ or of all doctrines. There remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. But what? A certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation which shall devour the adversaries. By adversaries He means not the unbelievers, but those also who do what is against virtue. Or else He means that the same fire shall receive them of the household also, which receives the adversaries. Then expressing its devouring nature, He says, as if giving it life, fiery indignation which shall devour the adversaries. For as a wild beast, when irritated and very fierce and savage, would not rest till it could lay hold on some one and eat him up, so also that fire, like one goaded by indignation, whatever it can lay hold of does not let go, but devours and tears it to pieces. Next He adds also the reason of the threat, that it is on good grounds, that it is just, for this contributes to confidence, when we show that it is just. For, He says, verse 28, He that hath despised Moses' law dies without mercy, under 2 or 3 witnesses. Without mercy, He says, so that there is no pardon, no pity there, although the law is of Moses, for he ordained the most of it. What is under 2 or 3? If 2 or 3 bore witness, He means, they immediately suffered punishment. If then under the Old Covenant, when the law of Moses is set at naught, there is so great punishment. Verse 29. Of how much sorer punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy, who hath trodden under foot the Son of God, and hath counted the blood of the covenant an unholy, a common thing, and hath done despite unto the Spirit of grace? And how does a man tread under foot the Son of God? When partaking of Him in the mysteries, he would say, He has wrought sin. Has He not trodden Him under foot? Has He not despised Him? For just as we make no account of those who are trodden under foot, so also they who sin have made no account of Christ, and so they have sinned. Thou art become the body of Christ, and givest thou thyself to the devil, so that he treads thee under foot. And accounted the blood a common thing, He says. What is common? It is unclean, or the having nothing beyond other things. And done despite unto the Spirit of grace. For he that accepts not a benefit does despite to the benefactor. He made thee a son, and thou wishest to become a slave. He came to dwell with thee, and thou bringest in wicked imaginations to him. Christ wished to stay with thee, and thou treadest him down by surfeiting, by drunkenness. Let us listen, whoever partakes of the mysteries unworthily. Let us listen, whoever approach that table unworthily. Give not, he says, that which is holy unto the dogs, lest in time they trample them under their feet. That is, lest they despise, lest they repudiate them. Yet he did not say this, but what was more fearful than this. For he constrains their souls by what is fearful. For this also is adapted to convert, no less than consolation. And at the same time he shows both the difference and the chastisement, and sets forth the judgment upon them as though it were an evident matter. Of how much sorer punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy? Here also he appears to me to hint at the mysteries. Next he adds testimony, saying, verses 31 and 30, It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. For it is written, Vengeance belongeth unto me, I will recompense, saith the Lord. And again, the Lord shall judge his people. Let us fall, it is said, into the hands of the Lord, and not into the hands of men. But if ye repent not, ye shall fall into the hands of God. That is fearful. It is nothing to fall into the hands of men. When he means, we see any man punished here, let us not be terrified at the things present, but shudder at the things to come. For according to his mercy so is his wrath. And his indignation will rest upon sinners. At the same time too he hints at something else. For vengeance belongeth unto me, he says, I will recompense. This is said in regard to their enemies who are doing evil, not to those who are suffering evil. Here he is consoling them too, all but saying, God abideth for ever and liveth, so that even if they receive not their reward now, they will receive it hereafter. They ought to groan, not we. For we indeed shall fall into their hands, but they into the hands of God. For neither is it the sufferer who suffers the ill, but he that does it. Nor is it he who receives a benefit that is benefited, but the benefactor. Knowing then these things, let us be patient as to suffering evil, forward as to kindnesses. And this will be, if we think lightly of wealth and honour. He that hath stripped himself of those affections is of all men most generous, and more wealthy even than he who wears the purple. Seest thou not how many evils come through money? I do not say how many through covetousness, but merely by our attachment to these things. For instance, if a man has lost his money, he leads a life more wretched than any death. Why grievest thou, O man? Why weepest thou? Because God has delivered thee from excessive watching? Because thou dost not sit trembling and fearful? Again, if any one chain thee to a treasure, commanding thee to sit there perpetually, and to keep watch for other people's goods, thou art grieved, thou art disgusted. And dost thou, after thou hast bound thyself with most grievous chains, grieve when thou art delivered from the slavery? Truly sorrows and joys are matters of fancy, for we guard them as if we had another's. Now my discourse is for the women. A woman often has a garment woven with gold, and this she shakes, wraps up in linen, keeps with care, trembles for it, and has no enjoyment of it. For either she dies or she becomes a widow. Or even if none of these things happen, yet from fear lest wearing it out by continual use she should deprive herself of it, she deprives herself of it in another way, by sparing it. But she passes it on, you say, to another. But neither is this clear. And even if she should pass it on, the other again will also use it in the same way. And if any one will search their houses, he will find that the most costly garments and other choice things are tended with special honour, as if they were living masters. For she does not use them habitually, but fears and trembles, driving away moths and the other things that are wont to eat them, and laying most of them in perfumes and spices, nor permitting all persons to be counted worthy of the sight of them, but oftentimes carefully putting them in order herself with her husband. Tell me, did not Paul with reason call covetousness idolatry? For these show as great honour to their garments, their gold, as they to their idols. How long shall we stir up the mire? How long shall we be fixed to the clay and the brick-making? For as they toiled for the king of the Egyptians, so do we also toil for the devil, and are scourged with far more grievous stripes. For by how much the soul surpasses the body, by so much does anxiety the wheels of scourging. We are scourged every day, we are full of fear, in anxiety, in trembling. But if we will groan, if we will look up to God, He sendeth to us, not Moses nor Aaron, but His own word, and compunction. When this word has come and taken hold of our souls, He will free us from the bitter slavery. He will bring us forth out of Egypt, from unprofitable and vain zeal, from slavery which brings no gain. For they indeed went forth after having at least received golden ornaments, the wages for building. But we receive nothing, and would it were nothing. For indeed we also receive, not golden ornaments, but the evils of Egypt, sins and chastisements and punishments. Let us then learn to be made use of. Let us learn to be spitefully treated. This is the part of a Christian. Let us think lightly of golden raiment. Let us think lightly of money, that we may not think lightly of our salvation. Let us think lightly of money, and not think lightly of the soul. For this is chastised, this is punished. Those things remain here, but the soul departeth yonder. Why, tell me, dost thou cut thyself to pieces, without perceiving it? These things I say to the overreaching. And it is well to say also to those who are overreached. Bear their overreachings generously. They are ruining themselves, not you. You indeed they defraud of your money, but they strip themselves of the good will and help of God. And he that is stripped of that, though he clothe himself with the whole wealth of the world, is of all men most poor. And so he who is the poorest of all, if he have this, is the wealthiest of all. For the Lord, it is said, is my shepherd, and I shall lack nothing. Tell me now, if thou hadst had a husband, a great and admirable man, who thoroughly loved thee and cared for thee, and then knewest that he would live always, and not die before thee, and would give thee all things to enjoy in security as thine own, wouldst thou then have wished to possess anything? Even if thou hadst been stripped of all, wouldst thou not have thought thyself the richer for this? Why then dost thou grieve? Because thou hast no property? But consider that thou hast had the occasion of sin taken away. But is it because thou hadst property, and hadst been deprived of it? But thou hast acquired the good will of God. And how have I acquired it, you say? He has said, Wherefore do ye not rather suffer wrong? He hath said, Blessed are they who bear all things with thankfulness. Consider therefore how great good will thou wilt enjoy if thou showest forth those things by thy works. For one thing only is required from us, in all things to give thanks to God, and then we have all things in abundance. I mean, for instance, hast thou lost 10,000 pounds of gold? Forthwith give thanks unto God, and thou hast acquired 10 times 10,000 by that word and thanksgiving. For tell me, when dost thou account Job blessed? when he had so many camels, and flocks, and herds, or when he uttered that saying, The Lord gave, the Lord hath taken away? Therefore also the devil causes us losses, not that he may take away our goods only, for he knows that is nothing, but that through them he may compel us to utter some blasphemy. So in the case of the blessed Job too, he did not strive after this only to make him poor, but also to make him a blasphemer. At any rate, when he had stripped him of everything, observe what he says to him through his wife. Say some word against the Lord and die. And yet, O accursed one, thou hadst stripped him of everything. But he says, This is not what I was striving for I have not yet accomplished that for which I did all. I was striving to deprive him of God's help. For this cause I deprived him of his goods too. This is what I wish, that other is nothing. If this be not gained, he not only has not been injured at all, but has even been benefited. Thou seest that even that wicked demon knows how great is the loss in this matter. And see him plotting the treachery through the wife. Hear this, ye husbands, as many as have wives that are fond of money, and compel you to blaspheme God. Call Job to mind. But let us see, if it please you, his great moderation, how he silenced her. Wherefore, he says, Hast thou spoken as one of the foolish women speaketh? Of a truth, evil communications corrupt good manners, at all times indeed, but particularly in calamities. Then they who give evil advice have strength. For if the soul is even of itself prone to impatience, how much more when there is also an adviser? Is it not thrust into a pit? A wife is a great good, as also a great evil. For because a wife is a great good, observe from what point he, Satan, wishes to break through the strong wall. The depriving him of his property, he says, did not take him. The loss has produced no great effect. Therefore, he says, if indeed he will curse thee to thy face, you see whither he was aspiring. If then we bear losses thankfully, we shall recover even these things, and if we should not recover them, our reward will be greater. For when he had wrestled nobly, then God restored to him these things also. When he had shown the devil that it is not for these things that he serves him, then he restored them also to him. For such is he. When God sees that we are not riveted to things of this life, then he gives them to us. When he sees that we set a higher value on things spiritual, then he also bestows on us things carnal. But not first, lest we should break away from the things spiritual. And to spare us he does not give carnal things, to keep us away from them, even against our will. Not so, you say, but if I receive them, I am satisfied and am the more thankful. It is false, O man, for then especially wilt thou be thoughtless. Why then, you say, does he give them to many? Whence is it clear that he gives them? But who else, you say, gives? They're overreaching, they're plundering. How then does he allow these things? As he also allows murders, thefts, and violence. What then, you will say, as to those who receive by succession an inheritance from their fathers, being themselves full of evils innumerable? And what of this? How does God suffer them, you say, to enjoy these things? Surely, just as he allows thieves and murderers and other evildoers. For it is not now the time of judgment, but of the best course of life. And what I just now said, that I repeat, that they shall suffer greater punishment, who, when they have enjoyed all good things, do not even so become better. For all shall not be punished alike, but they who, even after his benefits, have continued evil, shall suffer a greater punishment, while they who after poverty have done this not so. And that this is true, hear what he says to David, Did I not give thee all thy master's goods? Whenever then thou seest a young man that has received a paternal inheritance without labour and continues wicked, be assured that his punishment is increased and the vengeance is made more intense. Let us not then emulate these. But if any man has succeeded to virtue, if any man has obtained spiritual wealth, him let us emulate. For it is said, Woe to them that trust in their riches! Blessed are they that fear the Lord. To which of these, tell me, wouldst thou belong? Doubtless to those who are pronounced blessed. Therefore emulate these, not the other, that thou also may obtain the good things which are laid up for them. Which may we all obtain in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father be glory together with the Holy Ghost, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 20. Homily 21 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 21. Hebrews 10:32 through 34. But call to remembrance the former days, in which after ye were illuminated, ye endured a great fight of afflictions, partly whilst ye were made a gazing stock both by reproaches and afflictions, and partly whilst ye became companions of them that were so used. For ye had compassion on those who were in bonds, and took joyfully the spoiling of your goods, knowing that ye have for yourselves in heaven a better and an enduring substance. The best physicians, after they have made a deep incision, and have increased the pains by the wound, soothing the afflicted part, and giving rest and refreshment to the disturbed soul, proceed not to make a second incision, but rather soothe that which has been made with gentle remedies, and such as are suited to remove the violence of the pain. This Paul also did after he had shaken their souls, and pierced them with the recollection of hell, and convinced them that he must certainly perish, who does despite to the grace of God, and after he had shown from the laws of Moses that they also shall perish, and the more fearfully, and confirm it by other testimonies, and had said, It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Then, lest the soul desponding through excessive fear should be swallowed up with grief, he soothes them by commendations and exhortation, and gives them zeal derived from their own conduct. For, he says, Call to remembrance the former days, in which after ye had been enlightened, ye endured a great fight of afflictions. Powerful is the exhortation from deeds already done, for he who begins a work ought to go forward and add to it, as if he had said, When ye were brought in to the church, when ye were in the rank of learners, ye displayed so great readiness, so great nobleness, but now it is no longer so. And he who encourages does thus especially encourage them from their own example. And he did not simply say, Ye endured a fight, but a great fight. Moreover, he did not say temptations, but fight, which is an expression of commendation and of very great praise. Then he also enumerates them particularly, amplifying his discourse, and multiplying his praise. How? Partly, he says, whilst ye were made a gazing stock by reproaches and afflictions. For reproach is a great thing, and calculated to pervert the soul, and to darken the judgment. For hear what the prophet says, While they daily say unto me, Where is thy God? And again, If the enemy had reproached me, I would have borne it. For since the human race is exceedingly vainglorious, therefore it is easily overcome by this. And he did not simply say by reproaches, but that even with great intensity, being made a gazing stock. For when a person is reproached alone, it is indeed painful, but far more so when in presence of all. For tell me how great the evil was when men who had left the meanness of Judaism, and gone over, as it were, to the best course of life, and despised the customs of their fathers, were ill-treated by their own people, and had no help. I cannot say, he says, that ye suffered these things indeed and were grieved, but ye even rejoiced exceedingly. And this he expressed by saying, whilst ye became companions of them that were so used. And he brings forward the apostles themselves. Not only, he means, were ye not ashamed of your own sufferings, but ye even shared with others who were suffering the same things. This too is the language of one who is encouraging them. He said not, bear my afflictions, share with me, but respect your own. Ye had compassion on them that were in bonds. Thou seest that he is speaking concerning himself and the rest who were in prison. Thus he did not account bonds to be bonds, but as noble wrestlers so stood ye. For not only ye needed no consolation in your own distresses, but even became a consolation to others. And ye took joyfully the spoiling of your goods. Oh, what full assurance of faith! Then he also sets forth the motive, not only consoling them for their struggles, but also that they might not be shaken from the faith. When ye saw your property plundered, he means, ye endured. For already ye saw him who is invisible, as visible, which was the effect of genuine faith, and ye showed it forth by your deeds themselves. Well, then, the plundering was perhaps from the force of the plunderers, and no man could prevent it, so that as yet it is not clear that ye endured the plundering for the faith's sake. Although this too is clear, for it was in your power, if you chose, not to be plundered, by not believing. But ye did what is far greater than this, the enduring such things even with joy, which was altogether apostolical, and worthy of those noble souls who rejoiced when scourged. For it says, they departed from the presence of the council, rejoicing that they were counted worthy to suffer shame for the name. But he that endures with joy shows that he has some reward, and that the affair is no loss, but a gain. Moreover, the expression ye took shows their willing endurance, because he means ye chose and accepted. Knowing, he says, that ye have for yourselves in heaven a better and an enduring substance, instead of saying firm, not perishing, like this. In the next place, having praised them, he says, verse 35, Cast not away therefore your confidence, which hath great recompense of reward. What meanest thou? He did not say, Ye have cast it away, and recover it, but, which tended more to strengthen them, Ye have it, he says. For to recover again that which has been cast away requires more labour, but not to lose that which is held fast does not. But to the Galatians he says the very opposite. My children, of whom I travail in birth again, till Christ be formed in you. And with reason, for they were more supine, whence they needed a sharper word, but these were more faint-hearted, so that they rather needed what was more soothing. Cast not away therefore, he says, your confidence, so that they were in great confidence toward God, which hath, he says, great recompense of reward. And when shall we receive them? Some one might say. Behold, all things on our part have been done. Therefore he anticipated them on their own supposition, saying in effect, If ye know that ye have in heaven a better substance, seek nothing here. For ye have need of patience, not of any addition to your labours, that ye may continue in the same state, that ye may not cast away what has been put into your hands. Ye need nothing else, but so to stand as ye have stood, that when ye come to the end, ye may receive the promise. Verse 36. For, he says, ye have need of patience, that after ye have done the will of God, ye might receive the promise. Ye have need of one thing only, to bear with the delay, not that ye should fight again, Ye are at the very crown, he means. Ye have borne all the combats of bonds, of afflictions. Your goods have been spoiled. What then? Henceforward ye are standing to be crowned. Endure this only, the delay of the crown. Oh, the greatness of the consolation! It is as if one should speak to an athlete who had overthrown all, and had no antagonist, and then was to be crowned, and yet endured not that time, during which the president of the games comes and places the crown upon him, and he, impatient, should wish to go out, and escape as though he could not bear the thirst and the heat. He then also hinting this, what does he say? Verse 37. Yet a little while, and he that shall come will come, and will not tarry. For lest they should say, And when will he come? He comforts them from the Scriptures. For thus also when he says in another place, Now is our salvation nearer, he comforts them because the remaining time is short. And this he says not of himself, but from the Scriptures. But if from that time it was said, Yet a little while, and he that shall come will come, and will not tarry, it is plain that now he is nearer. Wherefore also waiting is no small reward. Verse 38. Now the just, he says, shall live by faith. But if any man draw back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him. This is a great encouragement when one shows that they have succeeded in the whole matter and are losing it through a little indolence. Verse 39. But we are not of them that draw back unto perdition, but of them that believe to the saving of the soul. Chapter 11, verses 1 and 2. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good report. Oh, what an expression has he used in saying, an evidence of things not seen. For we say there is evidence in the case of things that are very plain. Faith then is the seeing things not plain, he means, and brings what are not seen to the same full assurance with what are seen. So then neither is it possible to disbelieve in things which are seen, nor, on the other hand, can there be faith unless a man be more fully assured with respect to things invisible than he is with respect to things that are most clearly seen. For since the objects of hope seem to be unsubstantial, faith gives them substantiality, or rather does not give it, but is itself their substance. For instance, the resurrection has not come, nor does it exist substantially, but hope makes it substantial in our soul. This is the meaning of the substance of things. If, therefore, it is an evidence of things not seen, why forsooth do you wish to see them, so as to fall away from faith, and from being just? Since the just shall live by faith, whereas ye, if ye wish to see these things, are no longer faithful. Ye have labored, he says, ye have struggled. I too allow this. Nevertheless, wait, for this is faith. Do not seek the whole here. These things were indeed said to the Hebrews, but they are a general exhortation also to the many of those who are here assembled. How and in what way? To the faint-hearted, to the mean-spirited. For when they see the wicked prospering, and themselves faring ill, they are troubled, they bear it impatiently, while they long for the chastisement and the inflicting vengeance on others, while they wait for the rewards of their own sufferings. For yet a little time, and he that shall come will come. Let us then say this to the slothful. Doubtless there will be punishment. Doubtless he will come, henceforth the events of the resurrection are even at the doors. Whence does that appear, you say? I do not say, from the prophets. For neither do I now speak to Christians only, But even if a heathen be here, I am perfectly confident, and bring forward my proofs, and will instruct him. How, you say? Christ foretold many things. If those former things did not come to pass, then do not believe them. But if they all came to pass, why doubt concerning those that remain? And indeed it were very unreasonable, nothing have come to pass, to believe the one, or when all has come to pass, to disbelieve the others. But I will make the matter more plain by an example. Christ said that Jerusalem should be taken, and should be so taken as no city ever was before, and that it should never be raised up. And in fact this prediction came to pass. He said that there should be great tribulation, and it came to pass. He said that a grain of mustard seed is sown, so should the preaching of the gospel be extended. And every day we see this running over the world. He said that they who left father or mother, or brethren or sisters, should have both fathers and mothers, and this we see fulfilled by facts. He said, In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. That is, no man shall get the better of you. And this we see by the events has come to pass. He said that the gates of hell shall not prevail against the church, even though persecuted, and that no one shall quench the preaching of the gospel. And the experience of events bears witness to this prediction also. And yet when he said these things, it was very hard to believe him. Why? Because all these were words, and he had not as yet given proof of the things spoken, so that they have now become far more credible. He said that, when the gospel should have been preached among all the nations, then the end shall come. Lo, now ye have arrived at the end, for the greater part of the world hath been preached to. Therefore the end is now at hand. Let us tremble, beloved. But what, tell me? Art thou anxious about the end? It indeed is itself near, but each man's life and death is nearer. For it is said, The days of our years are 70 years, but if one be in strength 80 years. The day of judgment is near, let us fear. A brother doth not redeem, shall man redeem? There we shall repent much, but in death no man shall praise him. Wherefore he saith, Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving. That is, his coming. For here, in this life indeed, whatever we do has efficacy, but there no longer. Tell me, if a man placed us for a little while in a flaming furnace, should we not submit to anything in order to escape, even if it were necessary to part with our money, nay, to undergo slavery? How many have fallen into grievous diseases, and would gladly give up all to be delivered from them, if the choice were offered them. If in this world then a disease of short duration so afflicts us, what shall we do yonder, when repentance will be of no avail? Of how many evils are we now full, without being conscious of them? We bite one another, we devour one another, in wronging, accusing, calumniating, being vexed by the credit of our neighbours. And see the difficulty. When a man wishes to undermine the reputation of a neighbour, he says, Such an one said this of him, O God, forgive me, do not examine me strictly, I must give account of what I have heard. Why then dost thou speak of it at all, if thou dost not believe it? Why dost thou speak of it? Why dost thou make it credible by much reporting? Why dost thou pass on the story which is not true? Thou dost not believe it, and thou entreatest God not to call thee to strict account? Do not say it then, but keep silence, and free thyself from all fear. But I know not from whence this disease has fallen upon men. We have become tattlers, nothing remains in our mind. Hear the exhortation of a wise man who says, Hast thou heard a word? Let it die in thee. Be bold, it will not burst thee. And again, a fool heareth a word, and travaileth, as a woman in labour of a child. We are ready to make accusations, prepared for condemning. Even if no other evil thing had been done by us, this were sufficient to ruin us, and to carry us away to hell. This involves us in 10,000 evils. And that thou mayest know this certainly, hear what the prophet says. Thou sattest and spakest against thy brother. But it is not I, you say, but the other who told me. Nay, rather, it is thyself. For if thou hadst not spoken, another would not have heard. Or even if he should have heard it, yet thou wouldst not have been to blame for the sin. We ought to shade over and conceal the failings of neighbours, but thou paradest them under a cloak of zeal for goodness. Thou becomest not an accuser, but a gossip, a trifler, a fool. Oh, what cleverness! Without being aware of it, thou bringest disgrace upon thyself as well as on him. And see what great evils which arise from this. Thou provokest the wrath of God. Dost thou not hear Paul saying about widows, they not only, these are his words, learn to be idle, but tattlers also and busybodies, wandering about from house to house, and speaking things which they ought not. So that even when thou believest the things which are said against thy brother, thou oughtest not even in that case to speak of them, much less when thou dost not believe them. But thou, forsooth, lookest to thine own interest? Thou fearest to be called to account by God? Fear then, lest even for thy tattling thou be called to account. For here thou canst not say, O God, call me not to account for light talking. For the whole matter is light talking. Why didst thou publish it? Why didst thou increase the evil? This is sufficient to destroy us. On this account Christ said, Judge not, that ye be not judged. But we pay no regard to this, neither are we brought to our senses by what happened to the Pharisee. He said what was true, I am not as this publican. He said it too in no man's hearing, yet was he condemned. If he were condemned when he said what was true, and uttered it in no man's hearing, what fearful punishment shall not they suffer, who like gossiping women carry about everywhere lies which they do not even themselves believe? What shall they not endure? Henceforward let us set a door and a bolt before the mouth. For innumerable evils have arisen from tattling. Families have been ruined, friendships torn asunder, innumerable other miseries have happened. Busy not thyself, O man, about the affairs of thy neighbour. But thou art talkative and hast a weakness. Talk of thine own faults to God. Thus the weakness will be no longer a weakness, but an advantage. Talk of thy own faults to thy friends, those who are thorough friends and righteous men, and in whom thou hast confidence, that so they may pray for thy sins. If thou speak of the sins of others, thou art nowise profited, neither hast thou gained anything, but hast ruined thyself. If thou confessest thine own sins to the Lord, thou hast great reward. For one says, I said, I will confess against myself mine iniquity to the Lord, and thou forgavest the impiety of my heart. Dost thou wish to judge? Judge thine own sins. No one will accuse thee, if thou condemn thyself. But he will accuse if thou do not condemn. He will accuse thee, unless thou convict thyself. Will accuse thee of insensibility. Thou hast seen such an one angry, irritated, doing something else out of place? Think at once, even thou on thine own faults, and thus thou wilt not greatly condemn him, and wilt free thyself from the load of thy past transgressions. If we thus regulate our own conduct, if we thus manage our own life, if we condemn ourselves, we shall probably not commit many sins, and we shall do many good things, being fair and moderate, and shall enjoy all the promises to them that love God. to which may all attain by the grace and loving kindness of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father, together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 21. Homily 22 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 22. Hebrews 11, 3 and 4. Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. By faith Abel offered unto God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous, God testifying of his gifts, and by it he being dead yet speaketh. Faith needs a generous and vigorous soul, and one rising above all things of sense, and passing beyond the weakness of human reasonings, for it is not possible to become a believer otherwise than by raising oneself above the common customs of the world. Inasmuch then as the souls of the Hebrews were thoroughly weakened, and though they had begun from faith, yet from circumstances, I mean sufferings, afflictions, they had afterwards become faint-hearted, and of little spirit, and were shaken from their position, he encouraged them first indeed from these very things, saying, Call to remembrance the former days. Next from the Scripture, saying, But the just shall live by faith. Afterwards from arguments, saying, But faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And now again from their forefathers, those great and admirable men, as much as saying, If where the good things were close at hand, all were saved by faith, much more are we. For when a soul finds one that shares the same sufferings with itself, it is refreshed and recovers breath. This we may see both in the case of faith and in the case of affliction, that there may be comfort for you, it is said, through our mutual faith. For mankind are very distrustful, and cannot place confidence in themselves, are fearful about whatever things they think they possess, and have great regard for the opinion of the many. What then does Paul do? He encourages them by the fathers, and before that by the common notions of mankind. For tell me, he says, since faith is calumniated as being a thing without demonstration, and rather a matter of deceit, therefore he shows that the greatest things are attained through faith and not through reasonings. And how does he show this? Tell me. It is manifest, he saith, that God made the things which are, out of things which are not, things which appear, out of things which appear not, things which subsist, out of things which subsist not. But whence is it shown that he did this even by a word? For reason suggests nothing of this kind, but on the contrary, that the things which appear are formed out of things which appear. Therefore the philosophers expressly say that nothing comes out of things that are not, being sensual and trusting nothing to faith. And yet these same men, when they happen to say anything great and noble, are caught entrusting it to faith. For instance, that God is without beginning and unborn. For reason does not suggest this, but the contrary. And consider, I beseech you, their great folly. They say that God is without beginning, and yet this is far more wonderful than the creation out of things that are not. For to say that he is without beginning, that he is unborn, neither begotten by himself nor by another is more full of difficulties, than to say that God made the things which are, out of things which are not. For here there are many things uncertain, as that some one made it, that what was made had a beginning, that in a word it was made. But in the other case, what? He is self-existing, unborn, he neither had beginning nor time. Tell me, do not these things require faith? But he did not assert this, which was far greater, but the lesser. Whence does it appear, he would say, that God made these things? Reason does not suggest it. No one was present when it was done. Whence is it shown? It is plainly the result of faith. Through faith we understand that the worlds were made. Why through faith? Because the things that are seen were not made of things which do appear. For this is faith. Having thus stated the general principle, he afterwards tests it by individuals. For a man of note is equivalent to the world. This at all events he afterwards hinted. For when he had matched it against 100 or 200 persons, and then saw the smallness of the number, he afterwards says, by whom the world was outweighed in worth. And observe whom he puts first, him who was ill-treated, and that by a brother. It was their own affliction. For you also, he says, have suffered like things of your own countrymen. And by a brother who had been nothing wronged, but who envied him on God's account, showing that they also are looked on with an evil eye and envied. He honoured God, and died because he honoured him, and has not yet attained to a resurrection. But his readiness is manifest, and his part has been done, but God's part has not yet been carried out towards him. And by a more excellent sacrifice in this place, he means that which is more honourable, more splendid, more necessary. And we cannot say, he says, that it was not accepted. He did accept it, and said unto Cain, Hast thou not sinned, if thou rightly offer, but dost not rightly divide? So then Abel both rightly offered and rightly divided. Nevertheless for this, what recompense did he receive? He was slain by his brother's hand, and that sentence which his father endured on account of sin, this he first received who was upright. And he suffered so much the more grievously because it was from a brother, and he was the first to suffer. And he did these things rightly, looking to no man. For to whom could he look, when he so honoured God? To his father and his mother? But they had outraged him in return for his benefits. To his brother then? But he also had dishonoured God, so that by himself he sought out what was good. And he that is worthy of so great honour, what does he suffer? He is put to death. And how too was he otherwise testified of that he was righteous? It is said that fire came down and consumed the sacrifices. For instead of, and the Lord had respect to Abel and to his sacrifices, the Syriac said, and he set them on fire. He therefore, who both by word and deed bear witness to the righteous man, and sees him slain for his sake, did not avenge him, but left him to suffer. But your case is not much, for how could it be? You who have both prophets and examples, and encouragements innumerable, and signs and miracles accomplished. Hence that was faith indeed. For what miracles did he see, that he might believe he should have any recompense of good things? Did he not choose virtue from faith alone? What is, and by it he being dead yet speaketh? That he might not cast them into great despondency, he shows that he has in part obtained a recompense. How? The influence coming from him is great, he means, and he yet speaketh. That is, Cain slew him, but he did not with him slay his glory and memory. He is not dead, therefore neither shall ye die. For by how much the more grievous a man's sufferings are, so much the greater is his glory. How does he yet speak? This is a sign both of his being alive, and of his being by all celebrated, admired, counted blessed. For he who encourages others to be righteous, speaks. For no speech avails so much as that man suffering. As then heaven by its mere appearance speaks, so also does he by being had in remembrance. Not if he had made proclamation of himself, not if he had 10,000 tongues, and were alive, would he have been so admired as now. That is, these things do not take place with impunity, nor lightly, neither do they pass away. Verse 5. By faith Enoch was translated, that he should not see death, and was not found, because God had translated him. This man displayed greater faith than Abel. How, you ask? Because although he came after him, yet what befell Abel was sufficient to guide him back. How? God foreknew that Abel would be killed. For he said to Cain, Thou hast sinned, do not add thereto. Honoured by him, he did not protect him. And yet neither did this throw him, Enoch, into indifference. He said not to himself, What need of toils and dangers? Abel honoured God, yet he did not protect him. For what advantage had he that was departed from the punishment of his brother? And what benefit could he reap therefrom? Let us allow that he suffers severe punishment. What is that to him who has been slain? He neither said nor thought anything of this kind, but passing beyond all these things, he knew that if there is a God, certainly there is a rewarder also, although as yet they knew nothing of the resurrection. But if they who as yet know nothing of a resurrection, and see contradictory things here, thus pleased God, how much more should we? For they neither knew of a resurrection, nor had they any examples to look to. This same thing then made Enoch well pleasing to God, namely, that he received nothing. For he knew that God is a rewarder. Whence knew he this? For he recompensed Abel, do you say? So that reason suggested other things, but faith the opposite of what was seen. Even then he would say, If you see that ye receive nothing here, be not troubled. How was it by faith that Enoch was translated? Because his pleasing God was the cause of his translation, and faith the cause of his pleasing him. For if he had not known that he should receive a reward, how could he have pleased him? But without faith it is impossible to please him. How? If a man believe that there is a God and a retribution, he will have the reward. Whence then is the well-pleasing? It is necessary to believe that he is, not what he is. If that he is needs faith and not reasonings, it is impossible to comprehend by reasoning what he is. If that he is a rewarder needs faith and not reasonings, how is it possible by reasoning to compass his essence? For what reasoning can reach this? For some persons say that the things that exist are self-caused. Seest thou that unless we have faith in regard to all things, not only in regard to retribution, but also in regard to the very being of God, all is lost to us? But many ask whither Enoch was translated, and why he was translated, and why he did not die, neither he nor Elijah, and if they are still alive, how they live and in what form. But to ask these things is superfluous. For that the one was translated, and that the other was taken up, the Scriptures have said. But where they are, and how they are, they have not added, for they say nothing more than is necessary. For this indeed took place, I mean his translation, immediately at the beginning, the human soul thereby receiving a hope of the destruction of death, and of the overthrow of the devil's tyranny, and that death will be done away. For he was translated, not dead, but that he should not see death. Therefore he added, he was translated alive, because he was well-pleasing unto God. For just as a father, when he has threatened his son, wishes indeed immediately after he has threatened to relax his threat, but endures and continues resolute, that for a time he may chasten and correct him, allowing the threat to remain firm, so also God, to speak as it were after the manner of men, did not continue resolute, but immediately showed that death is done away. And first he allows death to happen, wishing to terrify the Father through the Son. For wishing to show that the sentence is verily fixed, he subjected to this punishment not wicked men at once, but even him who was well-pleasing, I mean the blessed Abel. and almost immediately after him he translated Enoch. Moreover, he did not raise the former, lest they should immediately grow bold, but he translated the other being yet alive, having excited fear by Abel, but by this latter giving zeal to be well pleasing unto him. Wherefore they who say that all things are ruled and governed of themselves, and do not expect a reward, are not well pleasing, as neither are the heathen. For he becomes a rewarder of them that diligently seek him, by works and by knowledge. Since then we have a rewarder, let us do all things that we may not be deprived of the rewards of virtue. For indeed the neglecting such a recompense, the scorning such a reward, is worthy of many tears. For as to those who diligently seek him, he is a rewarder; so to those who seek him not, the contrary. Seek, he says, and ye shall find. But how can we find the Lord? Consider how gold is found, with much labour. I sought the Lord with my hands, it is said, by night before him, and I was not deceived. That is, just as we seek what is lost, so let us seek God. Do we not concentrate our mind thereon? Do we not inquire of every one? Do we not travel from home? Do we not promise money? For instance, suppose that any among us has lost his son, what do we not do? What land, what sea do we not make the circuit of? Do we not reckon money, and houses, and everything else as secondary to the finding him? And should we find him, we cling to him, we hold him fast, we do not let him go. And when we are going to seek anything whatever, we busy ourselves in all ways to find what is sought. How much more ought we to do this in regard to God, as seeking what is indispensable? Nay, rather, not in the same way, but much more. But since we are weak, at least seek God as thou seekest thy money or thy son. Wilt thou not leave thy home for him? Hast thou never left thy home for money? Dost thou not busy thyself in all ways? When thou hast found it, art thou not full of confidence? Seek, he says, and ye shall find. For things sought after need much care, especially in regard of God. For many are the hindrances, many the things that darken, many that impede our perception. For as the sun is manifest, and set forth publicly before all, and we have no need to seek it, but if on the other hand we bury ourselves and turn everything upside down, we need much labour to look at the sun. So truly here also, if we bury ourselves in the depth of evil desires, in the darkness of passions and of the affairs of this life, with difficulty do we look up, with difficulty do we raise our heads, with difficulty do we see clearly. He that is buried underground, in whatever degree he sees upwards, in that degree does he come towards the sun. Let us therefore shake off the earth, let us break through the mist which lies upon us. It is thick and close, and does not allow us to see clearly. And how, you say, is this cloud broken through? If we draw to ourselves the beams of the Sun of righteousness, the lifting up of my hands, it is said, is an evening sacrifice. With our hands let us also lift up our mind. Ye who have been initiated know what I mean. Perhaps too ye recognize the expression, and see at a glance what I have hinted at. Let us raise up our thoughts on high. I myself know many men almost suspended apart from the earth, and beyond measure stretching up their hands, and out of heart because it is not possible to be lifted into the air, and thus praying with earnestness. Thus I would have you always, and if not always, at least very often, and if not very often, at least now and then, at least in the morning, at least in the evening prayers. For tell me, canst thou not stretch forth the hands? Stretch forth the will, stretch forth as far as thou wilt, yea, even to heaven itself. Even shouldst thou wish to touch the very summit, even if thou wouldst ascend higher and walk thereon, it is open to thee. For our mind is lighter and higher than any winged creature. And when it receives grace from the Spirit, oh, how swift is it! How quick is it? How does it compass all things? How does it never sink down or fall to the ground? These wings let us provide for ourselves. By means of them shall we be able to fly even across the tempestuous sea of this present life. The swiftest birds fly unhurt over mountains, and woods, and seas, and rocks, in a brief moment of time. Such also is the mind, when it is winged, when it is separated from the things of this life. Nothing can lay hold of it. It is higher than all things, even than the fiery darts of the devil. The devil is not so good a marksman as to be able to reach this height. He sends forth his darts indeed, for he is void of all shame, yet he does not hit the mark. The dart returns to him without effect, and not without effect only, but it falls upon his own head. For what is sent forth by him must of necessity strike something. As then that which has been shot out by men either strikes the person against whom it is directed, or pierces bird, or fence, or garment, or wood, or the mere air, so does the dart of the devil also. It must of necessity strike, and if it strike not him that it is shot at, it necessarily strikes him that shoots it. And we may learn from many instances that when we are not hit, without doubt he is hit himself. For instance, he plotted against Job. He did not hit him, but was struck himself. He plotted against Paul. He did not hit him, but was struck himself. If we watch, we may see this happening everywhere. For even when he strikes, he is hit, and much more then when he does not hit. Let us turn his weapons then against himself, and having armed and fortified ourselves with the shield of faith, let us keep guard with steadfastness, so as to be impregnable. Now the dart of the devil is evil concupiscence. Anger especially is a fire, a flame. It catches, destroys, consumes. Let us quench it, by long suffering, by forbearance. For as red-hot iron dipped into water loses its fire, so an angry man filling in with a patient one does no harm to the patient man, but rather benefits him, and is himself more thoroughly subdued. For nothing is equal to long-suffering. Such a man is never insulted, but as bodies of adamant are not wounded, so neither are such souls, for they are above the reach of the darts. The long-suffering man is high, and so high as not to receive a wound from the shot. When one is furious, laugh, but do not laugh openly, lest thou irritate him, but laugh mentally on his account. For in the case of children, when they strike us passionately, as though forsooth they were avenging themselves, we laugh. If then thou laugh, there will be as great difference between thee and him, as between a child and a man. But if thou art furious, thou hast made thyself a child. For the angry are more senseless than children. If one look at a furious child, does he not laugh at him? The poor-spirited, it is said, is mightily simple. The simple then is a child, and he who is long-suffering, it is said, is abundant in wisdom. This abundant wisdom, then, let us follow after, that we may attain to the good things promised us in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honour, now and for ever and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 22. Homily 23 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 23. Hebrews 11:7. By faith Noah, being warned of God of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house, by the which he condemned the world, and became heir of the righteousness which is by faith. By faith, he says, Noah being warned of God. As the Son of God, speaking of his own coming, said, in the days of Noah they married and were given in marriage. Therefore the Apostle also recalled to their mind an appropriate image. For the example of Enoch was an example only of faith, that of Noah, on the other hand, of unbelief also. And this is a complete consolation and exhortation, when not only believers are found approved, but also unbelievers suffer the opposite. For what does he say? By faith being warned of God. What is being warned of God? It is, it having been foretold to him. But why is the expression divine communication used? For in another place also it is said, and it was communicated to him by the Spirit. And again, and what saith the divine communication? Seest thou the equal dignity of the Spirit? For as God reveals, so also does the Holy Spirit. But why did he speak thus? The prophecy is called a divine communication. Of things not seen as yet, he says, that is, of the rain. Moved with fear, prepared an ark. Reason indeed suggested nothing of this sort, for they were marrying and being given in marriage. The air was clear, there were no signs of change, but nevertheless he feared. By faith, he says, Noah being warned of God of things not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house. How is it? By the which he condemned the world. He showed them to be worthy of punishment, since they were not brought to their senses even by the preparation. And he became, he says, heir of the righteousness which is by faith. That is, by his believing God he was shown to be righteous. For this is the part of a soul sincerely disposed towards him, and judging nothing more reliable than his words, just as unbelief is the very contrary. Faith, it is manifest, works righteousness. For as we have been warned of God respecting hell, so was he also. And yet at that time he was laughed at, he was reviled and ridiculed, but he regarded none of these things. Verses 8 and 9. By faith Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed, and he went out not knowing whither he went. By faith he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles, with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. By faith, for tell me, whom did he see to emulate? He had for a father a Gentile, and an idolater. He had heard no prophets, he knew not whither he was going. For as they of the Hebrews who believed looked to these patriarchs as having enjoyed blessings innumerable, he shows that none of them obtained anything as yet, all were unrewarded, no one as yet received his reward. He escaped from his country and his home, and went out not knowing whither he went. And what marvel, if he himself were so, when his seed also dwelt in this same way? For seeing the promise disproved, since he had said, To thee will I give this land, and to thy seed, he saw his son dwelling there, and again his grandson saw himself dwelling in a land not yet his own, yet he was nowise troubled. For the affairs of Abraham happened as we might have expected, since the promise was to be accomplished afterwards in his family, although it is said even to himself, To thee and to thy seed, not to thee through thy seed, but to thee and to thy seed. Still neither he, nor Isaac, nor Jacob enjoyed the promise, for one of them served for hire, and the other was driven out, and he himself even was failing through fear. And while he took some things indeed in war, others, unless he had had the aid of God, would have been destroyed. On this account the Apostle says, With the heirs of the same promise. Not himself alone, he means, but the heirs also. Verse 13. These all died in faith, he says, not having obtained the promises. At this place it is worth while to make two inquiries. How, after saying that God translated Enoch, and he was not found, so that he did not see death, does he say, These all died in faith? And again, after saying they not having obtained the promises, he declares that Noah had received a reward, to the saving of his house, and that Enoch had been translated, and that Abel yet speaks, and that Abraham had gained a hold on the land. And yet he says, these all died in faith, not having obtained the promises. What then is meant? It is necessary to solve the first difficulty, and then the second. These all, he says, died in faith. The word all is used here not because all had died, but because with that one exception all these had died, whom we know to be dead. And the statement, not having obtained the promises, is true, for surely the promise to Noah was not to be this, which is here spoken of. But further, of what kind of promises is he speaking? For Isaac and Jacob received the promises of the land, but as to Noah and Abel and Enoch, what kind of promises did they receive? Either then he is speaking concerning these three, or if concerning those others also, the promise was not this, that Abel should be admired, nor that Enoch should be translated, nor that Noah should be preserved. But these things came to them for their virtue's sake, and were a sort of foretaste of things to come. For God, from the beginning, knowing that the human race needs much condescension, bestows on us not only the things in the world to come, but also those here, as for instance, Christ said even to the disciples, Whosoever hath left houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father or mother, shall receive an hundredfold, and shall inherit everlasting life. And again, Seek ye the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Seest thou that these things are given by him in the way of addition, that we might not faint? For as the athletes have the benefit of careful attention, even when engaged in the combat, but do not then enjoy entire ease, living under rules, yet afterwards they enjoy it entire. So God also does not grant us here to partake of entire ease, for even here does He give some. But having seen them afar off, he says, and embraced them. Here he hints at something mystical, that they received beforehand all the things which have been spoken concerning things to come, concerning the resurrection, concerning the kingdom of heaven, concerning the other things which Christ proclaimed when He came, for these are the promises of which He speaks. Either then He means this, or that they did not indeed receive them, but died in confidence respecting them, and were thus confident through faith only. Having seen them afar off, 4 generations before, for after so many generations they went up out of Egypt. And embraced them, saith he, and were glad. They were so persuaded of them as even to embrace or salute them, from the metaphor of persons on shipboard seeing from afar the longed-for cities, which before they enter them they take and occupy by words of greeting. Verse 10. For they looked, he says, for the city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. Seest thou that they received them in this sense, in their already accepting them, and being confident respecting them? If then to be confident is to receive, it is in your power also to receive. For these, although they enjoyed not those blessings, yet still saw them by their longing desire. Why now do these things happen? That we might be put to shame, in that they indeed, when things on earth were promised them, regarded them not, but sought the future city, whereas God again and again speaks to us of the city which is above, and yet we seek that which is here. He said to them, I will give you the things of the present world. But when He saw, or rather, when they showed themselves worthy of greater things, then He no longer suffers them to receive these, but those greater ones, wishing to show us that they are worthy of greater things, being unwilling to be bound to these. As if one should promise playthings to an intelligent child, not that he might receive them, but by way of exhibiting his philosophy, when he asks for things more important. For this is to show that they held off from the land with so great earnestness that they did not even accept what was given, wherefore their posterity received it on this account, for themselves were worthy of the land. What is the city which hath foundations? For are not these which are visible foundations? In comparison of the other, they are not. Whose builder and maker is God. Oh, what an encomium on that city! Verse 11. By faith also Sarah herself, he says. Here he began speaking in a way to put them to shame, in case, that is, they should show themselves more faint-hearted than a woman. But possibly some one might say, how by faith, when she laughed? Nay, while her laughter indeed was from unbelief, her fear was from faith. For to say, I laughed not, arose from faith. From this then it appears that when unbelief had been cleared out, faith came in its place. By faith also Sarah received strength to conceive seed even when she was past age. What is to conceive seed? She who was become dead, who was barren, received power for the retaining of seed, for conception. For her imperfection was twofold. First, from her time of life, for she was really old. Secondly, from nature, for she was barren. Verse 12. Wherefore even from one they all sprang as the stars of the sky, and as the sand which is by the seashore. Wherefore, he says, even from one they all sprang. Here he not only says that she bare a child, but that she also became mother of so many, as not even fruitful wombs are mothers of. As the stars, he says. How then is it that he often numbers them, although he said, As the stars of the heaven shall not be numbered, so neither shall your seed? He either means the excess, or else speaks of those who are continually being born. For is it possible, tell me, to number their forefathers of one family as such an one son of such an one, and such an one son of such an one? But here such are the promises of God, so skilfully arranged are his undertakings. But if the things which he promised as additional are so admirable, so beyond expectation, so magnificent, what will those be, to which these are in addition, to which these are somewhat over and above? What then can be more blessed than they who attain them? What more wretched than those who miss them? For if a man when driven out from his native country is pitied by all, and when he has lost an inheritance is considered by all as an object of compassion, with what tears ought he to be bewailed who fails of heaven, and of the good things there stored up? Or rather, he is not even to be wept for one is wept for when he suffers something of which he is not himself the cause. But when of his own choice he has entangled himself in evil, he is not worthy of tears, but of wailings, or rather than of mourning. Since even our Lord Jesus Christ mourned and wept for Jerusalem, impious as it was. Truly we are worthy of weepings innumerable, of wailings innumerable. If the whole world should receive a voice, both stones and wood and trees, and wild beasts and birds and fishes, and, in a word, the whole world, if receiving a voice it should bewail us who have failed of those good things, it would not bewail and lament enough. For what language, what intellect, can represent that blessedness and virtue, that pleasure, that glory, that happiness, that splendour? What eye hath not seen, and ear hath not heard, and what hath not entered into the heart of man? He did not say that they simply surpass what we imagine, but none hath ever conceived, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. For of what kind are those good things likely to be, of which God is the preparer and establisher? For if he immediately after he had made us, when we had not yet done anything, He freely bestowed so great favours, paradise, familiar intercourse with Himself, promised us immortality, a life happy and freed from cares. What will He not bestow on those who have laboured and struggled so greatly, and endured on His behalf? For us He spared not His only begotten. For us, when we were enemies, He gave up His own Son to death. Of what will He not count us worthy, having become His friends? What will He not impart to us, having reconciled us to Himself? He both is abundantly and infinitely rich, and He desires and earnestly endeavours to obtain our friendship. We do not thus earnestly endeavour. What am I saying? Do not earnestly endeavour? We do not wish to obtain the good things as He wishes it. And what He has done shows that He wishes it more than we. For while for our own sake we with difficulty think lightly of a little gold, He, for our sake, gave even the Son who was His own. Let us make use of the love of God as we ought. Let us reap the fruits of His friendship. For ye are my friends, He says, if ye do what I say to you. How wonderful! His enemies, who were at an infinite distance from Him, whom in all respects He excels by an incomparable superiority, these He has made His friends, and calls them friends. What then should not one choose to suffer for the sake of this friendship? For the friendship of men we often incur danger, but for that of God we do not even give up money. Our condition does indeed call for mourning and tears and wailings and loud lamentation and beating of the breast. We have fallen from our hope, we are humbled from our high estate, we have shown ourselves unworthy of the honour of God. Even after His benefits we are become unfeeling and ungrateful. The devil has stripped us of all our good things. We who were counted worthy to be sons, we His brethren and fellow heirs, are come to differ nothing from His enemies that insult Him. Henceforward, what consolation shall there be for us? He called us to heaven, and we have thrust ourselves down to hell. Swearing and lying and stealing and adultery are poured out upon the earth. Some mingled blood upon blood, and others do deeds worse than bloodshedding. Many of those that are wronged, many of those that are defrauded prefer 10,000 deaths to the suffering such things, and except they had feared God, would even have killed themselves, being so murderously disposed against themselves. Are not these things then worse than bloodshedding? Woe is me, my soul! For the godly man is perished from the earth, and there is none upright among men. Let us also now cry out, first about our own selves, but aid me in my lamentation. Perhaps some are even disgusted, and laugh. For this very cause ought we to make our lamentations the more intense, because we are so mad and beside ourselves that we do not know that we are mad, but laugh at things for which we ought to groan. O man! There is wrath revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men. God will come manifestly, a fire will burn before Him, and round about Him will be a mighty tempest. A fire will burn before Him, and consume His enemies on every side. The day of the Lord is as a burning oven. And no man lays up these things in his mind, but these tremendous and fearful doctrines are more despised than fables, and are trodden under foot. He that heareth, there is no one, while they who laugh and make sport are all. What resource will there be for us? Whence shall we find safety? We are undone, we are utterly consumed. We are become the laughingstock of our enemies, and a mockery for the heathen and the demons. Now is the devil greatly elated, he glories and is glad. The angels to whom we had been entrusted are all ashamed and in sadness. There is no man to convert you. All means have been used by us in vain, and we seem to you as idle talkers. It is seasonable even now to call on the heaven, because there is no man that heareth, to take to witness the elements. Hear, O heaven, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord hath spoken. Give a hand, stretch it forth, O ye who have not yet been overwhelmed, to them who are undone through their drunkenness. Ye that are whole to them that are sick. Ye that are sober minded to them that are mad, that are giddily whirling round. Let no man, I beseech you, prefer the favour of his friend to his salvation. And let violence and rebuke look to one thing only, his benefit. When one has been seized by a fever, even slaves lay hold of their masters. For when that is pressing on him, throwing his mind into confusion, and a swarm of slaves are standing by, they recognize not the law of the master and servant in the calamity of the master. Let us collect ourselves, I exhort you. There are daily wars, submersions of towns, destructions innumerable all around us, and on every side the wrath of God is enclosing us as in a net. And we, as though we were well pleasing to him, are in security. We all make our hands ready for unjust gains, none for helping others. All for plundering, none for protecting. Each one is in earnest as to how he shall increase his possessions, no one as to how he shall aid the needy. Each one has much anxiety how he may add to his wealth, no one how he may save his soul. One fear possesses all, lest, you say, we should become poor. No man is in anguish and trembling, lest we should fall into hell. These things call for lamentations, these call for accusation, these call for reprobation. But I do not wish to speak of these things, but I am constrained by my grief. Forgive me. I am forced by sorrow to utter many things, even those which I do not wish. I see that our wound is grievous, that our calamity is beyond comfort, that woes have overtaken us greater than the consolation. We are undone. Oh, that my head were waters and mine eyes a fountain of tears, that I might lament. Let us weep, beloved, let us weep, let us groan. Possibly there may be some here who say, he talks to us of nothing but lamentation, nothing but tears. It was not my wish, believe me, it was not my wish, but rather to go through a course of commendations and praises. But now it is not the season for these. Beloved, it is not lamenting which is grievous, but the doing things which cause for lamentations. Sorrow is not the thing to shrink from, but the committing things that call for sorrow. Do not thou be punished, and I will not mourn. Do not die, and I will not weep. If the body indeed lies dead, thou callest on all to grieve with thee, and thinkest those without sympathy who do not mourn. And when the soul is perishing, dost thou tell us not to mourn? But I cannot be a father if I do not weep. I am a father full of affection. Hear how Paul exclaims, My little children, of whom I travail in birth again. What mother in childbirth utters cries so bitter as he? Would that it were possible for thee to see the very fire that is in my heart, and thou wouldest know that I burn with grief more intense than any woman, or gift that suffers untimely widowhood. She does not so mourn over her husband, nor any father over his son, as I do over this multitude that is here with us. I see no progress. Everything turns to calumnies and accusations. No man makes it his business to please God, but he says, Let us speak evil of such an one or such an one. Such an one is unfit to be among the clergy. Such an one does not lead a respectable life. When we ought to be grieving for our own evils, we judge others, whereas we ought not to do this, even when we are pure from sins. For who maketh thee to differ, he says, and what hast thou which thou didst not receive? But if thou hast received it, why dost thou glory, as though thou hadst not received it? And thou, why dost thou judge thy brother, being thyself full of innumerable evils? When thou saidst, Such an one is a bad man, and a spendthrift, and vicious, think of thyself, and examine strictly thy own condition, and thou wilt repent of what thou hast said. For there is no, not any, such powerful stimulus to virtue as the recollecting of our sins. If we turn over these two things in our minds, we shall be enabled to attain the promised blessings. We shall be enabled to cleanse ourselves and wipe away what is amiss. Only let us take serious thought some time. Let us be anxious about the matter, beloved. Let us grieve here in reflection, that we may not grieve yonder in punishment, but may enjoy the everlasting blessings, where pain and sorrow and sighing are fled away, that we may attain to the good things which surpass man's understanding, in Christ Jesus our Lord. For to him is glory and power, for ever and ever. Amen. End of Homily 23. Homily 24 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 24. Hebrews 11:13-16. These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. For they that say such things declare plainly that they seek a country. And truly, if they had been mindful of that country from whence they came out, they might have had opportunity to have returned. But now they desire a better country, that is, an heavenly. Wherefore God is not ashamed to be called their God, for he hath prepared for them a city. The first virtue, yea, the whole of virtue, is to be a stranger to this world, and a sojourner, and to have nothing in common with things here, but to hang loose from them, as from things strange to us, as those blessed disciples did, of whom he said, They wandered about in sheepskins and in goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom the world was not worthy. They called themselves therefore strangers, but Paul said somewhat much beyond this. For not merely did he call himself a stranger, but said that he was dead to the world, and that the world was dead to him. For the world, he says, has been crucified to me, and I to the world. But we, both citizens and quite alive, busy ourselves about everything here as citizens. And what righteous men were to the world, strangers and dead, that we are to heaven. And what they were to heaven, alive and acting as citizens, that we are to the world. Wherefore we are dead, because we have refused that which is truly life, and have chosen this which is but for a time. Wherefore we have provoked God to wrath, because when the enjoyments of heaven have been set before us, we are not willing to be separated from the things on earth, but, like worms, we turn about from the earth to the earth, and again from this to that, and in short are not willing to look up even for a little while, nor to withdraw ourselves from human affairs, but as if drowned in torpor and sleep and drunkenness, we are stupefied with imaginations. And as those who are under the power of sweet sleep lie on their bed, not only during the night, but even when the morning has overtaken them, and bright day has come, and are not ashamed to indulge in pleasure, and to make the season of business and activity a time of slumber and indolence, so truly we also, when the day is drawing near, when the night is far spent, or rather the day. For work, it is said, while it is day. When it is day, we practice all that belongs to the night, sleeping, dreaming, indulging in luxurious fancies, and the eyes of our understanding are closed as well as those of our body. We speak amiss, we talk absurdly. Even if a person inflict a deep wound upon us, if he carry off all our substance, if he set the very house on fire, we are not so much as conscious of it. Or rather, we do not even wait for others to do this, but we do it ourselves, piercing and wounding ourselves every day, lying in unseemly fashion, and stripped bare of all credit, all honour, neither ourselves concealing our shameful deeds, nor permitting others to do so, but lying exposed to public shame, to the ridicule, the numberless jests of spectators and passers-by. Do ye not suppose that the wicked themselves laugh at those who are of like character to themselves, and condemn them? For since God has placed within us a tribunal which cannot be bribed, nor ever utterly destroyed, even though we come to the very lowest depth of vice, therefore even the wicked themselves give sentence against themselves. And if one call them that which they are ashamed, they are angry, they say that it is an insult. Thus they condemn what they do, even if not by their deeds, yet by their words, by their conscience, nay, rather even by their deeds. For when they carry on their practices out of sight and secretly, they give the strongest proof of the opinion they hold concerning the thing itself. For wickedness is so manifest that all men are its accusers, even those who follow after it, while such is the quality of virtue that it is admired even by those who do not emulate it. For even the fornicator will praise chastity, and the covetous will condemn injustice, and the passionate will admire patience, and blame quarrelsomeness, and the wanton will blame wantonness. How then, you say, does he pursue these things? From excessive indolence, not because he judges it good, otherwise he would not have been ashamed of the thing itself, nor would he have denied it when another accused him. Nay, many when caught, not enduring the shame, have even hanged themselves. So strong is the witness within us in behalf of what is good and becoming. Thus what is good is brighter than the sun, and the contrary more unsightly than anything. The saints were strangers and sojourners. How and in what way? And where does Abraham confess himself a stranger and a sojourner? Probably indeed he even himself confessed it. But David both confessed, I am a stranger, and what? As all my fathers were. For they who dwell in tents, they who purchase even burial places for money, evidently were in some sense strangers, as they had not even where to bury their dead. What then? Did they mean that they were strangers from the land that is in Palestine? By no means, but in respect of the whole world, and with reason. For they saw therein none of the things which they wished for, but everything foreign and strange. They indeed wished to practise virtue, but here there was much wickedness, and things were quite foreign to them. They had no friend, no familiar acquaintance, save only some few. But how were they strangers? They had no care for things here, and this they showed not by words, but by their deeds. In what way? He said to Abraham, Leave that which seems thy country, and come to one that is foreign. And he did not cleave to his kindred, but gave it up as unconcernedly as if he were about to leave a foreign land. He said to him, Offer up thy son. And he offered him up as if he had no son, as if he had divested himself of his nature, so he offered him up. The wealth which he had acquired was common to all passers-by, and this he accounted as nothing. He yielded the first places to others, he threw himself into dangers, he suffered troubles innumerable. He built no splendid houses, he enjoyed no luxuries, he had no care about dress, which all are things of this world, but lived in all respects as belonging to the city yonder. He showed hospitality? brotherly love, mercifulness, forbearance, contempt for wealth, and for present glory, and for all else. And his Son too was such as himself. When he was driven away, when war was made on him, he yielded and gave way as being in a foreign land. For foreigners, whatever they suffer, endure it, as not being in their own country. When even his wife was taken from him, he endured this also as being in a strange land, and lived in all respects as one whose home was above, showing sober-mindedness and a well-ordered life. For after he had begotten a son, he had no more commerce with his wife, and it was when the flower of his youth had passed that he married her, showing that he did it not from passion, but in subservience to the promise of God. And what did Jacob? Did he not seek bread only and raiment, which are asked for by those who are truly strangers, by those that have come to great poverty? When he was driven out, did he not as a stranger give place? Did he not serve for hire? Did he not suffer afflictions innumerable, everywhere, as a stranger? And these things, he says, they said, seeking their own country. Ah, how great is the difference! They indeed were in travail pains each day, wishing to be released from this world, and to return to their country. But we, on the contrary, if a fever attack us, neglecting everything, weeping like little children, are frightened at death. Not without reason we are thus affected. For since we do not live here like strangers, nor as if hastening to our country, but are like persons that are going away to punishment, therefore we grieve, because we have not used circumstances as we ought, but have turned order upside down. Hence we grieve when we ought to rejoice. Hence we shudder, like murderers or robber chiefs, when they are going to be brought before the judgment seat, and are thinking over all the things they have done, and therefore are fearful and trembling. They, however, were not such, but pressed on. And Paul even groaned. And we, he says, that are in this tabernacle do groan, being burdened. Such were they who were with Abraham. Strangers, he says, they were in respect of the whole world, and they sought a country. What sort of country was this? Was it that which they had left? By no means. For what hindered them if they wished, from returning again and becoming citizens? But they sought that which is in heaven. Thus they desired their departure hence, and so they pleased God. For God was not ashamed to be called their God. Ah, how great a dignity! He vouchsafed to be called their God. What dost thou say? He is called the God of the earth, and the God of heaven, and hast thou set it down as a great thing that he is not ashamed to be called their God? Great and truly great this is, and a proof of exceeding blessedness. How? Because he is called God of earth and of heaven, as also of the Gentiles, in that he created and formed them, but God of those holy men, not in this sense, but as some true friend. And I will make it plain to you by an example, as in the case of slaves in large households, when any of those placed over the household are very highly esteemed, and manage everything themselves, and can use great freedom towards their masters, the master is called after them, and one may find many so called. But what do I say? As we might say the God, not of the Gentiles, but of the world, so we might say the God of Abraham. But you do not know how great a dignity this is, because we do not attain to it. For as now he is called the Lord of all Christians, and yet the name goes beyond our deserts. Consider the greatness if he were called the God of one person. He who is called the God of the whole world is not ashamed to be called the God of 3 men, and with good reason. For the saints would turn the scale, I do not say against the world, but against 10,000 such. For one man who doeth the will of the Lord is better than 10,000 transgressors. Now that they called themselves strangers in this sense is manifest. But supposing that they said they were strangers on account of the strange land, why did David also call himself a stranger? Was not he a king? Was not he a prophet? Did he not spend his life in his own country? Why then does he say, I am a stranger and a sojourner? How art thou a stranger? As he says, all my fathers were. Seest thou that they too were strangers? We have a country, he means, but not really our country. But how art thou thyself a stranger? As to the earth. Therefore they also were strangers in respect of the earth. For as they were, he says, so also am I, and as he, so they too. Let us even now become strangers, that God may not be ashamed of us to be called our God. For it is a shame to him when he is called the God of the wicked, and he also is ashamed of them, as he is glorified when he is called the God of the good and the kind, and of them that cultivate virtue. For if we decline to be called the masters of our wicked slaves, and give them up, and should any one come to us and say, Such a one does innumerable bad things, he is your slave, is he not? We immediately say, By no means, to get rid of the disgrace. For a slave has a close relation to his master, and the discredit passes from the one to the other. But they were so illustrious, so full of confidence, that not only was he not ashamed to be called from them, but he even himself says, I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Let us also, my beloved, become strangers, that God may not be ashamed of us, that he may not be ashamed, and deliver us up to hell. Such were they who said, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have done many wonderful works? But see what Christ says to them, I know you not. The very thing which masters would do when wicked slaves run to them, wishing to be rid of the disgrace. I know you not, he says. How then dost thou punish those whom thou knowest not? I said, I know not, in a different sense. That is, I deny you and renounce you. But God forbid that we should hear this fatal and terrible utterance. For if they who cast out demons and prophesied were denied, because their life was not suitable thereto, how much more we? And how, you ask, is it possible that they should be denied, who have shown prophetic powers, and wrought miracles, and cast out demons? Is it probable they were afterwards changed, and became wicked, and therefore were nothing benefited even by their former virtue? For not only ought we to have our beginnings splendid, but the end also more splendid still. For tell me, does not the orator take pains to make the end of his speech splendid, that he may retire with applause? Does not the public officer make the most splendid display at the close of his administration? The wrestler, if he do not make a more splendid display and conquer unto the end, and if, after vanquishing all, he be vanquished by the last, is not all unprofitable to him? Should the pilot have crossed the whole ocean, yet if he wreck his vessel at the port, has he not lost all his former labour? And what of the physician? If, after he has freed the sick man from his disease, when he is on the point of discharging him cured, he should then destroy him, has he not destroyed everything? So too in respect of virtue. As many as have not added an end suitable to the beginning, and in unison and harmony with it, are ruined and undone. Such are they who have sprung forth from the starting place bright and exalting, and afterwards have become faint and feeble. Therefore they are both deprived of the prize, and are not acknowledged by their master. Let us listen to these things, those of us who are in love of wealth, for this is the greatest iniquity. For the love of money is the root of all evil. Let us listen, those of us who wish to make our present possessions greater. Let us listen and sometimes cease from our covetousness, that we may not hear the same things as they will hear. Let us listen to them now, and be on our guard, that we may not hear them then. Let us listen now with fear, that we may not then listen with vengeance. Depart from me, he says, I never knew you. No, not even then he means when ye made a display of prophesyings, and were casting out demons. It is probable that he also here hints at something else, that even then they were wicked, and from the beginning grace wrought even by the unworthy. For if it wrought through Balaam, how much more through the unworthy, for the sake of those who shall profit by it. But if even signs and wonders did not avail to deliver from punishment, much more if a man happened to be in the priestly dignity, even if he reached the highest honour, even if grace work in him to ordination, even if unto all the other things, for the sake of those who need his leadership, he also shall hear, I never knew thee, no, not even then when grace wrought in thee. Oh, how strict shall the search be there as to purity of life! How does that of itself suffice to introduce us into the kingdom? While the absence of it gives up the man to destruction, though we have 10,000 miracles and signs to show. For nothing is so pleasing to God as an excellent course of life. If he love me, he declares, he did not say, work miracles, but what? Keep my commandments. And again, I call you friends, not when ye cast out demons, but if ye keep my words. For those things come of the gift of God, but these after the gift of God, of our own diligence also. Let us strive to become friends of God, and not remain enemies to him. These things we are ever saying, these exhortations we are ever giving, both to ourselves and to you, but nothing more is gained. Wherefore also I am afraid. I would have wished indeed to be silent, so as not to increase your danger. For when a person often hears, and even so does not act, this is to provoke the Lord to anger. But I fear also myself that other danger, that of silence, if when I am appointed to the ministering of the word, I should hold my peace. What shall we then do that we may be saved? Let us begin the practice of virtue, as we have opportunity. Let us portion out the virtues to ourselves, as labourers do their husbandry. In this month let us master evil speaking, injuriousness, unjust anger, and let us lay down a law for ourselves, and say, Today let us set this right. Again in this month let us school ourselves in forbearance, and in another in some other virtue. And when we have got into the habit of this virtue, let us go to another, just as in the things we learn at school, guarding what is already gained and acquiring others. After this, let us proceed to contempt for riches. First, let us restrain our hands from grasping, and then let us give alms. Let us not simply confound everything, with the same hands both slaying and showing mercy forsooth. After this, let us go to some other virtue, and from that to another. Filthiness and foolish talking and jesting, let it not be even named among you. Let us be thus far in the right way. There is no need of spending money, there is no need of labour, none of sweat. It is enough to have only the will, and all is done. There is no need to travel a long way, nor to cross a boundless ocean, but to be in earnest and of ready mind, and to put a bridle on the tongue. Unseasonable reproaches, anger, disorderly lust, luxuriousness, expensiveness, let us cast off, and the desire of wealth also from our soul, perjury and habitual oaths. If we thus cultivate ourselves, plucking out the former thorns, and casting in the heavenly seed, we shall be able to attain the good things promised. For the husbandman will come and will lay us up in his garner, and we shall attain to all good things, which may we all attain by the grace and loving kindness of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom to the Father together with the Holy Ghost be glory, power, honor, now and forever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 24. Homily 25 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 25. Hebrews 11:17 through 19. By faith Abraham, when he was tried, offered up Isaac, and he that had received the promises offered up his only begotten son, of whom it was said, That in Isaac shall thy seed be called, accounting that God was able to raise him up even from the dead, from whence also he received him in a figure. Great indeed was the faith of Abraham, for while in the case of Abel and of Noah and of Enoch there was an opposition of reasonings only, and it was necessary to go beyond human reasonings. In this case it was necessary not only to go beyond human reasonings, but to manifest also something more. For what was of God seemed to be opposed to what was of God, and faith opposed faith, and command promise. I mean this: He had said, Get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred, and I will give thee this land. He gave him none inheritance in it, no, not so much as to set his foot on. Seest thou how what was done was opposed to the promise? Again he said, In Isaac shall thy seed be called, and he believed. And again he says, Sacrifice to me this one, who was to fulfill all the world from his seed. Thou seest the opposition between the commands and the promise. He enjoined things that were in contradiction to the promises, and yet not even so did the righteous man stagger, nor say he had been deceived. For you indeed, he means, could not say this, that he promised ease and gave tribulation. For in our case, the things which he promised, these also he performs. How so? In the world, he says, ye shall have tribulation. He that taketh not his cross and followeth me is not worthy of me. He that hateth not his life shall not find it. And he that forsaketh not all that he hath, and followeth after me, is not worthy of me. And again, Ye shall be brought before rulers and kings for my sake. And again, a man's foes shall be they of his own household. But the things which pertain to rest are yonder. But with regard to Abraham it was different. He was enjoined to do what was opposed to the promises, and yet not even so was he troubled, nor did he stagger, nor think he had been deceived. But you endure nothing except what was promised, yet you are troubled. He heard the opposite of the promises from him who made them, and yet he was not disturbed, but did them as if they had been in harmony therewith. For they were in harmony, being opposed indeed according to human calculations, but in harmony when viewed by faith. And how this was, the Apostle himself has taught us by saying, accounting that God was able to raise him up even from the dead. By the same faith he means, by which he believed that God gave what was not, and raised up the dead, by the same was he persuaded that he would also raise him up after he had been slain in sacrifice. For it was alike impossible, to human calculation I mean, from a womb which was dead and grown old, and already become useless for childbearing to give a child, and to raise again one who had been slain. But his previous faith prepared the way for things to come. And see, the good things came first, and the hard things afterwards, in his old age. But for you, on the contrary, he says, the sad things are first, and the good things last. This for those who dare to say, He has promised us the good things after death, perhaps He has deceived us. He shows that God is able to raise up even from the dead. And if God be able to raise from the dead, without all doubt He will pay all that He has promised. But if Abraham so many years before believed that God is able to raise from the dead, much more ought we to believe it. Thou seest what I at first said, the death had not yet entered in, and yet He drew them at once to the hope of the resurrection, and led them to such full assurance that when bidden, they even slay their own sons, and readily offer up those from whom they expected to people the world. And He shows another thing too, by saying that God tempted Abraham. What then? Did not God know that the man was noble and approved? Why then did He tempt him? Not that he might himself learn, but that he might show to others, and make his fortitude manifest to all. And here also He shows the cause of trials, that they may not suppose that they suffer these things as being forsaken of God. For in their case indeed it was necessary that they should be tried, because there were many who persecuted or plotted against them. But in Abraham's case, what need was there to devise trials for him which did not exist? Now this trial, it is evident, was by His command. The others indeed happened by His allowance, but this even by His command. If then temptations make men approved in such wise that, even when there is no occasion, God exercises His own athletes, much more ought we to bear all things nobly. And here He said emphatically, By faith when he was tried, he offered up Isaac. For there was no other cause for his bringing the offering but that. After this He pursues the same thought. No one, He says, could allege that he had another son, and expected the promise to be fulfilled from him, and therefore confidently offered up this one. And his words are, He offered up His only begotten, who had received the promises. Why sayest thou only begotten? What then? Of whom was Ishmael sprung? I mean only begotten, he would say, so far as relates to the word of the promise. Therefore after saying, only begotten, showing that He says it for this reason, He added, of whom it was said, In Isaac shall thy seed be called, that is, from him. Seest thou how He admires what was done by the patriarch? In Isaac shall thy seed be called, and that son He brought to be sacrificed. Afterwards, that no one may suppose He does this in despair, and in consequence of this command had cast away that faith, but may understand that this also was truly of faith, He says that He retained that faith also, although it seemed to be at variance with this. But it was not at variance, for He did not measure the power of God by human reasonings, but committed all to faith. And hence He was not afraid to say that God was able to raise him up even from the dead. From whence also He received him in a figure, that is, in idea. By the ram, He means. How? The ram having been slain, he was saved, so that by means of the ram He received him again, having slain it in his stead. But these things were types. For here it is the Son of God who is slain. And observe, I beseech you, how great is His loving kindness. For inasmuch as a great favour was to be given to men, He, wishing to do this, not by favour, but as a debtor, arranges that a man should first give up his own son on account of God's command, in order that he himself might seem to be doing nothing great in giving up his own son, since a man had done this before him, that he might be supposed to do it not of grace, but of debt. For we wish to do this kindness also to those whom we love, others, to appear first to have received some little thing from them, and so give them all. And we boast more of the receiving than of the giving. And we do not say, We gave him this, but we received this from him. From whence also, are his words, he received him in a figure, that is to say, as in a riddle, for the ram was as it were a figure of Isaac, or as in a type. For since the sacrifice had been completed, and Isaac slain in purpose, therefore he gave him to the patriarch. Thou seest that what I am constantly saying is shown in this case also. When we have proved that our mind is made perfect, and have shown that we disregard earthly things, then earthly things also are given to us, but not before, lest being bound to them already, receiving them we should be bound still. Loose thyself from thy slavery first, he says, and then receive, that thou mayest receive no longer as a slave, but as a master. Despise riches, and thou shalt be rich. Despise glory, and thou shalt be glorious. Despise the avenging thyself on thine enemies, and then shalt thou attain it. Despise repose, and then thou shalt receive it, that in receiving thou mayest receive not as a prisoner, nor as a slave, but as a free man. For as in the case of little children, when the child eagerly desires childish playthings, we hide them from him with much care, as a ball for instance, and such like things, that he may not be hindered from necessary things. But when he thinks little of them, and no longer longs for them, we give them fearlessly, knowing that henceforth no harm can come to him from them, the desire no longer having strength enough to draw him away from things necessary. So God also, when He sees that we no longer eagerly desire the things of this world, thenceforward permits us to use them, for we possess them as free men and men, not as children. For in proof that if thou despise the avenging thyself on thine enemies, thou wilt then attain it, hear what he says. If thine enemy hunger, feed him; if he thirst, give him drink. And he added, for in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. And again, that if thou despise riches, thou shalt then obtain them, hear Christ saying, There is no man which hath left father or mother, or house or brethren, who shall not receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. And that if thou despise glory, thou shalt then attain it, again hear Christ Himself saying, He that will be first among you, let him be your minister. And again, for whosoever shall humble himself, he shall be exalted. What sayest thou? If I give drink to mine enemy, do I then punish him? If I give up my goods, do I then possess them? If I humble myself, shall I then be exalted? Yea, he says, for such is my power, to give contraries by means of contraries. I abound in resources and in contrivances. Be not afraid. The nature of things follows my will, not I attend upon nature. I do all things, I am not controlled by them, wherefore also I am able to change their form and order. And why dost thou wonder if it is so in these instances? For thou wilt find the same also in all others. If thou injure, thou art injured. If thou art injured, then thou art uninjured. If thou punish, then thou hast not punished another, but hast punished thyself. For he that loveth iniquity, it is said, hateth his own soul. Seest thou that thou dost not injure, but art injured? Therefore also Paul says, Why do ye not rather take wrong? Dost thou not see that this is not to be wronged? When thou insultest, then art thou insulted. And most persons partly know this, as when they say one to another, Let us go away, do not disgrace yourself. Why? Because the difference is great between thee and him, for however much thou insultest him, he accounts it a credit. Let us consider this in all cases, and be above insults. I will tell you how. Should we have a contest with him who wears the purple, let us consider that in insulting him we insult ourselves, for we become worthy to be disgraced. Tell me, what dost thou mean? When thou art a citizen of heaven, and hast the philosophy that is above, dost thou disgrace thyself with him that mindeth earthly things? For though he be in possession of countless riches, though he be in power, he does not as yet know the good that is therein. Do not in insulting him insult thyself. Spare thyself, not him. Honour thyself, not him. Is there not some proverb such as this, He that honoureth, honoureth himself? With good reason, for he honours not the other, but himself. Hear what a certain wise man says: Do honour to thy soul according to the dignity thereof. According to the dignity thereof, what is this? If he have defrauded, it means, do not thou defraud. If he has insulted, do not thou insult. Tell me, I pray thee, if some poor man has taken away clay thrown out of thy yard, wouldest thou for this have summoned a court of justice? Surely not. Why? Lest thou shouldest disgrace thyself, lest all men should condemn thee. The same also happens in this case. For the rich man is poor, and the more rich he is, the poorer he is in that which is indeed poverty. Gold is clay cast out in the yard, not lying in thy house, for thy house is heaven. For this, then, wilt thou summon a court of justice, and will not the citizens on high condemn thee? Will they not cast thee out from their country, who art so mean, who art so shabby, as to choose to fight for a little clay? For if the world were thine, and then some one had taken it, oughtest thou to pay any attention to it? Knowest thou not that if thou wert to take the world 10 times, or 100 times, or 10,000 times, and twice that, it is not to be compared with the least of the good things in heaven? He then who admires the things here slights those yonder, since he judges these worthy of exertion, though so inferior to the other. Nay, rather indeed he will not be able to admire those other. For how can he, whilst he is passionately excited towards these earthly things? Let us cut through the cords and entanglements, for this is what earthly things are. How long shall we be stooping down? How long shall we plot one against another, like wild beasts, like fishes? Nay, rather, the wild beasts do not plot against each other, but against animals of a different tribe. A bear, for instance, does not readily kill a bear, nor a serpent kill a serpent, having respect for the sameness of race. But thou, with one of the same race, and having innumerable claims, as common origin, rational faculties, the knowledge of God, 10,000 other things, the force of nature, him who is thy kinsman, and partaker of the same nature, him thou killest, and involvest in evils innumerable. For what if thou dost not thrust thy sword, nor plunge thy right hand into his neck, other things more grievous than this thou doest, when thou involvest him in innumerable evils? For if thou hadst done the other, thou wouldest freed him from anxiety, but now thou encompassest him with hunger, with slavery, with feelings of discouragement, with many sins. These things I say, and shall not cease to say, not as preparing you to commit murder, nor as urging you to some crime short of that, but that you may not be confident, as if you were not to give account. For it says, He that taketh away a livelihood, and asketh bread, it says. Let us at length keep our hands to ourselves, or rather, let us not keep them, but stretch them out honourably, not for grasping, but for almsgiving. Let us not have our hand unfruitful nor withered, for the hand which doeth not alms is withered, and that which is also grasping is polluted and unclean. Let no one eat with such hands, for this is an insult to those invited. For tell me, if a man, when he has made us lie down on tapestry, and a soft couch, and linen interwoven with gold, in a great and splendid house, and had set by us a great multitude of attendants, and had prepared a tray of silver and gold, and filled it with many dainties of great cost, and of all sorts, then urged us to eat, provided we would only endure his besmearing his hands with mire or with human ordure, and so sitting down to meat with us. Would any man endure this infliction? Would he not rather have considered it an insult? Indeed, I think he would, and would have gone straightway off. But now, in fact, thou seest not hands filled with what is indeed filth, but even the very food, and yet thou dost not go off, nor flee, nor find fault. Nay, if he be a person in authority, thou even accountest it a grand affair, and destroyest thine own soul in eating such things. For covetousness is worse than any mire, for it pollutes not the body but the soul, and makes it hard to be washed. Thou therefore, though thou seest him that sitteth at meat defiled with this filth both on his hands and his face, and his house filled with it, nay, and his table also full of it, for dung, or if there be anything more unclean than that, it is not so unclean and polluted as those viands. Dost thou feel as if forsooth thou wert highly honoured, and as if thou wert going to enjoy thyself? And dost thou not fear Paul, who allows us to go without restraint to the tables of the heathen if we wish, but not even if we wish, to those of the covetous? For if any man who is called a brother, he says, meaning here by brother every one who is a believer simply, not him who leads a solitary life. For what is it which makes brotherhood? The washing of regeneration, the being able to call God our Father, so that he that is a monk, if he be a catechumen, is not a brother, but the believer though he be in the world, is a brother. If any man, saith he, that is called a brother. For at that time there was not even a trace of any one leading a monastic life, but this blessed apostle addressed all his discourse to persons in the world. If any man, he says, that is called a brother, be a fornicator, or covetous, or a drunkard, with such an one, know not to eat. But not so with respect to the heathen. But if any of them that believe not, meaning the heathen, bid you, and ye be disposed to go, whatsoever is set before you, eat. If any man that is called brother be, he says, a drunkard. Oh, what strictness! Yet we not only do not avoid drunkards, but even go to their houses, partaking of what they set before us. Therefore all things are upside down, all things are in confusion, and overthrown, and ruined. For tell me, if any such person should invite thee to a banquet, thee who are accounted poor and mean, and then should hear thee say, inasmuch as the things set before me are the fruit of overreaching, I will not endure to defile my soul. Would he not be mortified? Would he not be confounded? Would he not be ashamed? This alone were sufficient to correct him, and to make him call himself wretched for his wealth, and admire thee for thy poverty, if he saw himself with so great earnestness despised by thee. But we are become, I know not why, servants of men, though Paul cries aloud throughout, Be not ye the servants of men. Whence then have we become servants of men? Because we first became servants of the belly, and of money, and of glory, and of all the rest. We gave up the liberty which Christ bestowed on us. What then awaiteth him who is become a servant, tell me? Hear Christ saying, The servant abideth not in the house for ever. Thou hast a declaration complete in itself, that he never entereth into the kingdom, for this is what the house means. For he says, In my Father's house are many mansions. The servant, then, abideth not in the house for ever. By servant he means him who is the servant of sin. But he that abideth not in the house for ever, abideth in hell for ever, having no consolation from any quarter. Nay, to this point of wickedness are matters come, that they even give alms out of these ill-gotten gains, and many received them. Therefore our boldness is broken down, and we are not able to rebuke any one. But however, henceforward at least, let us flee the mischief arising from this, and ye who have rolled yourselves in this mire, cease from such defilement, and restrain your rage for such banquets, if even now we may by any means be able to have God propitious to us, and to attain to the good things which have been promised, which may we all obtain in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father, together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, power, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 25. Homily 26 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 26. Hebrews 11:20-22. By faith Isaac blessed Jacob and Esau concerning things to come. By faith Jacob, when he was dying, blessed both the sons of Joseph, and worshipped leaning on the top of his staff. By faith Joseph, when he died, made mention of the departing of the children of Israel, and gave commandment concerning his bones. Many prophets and righteous men, it is said, have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. Did then those righteous men know all the things to come? Yea, most certainly. For if because of the weakness of those who were not able to receive him, the Son was not revealed, he was with good reason revealed to those conspicuous in virtue. This Paul also says, that they knew the things to come, that is, the resurrection of Christ. Or he does not mean this, but that by faith concerning things to come means not concerning the world to come, but concerning things to come in this world. For how, except by faith, could a man sojourning in a strange land give such blessings? But on the other hand, he obtained the blessing, and yet did not receive it. Thou seest that what I said with regard to Abraham may be said also of Jacob, that they did not enjoy the blessing, but the blessings went to his posterity, while he himself obtained the things to come. For we find that his brother rather enjoyed the blessing. For Jacob spent all his time in servitude and working as a hireling, and amid dangers and plots and deceits and fears. And when he was asked by Pharaoh, he says, "Few and evil have my days been," while the other living in independence and great security, and afterwards was an object of terror to Jacob. Where then did the blessings come to their accomplishment, save in the world to come? Seest thou that from the beginning the wicked have enjoyed things here, but the righteous the contrary? Not however all. For behold, Abraham was a righteous man, and he enjoyed things here as well, though with affliction and trials. For indeed wealth was all he had, seeing all else relating to him was full of affliction. For it is impossible that the righteous man should not be afflicted, though he be rich. For when he is willing to be overreached, to be wronged, to suffer all other things, he must be afflicted. So that although he enjoy wealth, yet is it not without grief. Why, you ask? Because he is in affliction and distress. But if at that time the righteous were in affliction, much more now. By faith, he says, Isaac blessed Jacob and Esau concerning things to come. And yet Esau was the elder, but he puts Jacob first for his excellence. Seest thou how great was his faith? Whence did he promise to his son so great blessings? Entirely from his having faith in God. By faith, Jacob, when he was dying, blessed both the sons of Joseph. Here we ought to set down the blessings entire, in order that both his faith and his prophesying may be made manifest. And worshipped leaning, he says, upon the top of his staff. Here he means he not only spoke, but was even so confident about the future things as to show it also by his act. For inasmuch as another king was about to arise from Ephraim, therefore it is said, and bowed himself upon the top of his staff. That is, even though he was now an old man, he bowed himself to Joseph, showing the obeisance of the whole people, which was to be directed to him. And this indeed had already taken place, when his brethren bowed down to him. But it was afterwards to come to pass through the 10 tribes. Seest thou how he foretold the things which were to be afterwards? Seest thou how great faith they had, how they believed concerning the things to come? For some of the things here, the things present, are examples of patience only, and of enduring ill treatment, and of receiving nothing good. For instance, what is mentioned in the case of Abraham, in the case of Abel. But others are examples of faith, as in the case of Noah, that there is a God, that there is a recompense. For faith in this place is manifold, both of there being a recompense, and of awaiting it, not under the same conditions, and of wrestling before the prizes. And the things also which concern Joseph are of faith only. Joseph heard that God had made a promise to Abraham, that he had engaged his word, to thee and to thy seed will I give this land. And though in a strange land, and not yet seeing the engagement fulfilled, but never faltered even so, but so believed as even to speak of the Exodus, and to give commandment concerning his bones. He then not only believed himself, but led on the rest also to faith, that having the Exodus always in mind, for he would not have given commandment concerning his bones, unless he had been fully assured of this, they might look for their return to Canaan. Wherefore when some men say, See, even the righteous men had care about their sepulchres, let us reply to them, that it was for this reason. For he knew that the earth is the Lord's, and all that therein is. He could not indeed have been ignorant of this, who lived in so great philosophy, who spent his whole life in Egypt. And yet if he had wished, it was possible for him to return, and not to mourn or vex himself. But when he had taken up his father thither, why did he enjoin them to carry up thence his own bones also? Evidently for this reason. But what? Tell me, are not the bones of Moses himself laid in a strange land, and those of Aaron, of Daniel, of Jeremiah? And as to those of the apostles, we do not know where those of most of them are laid. For of Peter indeed, and Paul, and John, and Thomas, the sepulchres are well known, but those of the rest, being so many, have nowhere become known. Let us not therefore lament at all about this, nor be so little minded. For wherever we may be buried, the earth is the Lord's, and all that therein is. Certainly what must take place, does take place. To mourn, however, and lament, and bewail the departed, arises from littleness of mind. Verse 23. By faith Moses, when he was born, was hid 3 months of his parents. Dost thou see that in this case they hoped for things on the earth after their death? And many things were fulfilled after their death. This is for some who say, After death those things were done for them, which they did not obtain while alive, nor did they believe would be after their death. Moreover, Joseph did not say, He gave not the land to me in my lifetime, nor to my father, nor to my grandfather, whose excellence too ought to have been reverenced. And will he vouchsafe to these wretched people what he did not vouchsafe to them? He said nothing of all this, but by faith he both conquered and went beyond all these things. He has named Abel, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, all illustrious and admirable men. Again he makes the encouragement greater by bringing down the matter to ordinary persons. For that the admirable should feel thus is nothing wonderful, and to appear inferior to them is not so dreadful. But to show oneself inferior even to people without names, this is the dreadful thing. And he begins with the parents of Moses, obscure persons, who had nothing so great as their son had. Therefore also he goes on to increase the strangeness of what he says by enumerating even women that were harlots, and widows. For by faith, he says, the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed not, when she had received the spies with peace. And he mentions the rewards not only of belief, but also of unbelief, as in the case of Noah. But at present we must speak of the parents of Moses. Pharaoh gave orders that all the male children should be destroyed, and none had escaped the danger. Whence did these expect to save their child? From faith. What sort of faith? They saw, he says, that he was a proper child. The very sight drew them on to faith. Thus from the beginning, yea, from the very swaddling clothes, great was the grace that was poured out on that righteous man, this being not the work of nature. For observe, the child immediately on its birth appears fair and not disagreeable to the sight. Whose work was this? Not that of nature, but of the grace of God, which also stirred up and strengthened that barbarian woman, the Egyptian, and took and drew her on. And yet in truth faith had not a sufficient foundation in their case. For what was it to believe from sight? But you, he would say, believe from facts, and have many pledges of faith. For the receiving with joyfulness the spoiling of their goods, and other such things, were evidences of faith and of patience. But inasmuch as these Hebrews also had believed, and yet afterwards had become faint-hearted, he shows that the faith of those saints of old also was long continued, as, for instance, that of Abraham, although the circumstances seem to contend against it. And, he says, they were not afraid of the king's commandment, although that was in operation. But this, their hope respecting their child, was simply a kind of bare expectation. And this indeed was the act of his parents. But Moses himself, what did he contribute? Next again an example appropriate to them, or rather greater than that. For saith he, verses 24 through 26, By faith Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Egypt. For he had respect unto the recompense of the reward. As though he had said to them, No one of you has left a palace, yea, a splendid palace, nor such treasures, nor, when he might have been a king's son, has he despised this, as Moses did. And that he did not simply leave these things, he expressed by saying, he refused. That is, he hated, he turned away. For when heaven was set before him, it was superfluous to admire an Egyptian palace. And see how admirably Paul has put it. He did not say, esteeming heaven and the things in heaven, greater riches than the treasures of Egypt, but what? The reproach of Christ. For the being reproached for the sake of Christ he accounted better than being thus at ease, and this itself by itself was reward. Choosing rather, he says, to suffer affliction with the people of God. For ye indeed suffer on your own account, but he chose to suffer for others, and voluntarily threw himself into so many dangers, when it was in his power both to live religiously and to enjoy good things. Then, he says, to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season. He called unwillingness to suffer affliction with the rest, sin. This, he says, Moses accounted to be sin. If then he accounted it sin not to be ready to suffer affliction with the rest, it follows that the suffering affliction must be a great good, since he threw himself into it from the royal palace. But this he did, seeing some great things before him, esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Egypt. What is the reproach of Christ? It is being reproached in such ways as ye are, the reproach which Christ endured, or that he endured for Christ's sake. For that rock was Christ, the being reproached as you are. But what is the reproach of Christ? That because we repudiate the ways of our fathers, we are reproached, that we are evil entreated when we have run to God. It was likely that he also was reproached, when it was said to him, Wilt thou kill me as thou killedst the Egyptian yesterday? This is the reproach of Christ, to be ill-treated to the end and to the last breath, as he himself was reproached and heard, If thou be the Son of God, from those for whom he was crucified, from those who were of the same race. This is the reproach of Christ, when a man is reproached by those of his own family, or by those whom he is benefiting. For Moses also suffered these things from the man who had been benefited by him. In these words he encouraged them, by showing that even Christ suffered these things, and Moses also, two illustrious persons, so that this is rather the reproach of Christ than of Moses, inasmuch as he suffered these things from his own. But neither did the one send forth lightnings, nor the other feel any anger, but he was reviled and endured all things, whilst they wagged their heads. Since therefore it was probable that they, the readers, also would hear such things, and would long for the recompense, he says that even Christ and Moses had suffered the like. So then ease is the portion of sin, but to be reproached of Christ. For what then dost thou wish? The reproach of Christ, or ease? Verse 27. By faith he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible. What dost thou say? That he did not fear? And yet the Scripture says that when he heard, he was afraid, and for this cause provided for safety by flight, and stole away, and secretly withdrew himself, and afterwards he was exceedingly afraid. Observe the expressions with care. He said, not fearing the wrath of the king, with reference to his even presenting himself again. For it would have been the part of one who was afraid not to undertake again his championship, nor to have any hand in the matter. That he did however again undertake it, was the part of one who committed all to God. For he did not say, He is seeking me, and is busy in the search, and I cannot bear again to engage in this matter. So that even flight was an act of faith. Why then did he not remain, you say? That he might not cast himself into a foreseen danger, for this finally would have been tempting God, to leap into the midst of dangers, and say, Let us see whether God will save me. And this the devil said to Christ, Cast thyself down. Seest thou that it is a diabolical thing to throw ourselves into danger without cause and for no purpose, and to try whether God will save us? For he, Moses, could no longer be their champion when they who were receiving benefits were so ungrateful. It would therefore have been a foolish and senseless thing to remain there. But all these things were done, because he endured as seeing him who is invisible. If then we too always see God with our mind, if we always think in remembrance of him, all things will appear endurable to us, all things tolerable. We shall bear them all easily, we shall be above them all. For if a person seeing one whom he loves, or rather remembering him, is roused in spirit, and elevated in thought, and bears all things easily, while He delights in the remembrance, one who has in mind Him who was vouchsafed to love us indeed, and remembers Him, when will he either feel anything painful, or dread anything fearful or dangerous? When will he be of cowardly spirit? Never. For all things appear to us difficult, because we do not have the remembrance of God as we ought, because we do not carry Him about alway in our thoughts. For surely He might justly say to us, Thou hast forgotten me, I also will forget thee. And so the evil becomes twofold, both that we forget Him and He us. For these two things are involved in each other, yet are two. For great is the effect of God's remembrance, and great also of His being remembered by us. The result of the one is that we choose good things, of the other that we accomplish them and bring them to their end. Therefore the prophet says, I will remember thee from the land of Jordan, and from the little hill of Hermon. The people which were in Babylon say this, Being there, I will remember thee. Therefore let us also, as being in Babylon, do the same. For although we are not sitting among warlike foes, yet we are among enemies. For some of them indeed were sitting as captives, but others did not even feel their captivity, as Daniel, as the 3 children, who even while they were in captivity became in that very country more glorious even than the king who had carried them captive. And he who had taken them captive does obeisance to the captives. Dost thou see how great virtue is? When they were in actual captivity, He waited on them as masters. He therefore was the captive rather than they. It would not have been so marvellous if when they were in their native country He had come and done them reverence in their own land, or if they had been rulers there. But the marvellous thing is, that after He had bound them, and taken them captive, and had them in His own country, He was not ashamed to do them reverence in the sight of all, and to offer an oblation. Do you see that the really splendid things are those which relate to God, whereas human things are a shadow? He knew not, it seems, that He was leading away masters for Himself, and that He cast into the furnace those whom He was about to worship. But to them these things were as a dream. Let us fear God, beloved, let us fear Him. Even should we be in captivity, we are more glorious than all men. Let the fear of God be present with us, and nothing will be grievous. Even though thou speak of poverty, or of disease, or of captivity, or of slavery, or of any other grievous thing. Nay, even these very things will themselves work together for us the other way. These men were captives, and the king worshipped them. Paul was a tent maker, and they sacrificed to him as a god. Here a question arises. Why, you ask, did the apostles prevent the sacrifices, and rend their clothes, and divert them from their attempt, and say with earnest lamentation, What are ye doing? We also are men of like passions with you. Whereas Daniel did nothing of this kind. For that he also was humble, and referred the glory to God no less than they, is evident from many places. Especially indeed is it evident from the very fact of his being beloved by God. For if he had appropriated to himself the honour belonging to God, he would not have suffered him to live, much less to be in honour. Secondly, because even with great openness he said, And as to me, O king, this secret hath not been revealed to me through any wisdom that is in me. And again, he was in the den for God's sake, and when the prophet brought him food, he saith, For God hath remembered me. Thus humble and contrite was he. He was in the den for God's sake, and yet he counted himself unworthy of His remembrance, and of being heard. Yet we, though daring to commit innumerable pollutions, and being of all men most polluted, if we be not heard at our first prayer, draw back. Truly, great is the distance between them and us, as great as between heaven and earth, or if there be any greater. What sayest thou? After so many achievements, after the miracle which had been wrought in the den, dost thou account thyself so humble? Yea, he says, for what things soever we have done, we are unprofitable servants. Thus by anticipation did he fulfil the evangelical precept, and accounted himself nothing. For God hath remembered me, he said. His prayer again, of how great lowliness of mind it is full. And again the three children said thus, We have sinned, we have committed iniquity. And everywhere they show their humility. And yet Daniel had occasions innumerable for being puffed up, but he knew that these also came to him on account of his not being puffed up, and he did not destroy his treasure. For among all men, and in the whole world he was celebrated, not only because the king cast himself on his face and offered sacrifice to him, and accounted him to be a god, who was himself honoured as God in all parts of the world, for he ruled over the whole earth, and this is evident from Jeremiah, who putteth on the earth, saith he, as a garment. And again, I have given it to Nebuchadnezzar my servant. And again from what he, the king, says in his letter. And because he was held in admiration, not only in the place where he was, but everywhere, and was greater than if the rest of the nations had been present and seen him, when even by letters the king confessed his submission and the miracle. But yet again for his wisdom he was also held in admiration, for it is said, Art thou wiser than Daniel? And after all these things he was thus humble, dying 10,000 times for the Lord's sake. Why then, you ask, being so humble did he not repel either the adoration which was paid him by the king, or the offerings? This I will not say, for it is sufficient for me simply to mention the question, and the rest I leave to you, that at least in this way I may stir up your thoughts. This however I conjure you, to choose all things for the fear of God, having such examples, and because in truth we shall obtain the things here also, if we sincerely lay hold on the things which are to come. For that he did not do this out of arrogance is evident from his saying, Thy gifts be to thyself. For besides this also again is another question, how while in words he rejected it, indeed he received the honour, and wore the chain of gold. Moreover, while Herod, on hearing the cry, It is the voice of a God and not of a man, inasmuch as he gave not God the glory, burst in sunder, and all his bowels gushed out. This man received to himself even the honour belonging to God, not words only. However, it is necessary to say what this is. In that case at Lystra the men were falling into greater idolatry, but in this of Daniel not so. How? For his being thus accounted of was an honour to God. Therefore he said in anticipation, And as to me, not through any wisdom that is in me. And besides he does not even appear to have accepted the offerings. For he, the king, said, as it is written, that they should offer sacrifice, but it did not appear that the act followed. But there, at Lystra, they carried it even to sacrificing the bulls, and they called the one Jupiter and the other Mercurius. The chain of gold then he accepted, that he might make himself known. The offering, however, why does it not appear that he rejected it? For in the other case too they did not do it, but they attempted it, and the apostles hindered them. Wherefore here also he ought at once to have rejected the adoration. And there it was the entire people, here the king. Why did he not divert him, Daniel, expressed by anticipation, namely, that the king was not making an offering to him as to a god, to the overthrow of religious worship, but for the greater wonder? How so? It was on God's account that Nebuchadnezzar made the decree, wherefore Daniel did not mutilate the honour offered. But those others at Lystra did not act thus, but supposed them to be indeed gods. On this account they were repelled. And here, after having done him reverence, he does these things, for he did not reverence him as a god, but as a wise man. But it is not clear that he made the offering, and even if he did make it, yet not that it was with Daniel's acceptance. And what of this, that he called him Belteshazzar, the name of his own god? Thus, it seems, they accounted their gods to be nothing wonderful, when he called even the captive thus, he who commands all men to worship the image, manifold and of various colours, and who adores the dragon. Moreover, the Babylonians were much more foolish than those at Lystra, wherefore it was not possible at once to lead them on to this. And many more things one might say, but thus far these suffice. If therefore we wish to obtain all good things, let us seek the things of God. For as they who seek the things of this world fail both of them and of the others, so they who prefer the things of God obtain both. Let us then not seek these, but those, that we may attain also to the good things promised in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father together with the Holy Ghost be glory, power, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 26. Homily 27 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 27. Hebrews 11:28 through 31. Through faith he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, lest he that destroyed the firstborn should touch them. By faith he passed through the Red Sea, as by dry land, which the Egyptians essaying to do were drowned. By faith the walls of Jericho fell down, after they had been compassed about 7 days. By faith the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed not, when she had received the spies with peace. Paul is one to establish many things incidentally, and is very full of thoughts, for such is the grace of the Spirit. He does not comprehend a few ideas in a multitude of words, but includes great and manifold thought and brevity of expressions. Observe at least how in the midst of exhortation, and when discoursing about faith, of what a type and mystery he reminds us, whereof we have the reality. Through faith, he says, he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, lest he that destroyed the firstborn should touch them. But what is the sprinkling of blood? A lamb was slain in every household, and the blood was smeared on the doorpost, and this was a means of warding off the Egyptian destruction. If then the blood of a lamb preserved the Jews unhurt in the midst of the Egyptians, and under so great a destruction, much more will the blood of Christ save us, who have had it sprinkled not on the doorpost, but in our souls. For even now also the destroyer is going about in this depth of night, but let us be armed with that sacrifice. He calls the sprinkling anointing, for God has brought us out from Egypt, from darkness, from idolatry. Although what was done was nothing, what was achieved was great. For what was done was blood, but was achieved was salvation, and the stopping and preventing of destruction. The angel feared the blood, for he knew of what it was a type. He shuddered, thinking on the Lord's death. Therefore he did not touch the doorpost. Moses said, "Smear," and they smeared, and were confident. And you, having the blood of the Lamb himself, are ye not confident? By faith they passed through the Red Sea as by dry land. Again he compares one whole people with another, lest they should say, We cannot be as the saints. By faith, he says, they passed through the Red Sea as by dry land, which the Egyptians essaying to do were drowned. Here he leads them also to a recollection of the sufferings in Egypt. How, by faith? Because they had hoped to pass through the sea, and therefore they prayed, or rather it was Moses who prayed. Seest thou that everywhere faith goes beyond human reasonings, and weakness and lowliness? Seest thou that at the same time they both believed, and feared punishment, both in the blood on the doors, and in the Red Sea? And he made it clear that it was really water, through those that fell into it, and were choked, that it was not a mere appearance. But as in the case of the lions, those who were devoured proved the reality of the facts, and in the case of the fiery furnace, those who were burnt, so here also thou seest that the same things become to the one a cause of salvation and glory, and to the other of destruction. So great a good is faith. And when we fall into perplexity, then are we delivered, even though we come to death itself, even though our condition be desperate. For what else was left for them? They were unarmed, compassed about by the Egyptians and the sea, and they must either be drowned if they fled, or fall into the hands of the Egyptians. But nevertheless he saved them from impossibilities. That which was spread under the one as land, overwhelmed the others as sea. In the former case it forgot its nature, in the latter it even armed itself against them. By faith the walls of Jericho fell down, after they had been compassed about for 7 days. For assuredly the sound of trumpets is not able to throw down stones, though one blow for 10,000 years. But faith can do all things. Seest thou that in all cases it is not by natural sequence, nor yet by any law of nature that it was changed, but all is done contrary to expectation. Accordingly in this case also all is done contrary to expectation. For inasmuch as he had said again and again that we ought to trust to the future hopes, he introduced all this argument with reason, showing that not now only, but even from the beginning all the miracles have been accomplished and achieved by means of it. By faith the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed not, having received the spies with peace. It would then be disgraceful if you should appear more faithless even than a harlot. Yet she merely heard what the men related, and forthwith believed. Whereupon the end also followed, for when all perished, she alone was preserved. She did not say to herself, I shall be with my many friends. She did not say, Can I possibly be wiser than these judicious men who do not believe? And shall I believe? She said no such thing, but believed what had taken place, which it was likely that they would suffer. Verse 32. And what shall I more say? For the time would fail me to tell. After this he no longer puts down the names, but having ended with an harlot, and put them to shame by the quality of the person, he no longer enlarges on the histories, lest he should be thought tedious. However, he does not set them aside, but runs over them, doing both very judiciously, avoiding satiety, and not spoiling the closeness of arrangement. He was neither altogether silent, nor did he speak as to annoy, for he affects both points. For when a man is contending vehemently in argument, if he persist in contending, he wearies out the hearer, annoying him when he is already persuaded, and gaining the reputation of vain ambitiousness. For he ought to accommodate himself to what is expedient. And what do I more say? He says. For the time would fail me to tell of Gideon, and of Barak, and of Samson, and of Jephthah, of David also and Samuel, and of the prophets. Some find fault with Paul because he puts Barak and Samson and Jephthah in these places. What sayest thou? After having introduced the harlot, shall he not introduce these? For do not tell me of the rest of their life, but only whether they did not believe and shine in faith. And the prophets, he says. Verse 33, who through faith subdued kingdoms. Thou seest that he does not here testify to their life as being illustrious, for this was not the point in question, but the inquiry thus far was about their faith. For tell me whether they did not accomplish all by faith. By faith, he says, they subdued kingdoms, those with Gideon, wrought righteousness. Who? The same. Plainly he means here kindness. I think it is of David that he says, they obtained promises. But of what sort were these? Those in which he said that his seed should sit upon his throne. Stopped the mouths of lions. Verse 34. Quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword. See how they were in death itself, Daniel encompassed by the lions, the 3 children abiding in the furnace, the Israelites, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, in divers temptations, and yet not even so did they despair. For this is faith, when things are turning out adversely, then we ought to believe that nothing adverse is done, but all things in due order. Escaped the edge of the sword. I think that he is again speaking of the 3 children. Out of weakness were made strong. Here he alludes to what took place at their return from Babylon, for out of weakness is out of captivity. When the condition of the Jews had now become desperate, when they were no better than dead bones, who could have expected that they would return from Babylon, and not return only, but also wax valiant, and turn to flight armies of aliens? But to us, some one says, no such thing has happened. But these are figures of the things to come. Verse 35. Women received their dead raised to life again. Here he speaks of what occurred in regard to the prophets, Elisha and Elijah, for they raised the dead. Verse 35. And others were tortured, not accepting deliverance, that they might obtain a better resurrection. But we have not obtained a resurrection. I am able, however, he means, to show that they also were cut off, and did not accept deliverance, that they might obtain a better resurrection. For why, tell me, when it was open to them to live, did they not choose it? Were they not evidently looking for a better life? And they who had raised up others, themselves chose to die, in order to obtain a better resurrection, not such as the children of those women. Here I think he alludes both to John and to James, for beheading is called torturing. It was in their power still to behold the Son. It was in their power to abstain from reproving sinners, and yet they chose to die. Even they who had raised others chose to die themselves, that they might obtain a better resurrection. Verse 36. And others had trial of cruel mockings and scourgings, yea, moreover of bonds and imprisonment. He ends with these, with things that come nearer home. For these examples especially bring consolation, when the distress is from the same cause, since even if you mention something more extreme, yet unless it arise from the same cause, you have effected nothing. Therefore he concludes his discourse with this, mentioning bonds, imprisonments, scourges, stonings, alluding to the case of Stephen, also to that of Zacharias. Wherefore he added, they were slain with the sword. What sayest thou? Some escaped the edge of the sword, and some were slain by the sword. Verse 34. What is this? Which dost thou praise? Which dost thou admire? The latter or the former? Nay, he says, the former indeed is appropriate to you, and the latter, because faith was strong even unto death itself, and it is a type of things to come. For the wonderful qualities of faith are two, that it both accomplishes great things, and suffers great things, and counts itself to suffer nothing. And thou canst not say, he says, that these were sinners and worthless. For even if you put the whole world against them, I find that they weigh down the beam and are of greater value. What then were they to receive in this life? Here he raises up their thoughts, teaching them not to be riveted to things present, but to mind things greater than all that are in this present life, since the world is not worthy of them. What then dost thou wish to receive here? For it were an insult to thee, shouldest thou receive thy reward here. Let us not then mind worldly things, nor seek our recompense here, nor be so beggarly. For if the whole world is not worthy of them, why dost thou seek after a part of it? And with good reason, for they are friends of God. Now by the world does he mean here the people, or the creation itself? Both, for the Scripture is wont to use the word of both. If the whole creation, he would say, with the human beings that belong to it, were put in a balance, they yet would not be of equal value with these, and with reason. For as 10,000 measures of chaff and hay would not be of equal value to 10 pearls, so neither they. For better is one that doeth the will of the Lord than 10,000 transgressors, meaning by 10,000 not merely many, but an infinite multitude. Consider of how great value is the righteous man. Joshua the son of Nun said, Let the sun stand still at Gibeon, the moon at the valley of Elam, and it was so. Let then the whole world come, or rather 2 or 3, or 4 or 10 or 20 worlds, and let them say and do this, yet shall they not be able. But the friend of God commanded the creatures of his friend, or rather he besought his friend, and the servants yielded, and he below gave command to those above. Seest thou that these things are for service fulfilling their appointed course? This was greater than the miracles of Moses. Why, I ask? Because it is not a light thing to command the sea and the heavenly bodies. For that indeed was also a great thing, yes, very great, nevertheless it was not at all equal to the other. Why was this? The name of Joshua, Jesus, was a type. For this reason then, and because of the very name, the creation reverenced him. What then? Was no other person called Jesus? Yes, but this man was on this account so called in type, for he used to be called Hoshea. Therefore the name was changed, for it was a prediction and a prophecy. He brought in the people into the promised land, as Jesus does into heaven. Not the law, since neither did Moses bring them in, but remained without. The law has not power to bring in, but grace. Seest thou the types which have been before sketched out from the beginning? He laid his commands on the creation, or rather on the chief part of the creation, on the very head itself as he stood below, that so when thou seest Jesus in the form of man saying the same, thou mayest not be disturbed, nor think it strange. He, even while Moses was living, turned back wars. Thus even while the law is living, he directs all things, but not openly. But let us consider how great is the virtue of the saints. If here they work such things, if here they do such things, as the angels do, what then above? How great is the splendour they have! Perhaps each of you might wish to be such as to be able to command the sun and moon. At this point, what would they say who assert that the heaven is a sphere? For why did he not merely say, Let the sun stand still, but added, Let the sun stand still at the valley of Elam, that is, he will make the day longer. This was done also in the time of Hezekiah, the sun went back. This again is more wonderful than the other, to go the contrary way, not having yet gone round his course. We shall attain to greater things than these if we will. For what has Christ promised us? Not that we shall make the sun stand still, or the moon, nor that the sun shall retrace his steps, but what? I and the Father will come unto him, he says, and we will make our abode with him. What need have I of the sun and the moon, and of these wonders, when the Lord of all himself comes down and abides with me? I need these not. For what need I any of these things? He himself shall be to me for sun and for light. For tell me, if thou hadst entered into a palace, which would thou choose, to be able to rearrange some of the things which have been fixed there, or so to make the king a familiar friend, as to persuade him to take up his abode with thee? Much rather the latter than the former. But what wonder is it, says some one, that what a man commands, Christ should also? But Christ, you say, needs not the Father, but acts of his own authority, you say. Well, therefore first confess and say, that he needs not the Father, and acts of his own authority, and then I will ask thee, whether his prayer is not in the way of condescension and arrangement, for surely Christ was not inferior to Joshua the son of Nun, and that he might teach us. For as when thou hearest a teacher lisping and saying over the alphabet, thou dost not say that he is ignorant, and when he asks, Where is such a letter? Thou knowest that he does not ask in ignorance, but because he wishes to lead on the scholar. In like manner Christ also did not make his prayer as needing prayer, but as desiring to lead thee on, that thou mayest continually apply thyself to prayer, that thou mayest do it without ceasing, soberly, and with great watchfulness. And by watching I do not mean merely the rising at night, but also the being sober in our prayers during the day, for such an one is called watchful. Since it is possible both in praying by night to be asleep, and in praying by day to be awake, when the soul is stretched out towards God, when it considers with whom it holds converse, to whom its words are addressed, when it has in mind that angels stand by with fear and trembling, while he approaches gaping and scratching himself. Prayer is a mighty weapon if it be made with a suitable mind, and that thou mayest learn its strength, continued entreaty has overcome shamelessness, and injustice, and savage cruelty, and overbearing rashness. For he says, Hear what the unjust judge saith. Again it has overcome sloth also, and what friendship did not effect, this continued entreaty did. And although he will not give him because he is his friend, he says, yet because of his importunity he will rise and give to him. And continued assiduity made her worthy who was unworthy. It is not meet, he says, to take the children's bread and to cast it to the dogs. Yea, Lord, she says, for even the dogs eat the crumbs from their master's table. Let us apply ourselves to prayer. It is a mighty weapon if it be offered with earnestness, if without vainglory, if with a sincere mind. It has turned back wars, it has benefited an entire nation, though undeserving. I have heard their groaning, he says, and am come down to deliver them. It is itself a saving medicine, and has power to prevent sins, and to heal misdeeds. In this the desolate widow was assiduous. If then we pray with humility, smiting our breast as the publican, if we utter what he did, if we say, Be merciful to me a sinner, we shall obtain all. For though we be not publicans, yet we have other sins not less than his. For do not tell me that thou hast gone wrong in some small matter only, since the thing has the same nature. For as a man is equally called a homicide, whether he has killed a child or a man, so also is he called overreaching, whether he be overreaching in much or in little. Yea, and to remember injuries too is no small matter, but even a great sin. For it is said, The ways of those who remember injuries tend to death. And he that is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of hell. And he that calleth his brother a fool, and senseless and numberless such things. But we partake even of the tremendous mysteries unworthily, and we envy and we revile. And some of us have even oftentimes been drunk. But each one of these things, even itself by itself, is enough to cast us out of the kingdom. And when they even come all together, what comfort shall we have? We need much penitence, beloved, much prayer, much endurance, much perseverance, that we may be enabled to attain the good things which have been promised to us. Let us then say, even we, be merciful to me a sinner. Nay, rather, let us not say it only, but let us also be thus minded. And should another call us so, let us not be angry. He heard the words, I am not as this publican, and was not provoked thereby, but filled with compunction. He accepted the reproach, and he put away the reproach. The other spoke of the wound, but he sought the medicine. Let us say then, be merciful to me a sinner. But even if another should so call us, let us not be indignant. But if we say 10,000 evil things of ourselves, and are vexed when we hear them from others, then there is no longer humility, nor confession, but ostentation and vainglory. Is it ostentation, you say, to call oneself a sinner? Yes, for we obtain the credit of humility, we are admired, we are commended. Whereas if we say the contrary of ourselves, we are despised. So that we do this too for the sake of credit. But what is humility? It is when another reviles us, to bear it, to acknowledge our fault, to endure evil speaking. And yet even this would not be a mark of humility, but of candour. But now we call ourselves sinners, unworthy, and 10,000 other such names. But if another apply one of them to us, we are vexed, we become savage. Seest thou that this is not confession, nor even candour? Thou saidst of thyself that thou art such an one. Be not indignant if thou hearest it also said by others, and art reproved. In this way thy sins are made lighter for thee, when others reproach thee, for they lay a burden on themselves indeed, but thee they lead onwards into philosophy. Hear what the blessed David says, when Shimei cursed him. Let him alone, he says, the Lord hath bidden him that he might look on my humiliation, he says, and the Lord will requite me good for his cursing on this day. But thou, while saying evil things of thyself, even in excess, if thou hearest not from others the commendations that are due to the most righteous, art enraged. Seest thou that thou art trifling with things that are no subjects for trifling? For we even repudiate praises in our desire for other praises, that we may obtain yet higher panegyrics, that we may be more admired. So that when we decline to accept commendations, we do it that we may augment them. And all things are done by us for credit, not for truth. Therefore all things are hollow, all impracticable. Wherefore I beseech you now at any rate to withdraw from this mother of evils, vainglory, and to live according to what is approved by God, that so you may attain to the good things to come, in Christ Jesus our Lord. With whom to the Father be glory, together with his holy and good Spirit, now and ever and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 27. Homily 28, Part 1 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 28, Part 1. Hebrews 11, 37 and 38. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom this world was not worthy, wandering in deserts and in mountains, and in dens and caves of the earth. At all times indeed, but especially then when I reflect upon the achievements of the saints, it comes over me to feel despondency concerning my own condition, because we have not even in dreams experienced the things among which those men spent their whole lives, not paying the penalty of sins, but always doing rightly and yet always afflicted. For consider, I beseech you, Elijah, to whom our discourse has come round to-day, for he speaks of him in this passage, and in him his examples end, which example was appropriate to their case. And having spoken of what befell the apostles, that they were slain with the sword, were stoned, he goes back again to Elijah, who suffered the same things with them. For since it was probable that they would not as yet hold the apostles in so great estimation, he brings his exhortation and consolation from him who had been taken up into heaven, and who was held in special admiration. For they wandered about, he says, in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom this world was not worthy. They had not even raiment, he says, through the excess of affliction, no city, no house, no lodging place, the same which Christ said, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Why do I say no lodging place? No standing place, for not even when they had gained the wilderness were they at rest. For he said not, they sat down in the wilderness, but even when they were there, they fled, and were driven thence, not out of the inhabited world only, but even out of that which was uninhabitable. And he reminds them of the places where they were set, and of things which there befell them. Then next, he says, they bring accusations against you for Christ's sake. What accusation had they against Elijah, when they drove him out, and persecuted him, and compelled him to struggle with famine, which these Hebrews were then suffering? At least the brethren, it is said, decided to send relief to those of the disciples who were afflicted, every man according to his ability, determined to send relief unto the brethren that dwelt in Judea, which was the case of these also. Tormented or ill-treated, he says, that is, suffering distress, in journeyings, in dangers. But they wandered about. What is this? Wandering, he says, in deserts and in mountains and in dens and caves of the earth, like exiles and outcasts, as persons taken in the basest of crimes, as those not worthy to see the sun. They found no refuge from the wilderness, but must always be flying, must be seeking hiding places, must bury themselves alive in the earth, always be in terror. What then is the reward of so great a change? What is the recompense? They have not yet received it, but are still waiting. And after thus dying in so great tribulation, they have not yet received it. They gained their victory so many ages ago, and have not yet received their reward. And you who are yet in the conflict, are you vexed? Do you also consider what a thing it is, and how great, that Abraham should be sitting, and the Apostle Paul, waiting till thou hast been perfected, that then they may be able to receive their reward? For the Saviour has told them before that unless we also are present, he will not give it them. As an affectionate father might say to sons who were well approved, and had accomplished their work, that he would not give them to eat unless their brethren came. And art thou vexed, that thou hast not yet received the reward? What then shall Abel do, who was victor before all, and is sitting uncrowned? And what Noah? And what they who lived in those early times, seeing that they wait for thee and those after thee? Dost thou see that we have the advantage of them? For God, he says, has provided some better thing for us, in order that they might not seem to have the advantage of us from being crowned before us. He appointed one time of crowning for all, and he that gained the victory so many years before receives his crown with thee. Seest thou his tender carefulness? And he did not say that they without us might not be crowned, but that they without us might not be made perfect, so that at that time they appear perfect also. They were before us as regards the conflicts, but are not before us as regards the crowns. He wronged not them, but he honoured us. For they also wait for the brethren. For if we are all one body, the pleasure becomes greater to this body when it is crowned together, and not part by part. For the righteous are also worthy of admiration in this, that they rejoice in the welfare of their brethren as in their own. So that for themselves also this is according to their wish, to be crowned along with their own members. To be glorified all together is a great delight. Chapter 12, verse 1. Wherefore, he says, we also are being compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses. In many places the Scripture derives its consolation in evils from corresponding things, as when the prophet says, from burning heat, and from storm and rain. This at least he says here also, that the memory of those holy men re-establishes and recovers the soul which had been weighed down by woes, as a cloud does from him who is burnt by the too hot rays of the sun. And he did not say, lifted on high above us, but compassing us about, which was more than the other, so that we are in greater security. What sort of cloud? A load of witnesses. With good reason he calls not those in the New Testament only, but those in the Old also, witnesses or martyrs. For they also were witnesses to the greatness of God, as for instance the 3 children, those with Elijah, all the prophets. Laying aside all things. All, what? That is, slumber, indifference, mean reasonings, all human things. And the sin which doth so easily beset us, peristaton, that is, either which easily circumvents us, or what can easily be circumvented, but rather this latter, for it is easy, if we will, to overcome sin. Let us run with patience, he says, the race that is set before us. He did not say, let us contend as boxers, nor let us wrestle, nor let us do battle, but what was lightest of all, the contest of the foot race, this he has brought forward. Nor yet did he say, let us add to the length of the course, but let us continue patiently in this, let us not faint. Let us run, he says, the race that is set before us. In the next place, as the sum and substance of his exhortation, which he puts both first and last, even Christ. Verse 2. Looking, he says, unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. The very thing which Christ himself also continually said to his disciples. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more them of his household? And again, the disciple is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. Looking, he says, that is, that we may learn to run. For as in all arts and games, we impress the art upon our mind by looking to our masters, receiving certain rules through our sight, so here also, if we wish to run, and to learn to run well, let us look to Christ, even to Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. What is this? He has put the faith within us. For he said to his disciples, Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you. And Paul too says, But then shall I know, even as also I have been known. He put the beginning into us, he will also put on the end. Who, he says, for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame. That is, it was in his power not to suffer at all, if he so willed, for he did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth. As he also says in the Gospels, The prince of the world cometh and hath nothing in me. It lay then in his power, if he so willed, not to come to the cross. For I have power, he says, to lay down my life, and I have power to take it again. If then he who was under no necessity of being crucified was crucified for our sake, how much more is it right that we should endure all things nobly? Who for the joy that was set before him, he says, endured the cross, despising the shame. But what is despising the shame? He chose, he means, that ignominious death. For suppose that he died, why should he also die ignominiously? For no other reason but to teach us to make no account of the glory from men. Therefore, though under no obligation he chose it, teaching us to be bold against it, and to set it at naught. Why did he say not pain, but shame? Because it was not with pain that he bore these things. What then is the end? He is set down at the right hand of the throne of God. Seest thou the prize which Paul also says in an epistle? Wherefore God also hath highly exalted him, and given him a name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus Christ every knee should bow. He speaks in respect to the flesh. Well then, even if there were no prize, the example would suffice to persuade us to accept all such things. But now prizes also are set before us, and these no common ones, but great and unspeakable. Wherefore let us also, whenever we suffer anything of this kind, before the apostles consider Christ. Why? His whole life was full of insults, for he continually heard himself called mad, and a deceiver, and a sorcerer. And at one time the Jews said, Nay, it says, but he deceiveth the people. And again, that deceiver said while he was yet alive, After 3 days I will rise again. As to sorcery too they calumniated him, saying, He casteth out the devils by Beelzebub, and that he is mad and hath a devil. Said we not well, it says, that he hath a devil and is mad? And these things he heard from them when doing them good, performing miracles, showing forth the works of God. For indeed, if he had been so spoken of, when he did nothing, it would not have been so wonderful. But it is wonderful that when he was teaching what pertained to truth, he was called a deceiver, and when he cast out devils, was said to have a devil, and when he was overthrowing all that was opposed to God, was called a sorcerer. For these things they were continually alleging against him. And if thou wouldst know both the scoffs and the ironical jeerings which they made against him, what particularly wounds our souls, hear first those from his kindred. Is not this, it says, the carpenter's son, whose father and mother we know? Are not his brethren all with us? Also scoffing at him from his country, when they said he was of Nazareth. And again, Search, it says, and see, for out of Galilee hath no prophet arisen. And he endured being so greatly calumniated. And again they said, Doth not the Scripture say that Christ cometh from the town of Bethlehem? Wouldst thou see also the ironical jeerings they made? Coming, it says, to the very cross they worshipped him, and they struck him and buffeted him, and said, Tell us who it is that smote thee. And they brought vinegar to him, and said, If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross. And again, the servant of the high priest struck him with the palm of his hand. And he says, If I have spoken evil, bear witness of the evil. But if well, why smitest thou me? And in derision they put a robe about him, and they spat in his face, and they were continually applying their test, tempting him. Wouldst thou see also the accusations, some secret, some open, some from disciples? Will ye also go away? He says. And that saying, Thou hast a devil, was uttered by those who already believed. Was he not continually a fugitive, sometimes in Galilee and sometimes in Judea? Was not his trial great, even from the swaddling clothes? When he was yet a young child, did not his mother take him and go down into Egypt? For all these reasons, he says, looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and is set down at the right hand of the throne of God. To him, then, let us look, also to the sufferings of his disciples, reading the writings of Paul, and hearing him say, in much patience, in afflictions, in necessities, in persecutions, in distresses, in stripes, in imprisonments. And again, even to this present hour, we both hunger and thirst, and are naked, and are buffeted, and have no certain dwelling place, and labour, working with our own hands. Being reviled, we bless. Being persecuted, we suffer it. Being defamed, we entreat. Has any one of us suffered the smallest part of these things? For he says we are as deceivers, as dishonoured, as having nothing. And again, of the Jews 5 times received I 40 stripes save one. Thrice was I beaten with rods, once was I stoned, a night and day have I been in the deep, in journeyings often, in tribulations, in distress, in hunger. And that these things seem good to God, hear him saying, for this I besought the Lord thrice, and he said to me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Wherefore, he says, I take pleasure in infirmities, in afflictions, in necessities, in distresses, in stripes, in imprisonments, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. Moreover, hear Christ himself saying, in the world ye shall have tribulation. Verse 3. For consider, saith he, him that endured such contradiction of sinners against himself, lest ye be wearied and faint in your minds. For if the sufferings of those near us arouse us, what earnestness will not those of our Master give us? What will they not work in us? And passing by all else, he expressed the whole by the word contradiction, and by adding such, for the blows upon the cheek, the laughter, the insults, the reproaches, the mockeries, all these he indicated by contradiction, and not these only, but also the things which befell him during his whole life of teaching. For a truly great consolation are both the sufferings of Christ and those of the apostles. For he so well knew that this is the better way of virtue, as even to go that way himself, not having need thereof. He knew so well that tribulation is expedient for us, and that it becomes rather a foundation for repose. For hear him saying, if a man take not his cross, and follow after me, he is not worthy of me. If thou art a disciple, he means, imitate the Master. For this is to be a disciple. But if while he went by the path of affliction, thou goest by that of ease, thou no longer treadest the same path which he trod, but another. How then dost thou follow, when thou followest not? How shalt thou be a disciple, not going after the Master? This Paul also says, we are weak, but ye are strong. We are despised, but ye are honoured. How is it reasonable, he means, that we should be striving after opposite things, and yet that you should be disciples and we teachers? Affliction then is a great thing, beloved, for it accomplishes 2 great things. It wipes out sins, and it makes men strong. What then, you say, if it overthrow and destroy? Affliction does not do this, but our own slothfulness. How, you say? If we are sober and watchful, if we beseech God that he would not suffer us to be tempted above that we are able, if we always hold fast to him, we shall stand nobly, and set ourselves against our enemy. So long as we have him for our helper, though temptations blow more violently than all the winds, they will be to us as chaff and a leaf borne lightly along. Hear Paul saying, in all these things, are his words, we are more than conquerors. And again, For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. And again, for the light affliction which is but for a moment worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. Consider what great dangers, shipwrecks, afflictions one upon another, and other such things, he calls light, and emulate this inflexible one, who wore this body simply and heedlessly. Thou art in poverty, but not in such as Paul, who was tried by hunger and thirst and nakedness. For he suffered this not for one day, but endured it continually. Whence does this appear? Hear himself saying, Even unto this present hour we both hunger and thirst and are naked. Oh, how great glory did he already have in preaching when he was undergoing so great afflictions! Having now reached the 20th year thereof, at the time when he wrote this. For he says, I knew a man 14 years ago, whether in the body or out of the body I know not. And again, after 3 years, he says, I went up to Jerusalem. And again hear him saying, It were better for me to die, than that any man should make my glorying void. And not only this, but again also in writing he said, We are become as the filth of the world. What is more difficult to endure than hunger? What then freezing cold? What then plottings made by brethren, whom he afterwards calls false brethren? Was he not called the pest of the world, an impostor, a subverter? Was he not cut with scourgings? These things let us take into our mind, beloved, let us consider them, let us hold them in remembrance, and then we shall never faint, though we be wronged, though we be plundered, though we suffer innumerable evils. Let it be granted us to be approved in heaven, and all things are endurable. Let it be granted us to fare well there, and things here are of no account. These things are a shadow and a dream. Whatever they may be, they are nothing either in nature or in duration, while those are hoped for and expected. For what wouldst thou that we should compare with those fearful things? What with the unquenchable fire? With the never-dying worm? Which of the things here canst thou name in comparison with the gnashing of teeth, with the chains, and the outer darkness, with the wrath, the tribulation, the anguish? But as to duration? Why, what are 10,000 years to ages boundless and without end? Not so much as a little drop to the boundless ocean. But what about the good things? There the superiority is still greater. Eye hath not seen, it is said, ear hath not heard, neither have entered into the heart of man. And these things again shall be during boundless ages. For the sake of these then, were it not well to be cut by scourgings, times out of number, to be slain, to be burned, to undergo 10,000 deaths, to endure everything whatsoever that is dreadful both in word and deed? For even if it were possible for one to live when burning in the fire, ought one not to endure all for the sake of attaining to those good things promised? End of Homily 28, Part 1. Homily 28, Part 2 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 28. But why do I trifle in saying these things to men who do not even choose to disregard riches, but hold fast to them as though they were immortal? And if they give a little out of much, think they have done all. This is not almsgiving. For almsgiving is that of the widow who emptied out all her living. But if thou dost not go on to contribute so much as the widow, yet at least contribute the whole of thy superfluity. Keep what is sufficient, not what is superfluous. But there is no one who contributes even his superabundance. For so long as thou hast many servants, and garments of silk, these things are all superfluities. Nothing is indispensable or necessary, without which we are able to live. These things are superfluous, and are simply superadded. Let us then see, if you please, what we cannot live without. If we have only 2 servants, we can live. For whereas some live without servants, what excuse have we, if we are not content with 2? We can also have a house built of brick of 3 rooms, and this were sufficient for us. For are there not some with children and wife who have but 1 room? And there be also, if you will, 2 serving boys. How is it not a shame, you say, that a gentlewoman should walk out with only 2 servants? It is no shame that a gentlewoman should walk abroad with 2 servants, but it is a shame that she should go forth with many. Perhaps you laugh when you hear this. Believe me, it is a shame. Do you think it a great matter to go out with many servants, like dealers in sheep, or dealers in slaves? This is pride and vainglory. The other is philosophy and respectability. For a gentlewoman ought not to be known from the multitude of her attendants. For what virtue is it to have many slaves? This belongs not to the soul, and whatever is not of the soul does not show gentility. When she is content with a few things, then is she a gentlewoman indeed. But when she needs many, she is a servant and inferior to slaves. Tell me, do not the angels go to and fro about the world alone, and need not any one to follow them? Are they then on this account inferior to us? They who need no attendants to us who need them? If then not needing an attendant at all is angelic, who comes nearer to the angelic life, she who needs many attendants, or she who needs few? Is not this a shame? For a shame it is to do anything out of place. Tell me, who attracts the attention of those who are in the public places? She who brings many in her train, or she who brings but few? And is not she who is alone less conspicuous even than she who is attended by few? Seest thou that this first named conduct is a shame? Who attracts the attention of those in the public places? She who wears beautiful garments, or she who is dressed simply and artlessly? Again, who attracts those in the public places? She who is borne on mules, and with trappings ornamented with gold, or she who walks out simply, and as it may be, with propriety? Or we do not even look at this latter, if we even see her. But the multitudes not only force their way to see the other, but also ask, Who is she, and where from? And I do not say how great envy is hereby produced. What then, tell me? Is it disgraceful to be looked at, or not to be looked at? When is the shame greater? When all stare at her, or when no one does? When they inform themselves about her, or when they do not even care? Seest thou that we do everything, not for modesty's sake, but for vainglory? However, since it is impossible to draw you away from that, I am content for the present that you should learn that this conduct is no disgrace. Sin alone is a disgrace, which no one thinks to be a disgrace. Sin alone is a disgrace, which no one thinks to be a disgrace, but everything rather than this. Let your dress be such as is needful, not superfluous. However, that we may not shut you up too narrowly, this I assure you, that we have no need of ornaments of gold or of lace. And it is not I who say this, for that the words are not mine, hear the blessed Paul saying, and solemnly charging women to adorn themselves, not with platings of the hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly apparel. But with what kind, O Paul, wouldest thou tell us? Or perhaps they will say that only golden things are costly, and that silks are not costly. Tell us with what kind thou wouldest. But having food and raiment, let us therewith, he says, be content. Let our garment be such as merely to cover us. For God hath given them to us for this reason, that we may cover our nakedness, and this any sort of garment can do, though but of trifling cost. Perhaps ye laugh, who wear dresses of silk. For in truth one may well laugh, considering what Paul enjoined, and what we practice. But my discourse is not addressed to women only, but also to men. For the rest of the things which ye have are all superfluous. Only the poor possess no superfluities, and perhaps they too from necessity, since if it had been in their power, even they would not have abstained from them. Nevertheless, whether in pretence or in truth, so far they have no superfluities. Let us then wear such clothes as are sufficient for our need. For what does much gold mean? To those on the stage these things are fitting, this apparel belongs to them, to harlots, to those who do everything to be looked at. Let her beautify herself, who is on the stage or the dancing platform, for she wishes to attract all to her. But a woman who professes godliness, let her not beautify herself thus, but in a different way. Thou hast a means of beautifying thyself far better than that. Thou also hast a theatre. For that theatre make thyself beautiful. Clothe thyself with those garments. What is thy theatre? Heaven, the company of angels. I speak not of virgins only, but also of those in the world. All as many as believe in Christ have that theatre. Let us speak such things that we may please those spectators. Put on such garments that thou mayest gratify them. For tell me, if a harlot putting aside her golden ornaments, and her robes, and her laughter, and her witty and unchaste talk, clothe herself with a cheap garment, and having dressed herself simply come on the stage, and utter religious words, and discourse of chastity, and say nothing indelicate, will not all rise up? Will not this theatre be dispersed? Will they not cast her out, as one who does not know how to suit herself to the crowd, and speak things foreign to that satanic theatre? So thou also, if thou enter into the theatre of heaven clad with her garments, the spectators will cast thee out. For there is no need of these garments of gold, but of different ones. Of what kind? Of such as the prophet names, clothed in fringed work of gold and in varied colours. Not so as to make the body white and glistering, but so as to beautify the soul. For the soul it is, which is contending and wrestling in that theatre. All the glory of the king's daughter is from within, it says. With these do thou clothe thyself, for so thou both deliverest thyself from other evils innumerable, and thy husband from anxiety, and thyself from care. For so thou wilt be respected by thy husband, when thou needest not many things. For every man is wont to be shy towards those who make request of him, but when he sees that they have no need of him, then he lets down his pride, and converses with them as equals. When thy husband sees that thou hast no need of him in anything, that thou thinkest lightly of the presents which come from him, then, even though he may be very arrogant, he will respect thee more, than if thou wert clad in golden ornaments, and thou wilt no longer be his slave. For those of whom we stand in need we are compelled to stoop to, but if we restrain ourselves we shall no longer be regarded as criminals. But he knows that we pay him obedience from the fear of God, not for what is given by him. For now when that he confers great favours on us, whatever honour he receives, he thinks he has not received all that is due to him. But then, though he obtain but a little, he will account it a favour he does not reproach, nor will he be himself compelled to overreach on thy account. For what is more unreasonable than to provide golden ornaments, to be worn in baths and in marketplaces? However, in baths and in marketplaces it is perhaps no wonder, but that a woman should come into church so decked out is very ridiculous. For what possible reason does she come in here wearing golden ornaments, she who ought to come in that she may hear the precept, that they adorn not themselves with gold, nor pearls, nor costly array? With what object then, O woman, dost thou come? Is it indeed to fight with Paul, and show that even if he repeat these things 10,000 times, thou regardest them not? Or is it as wishing to put us, your teachers, to shame as discoursing on these subjects in vain? For tell me, if any heathen and unbeliever, after he has heard the passage read where the blessed Paul says these things, having a believing wife, sees that she makes much account of beautifying herself, and puts on ornaments of gold, that she may come into church and hear Paul charging the women that they adorn themselves, neither with gold, nor with pearls, nor with costly array, will he not indeed say to himself, when he sees her in her little room putting on these things, and arranging them beautifully, why is my wife staying within her little room? Why is she so slow? Why is she putting on her golden ornaments? Where has she to go? Into the church? For what purpose? To hear, not with costly array? Will he not smile? Will he not burst out into laughter? Will he not think our religion a mockery and a deceit? Wherefore, I beseech you, let us leave golden ornaments to processions, to theatres, to signs on the shops. But let not the image of God be decked out with these things. Let the gentlewoman be adorned with gentility, and gentility is the absence of pride and of boastful display. Nay, even if thou wish to obtain glory from men, thou wilt obtain it thus. For we shall not wonder so much that the wife of a rich man wears gold and silk, for this is the common practice of them all, as when she is dressed in a plain and simple garment, made merely of wool. This all will admire, this they will applaud. For in that adorning indeed of ornaments of gold and of costly apparel, she has many to share with her. And if she surpass one, she is surpassed by another. Yea, even if she surpass all, she must yield the palm to the empress herself. But in the other case she outdoes all, even the emperor's wife herself. For she alone in wealth has chosen the dress of the poor. So that even if we desire glory, here too the glory is greater. I say this not only to widows and to the rich, for here the necessity of widowhood seems to cause this, but to those also who have a husband. But, you say, I do not please my husband if I dress plainly. It is not thy husband thou wishest to please, but the multitude of poor women, or rather not to please them, but to make them pine with envy, and to give them pain, and make their poverty greater. How many blasphemies are uttered because of thee! Let there be no poverty, say they. God hates the poor. God loves not those in poverty. For that it is not thy husband whom thou wishest to please, and for this reason thou deckest thyself out, thou makest plain to all by what thou thyself doest. For as soon as thou hast passed over the threshold of thy chamber, thou immediately puttest off all, both the robes, and the golden ornaments, and the pearls, and at home of all places thou dost not wear them. But if thou really wishest to please thy husband, there are ways of pleasing him, by gentleness, by meekness, by propriety. For believe me, O woman, even if thy husband be infinitely debased, these are the things which will more effectually win him: gentleness, propriety, freedom from pride, and expensiveness, and extravagance. For even if thou devise 10,000 such things, thou wilt not restrain the profligate. And this they know who have had such husbands. For however thou mayest beautify thyself, he being a profligate will go off to a courtesan, while the husband that is chaste and regular thou wilt gain not by these means, but by the opposite. Yea, by these thou even causest him pain, clothing thyself with the reputation of a lover of the world. For what if thy husband out of respect, and that as a sober-minded man does not speak, yet inwardly he will condemn thee, and will not conceal ill will and jealousy? Wilt thou not drive away all pleasure for the future, by exciting ill will against thyself? Possibly you are annoyed at hearing what is said, and are indignant, saying, He irritates husbands still more against their wives. I say this not to irritate your husbands, but I wish that these things should be done by you willingly, for your own sakes, not for theirs, not to free them from envy, but to free you from the parade of this life. Dost thou wish to appear beautiful? I also wish it, but with beauty which God seeks, which the King desires. Whom wouldst thou have as a lover? God or men? Shouldest thou be beautiful with that beauty, God will desire thy beauty. But if with the other apart from this, he will abominate thee, and thy lovers will be profligates. For no man who loves a married woman is good. Consider this even in regard to the adorning that is external. For the other adorning, I mean that of the soul, attracts God, but this again profligates. Seest thou that I care for you, that I am anxious for you, that ye may be beautiful, really beautiful, splendid, really splendid, that instead of profligate men, ye may have for your lover God the Lord of all. And she who has Him for her lover, to whom will she be like? She has her place among the choir of angels. For if one who is beloved of a king is accounted happy above all, what will her dignity be who is beloved of God with much love? Though thou put the whole world in the balance against it, there is nothing equivalent to that beauty. This beauty let us then cultivate. With these embellishments let us adorn ourselves, that we may pass into the heavens, into the spiritual chambers, into the nuptial chamber that is undefiled. For this beauty is liable to be destroyed by anything, and when it lasts well, and neither disease nor anxiety impair it, which is impossible, it does not last 20 years. But the other is ever blooming, ever in its prime. There is no change to fear, no old age coming brings a wrinkle, no undermining disease withers it, no desponding anxiety disfigures it, but it is far above all these things. But this earthly beauty takes flight before it appears, and if it appears, it has not many admirers. For those of well-ordered minds do not admire it, and those who do admire it, admire with wantonness. Let us not therefore cultivate this beauty, but the other. Let us have that, so that with bright torches we may pass into the bridal chamber. For not to virgins only has this been promised, but to virgin souls. For had it belonged merely to virgins, those 5 would not have been shut out. This then belongs to all who are virgins in soul, who are freed from worldly imaginations, for these imaginations corrupt our souls. If therefore we remain unpolluted, we shall depart thither, and shall be accepted. For I have espoused you, he says, to one husband, to present you a chaste virgin unto Christ. These things he said, not with reference to virgins, but to the whole body of the entire church. For the uncorrupt soul is a virgin, though she have a husband. She is a virgin as to that which is virginity indeed, that which is worthy of admiration. For this of the body is but the accompaniment and shadow of the other, while that is the true virginity. This let us cultivate, and so shall we be able with cheerful countenance to behold the bridegroom, to enter in with bright torches, if the oil do not fail us, if by melting down our golden ornaments we procure such oil as makes our lamps bright. And this oil is loving kindness. If we impart what we have to others, if we make oil therefrom, then it will protect us, and we shall not say at that time, Give us oil, for our lamps are going out. Nor shall we beg of others, nor shall we be shut out when we are gone to them that sell, nor shall we hear that fearful and terrible voice while we are knocking at the doors, I know you not. But he will acknowledge us, and we shall go in with the bridegroom, and having entered into the spiritual bridal chamber, we shall enjoy good things innumerable. For if here the bride chamber is so bright, the rooms so splendid that none is weary of observing them, much more there. Heaven is the chamber, and the bride chamber better than heaven. Then we shall enter. But if the bride chamber is so beautiful, what will the bridegroom be? And why do I say, let us put away our golden ornaments and give to the needy? For if ye ought even to sell yourselves, if ye ought to become slaves instead of free women, that so ye might be able to be with that bridegroom, to enjoy that beauty, nay merely to look on that countenance, ought you not with ready mind to welcome all things? We look at and admire a king upon the earth, but when we see a king and a bridegroom both, much more ought we to welcome him with readiness. Truly these things are a shadow, while those are a reality. And a king and a bridegroom in heaven, to be counted worthy also to go before him with torches, to be near him, and to be ever with him, what ought we not to do? What should we not perform? What should we not endure? I entreat you, let us conceive some desire for those blessings. Let us long for that bridegroom. Let us be virgins as to the true virginity. For the Lord seeks after the virginity of the soul. With this let us enter into heaven, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, that we may attain also to the good things promised, of which may we all be partakers through the grace and mercy of Jesus Christ our Lord, with whom to the Father together with the Holy Ghost be glory, power, honour, now and ever and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 28. Homily 29 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 29. Hebrews 12, 4-6. Ye have not yet resisted unto blood, striving against sin, and ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. There are two kinds of consolation, apparently opposed to one another, but yet contributing great strength each to the other, both of which he has here put forward. The one is when we say that persons have suffered much, for the soul is refreshed, when it has many witnesses of its own sufferings, and this he introduced above, saying, Call to mind the former days, in which after ye had been illuminated, ye endured a great fight of afflictions. The other is when we say, Thou hast suffered no great thing. The former, when the soul has been exhausted, refreshes it, and makes it recover breath. The latter, when it has become indolent and supine, turns it again and pulls down pride. Thus that no pride may spring up in them from that testimony to their sufferings. See what he does. Ye have not yet, he says, resisted unto blood, striving against sin. And he did not at once go on with what follows, but after having shown them all those who had stood unto blood, and then brought in the glory of Christ, his sufferings, he afterwards easily pursued his discourse. This he says also in writing to the Corinthians. There hath no temptation taken you, but such as is common to man, that is, small. For this is enough to arouse and set right the soul, when it considers that it has not risen to the whole trial, and encourages itself from what has already befallen it. What he means is this: Ye have not yet submitted to death. Your loss is extended to money, to reputation, to being driven from place to place. Christ, however, shed his blood for you, while you have not done it for yourselves. He contended for the truth even unto death, fighting for you, while ye have not yet entered upon dangers that threaten death. And ye have forgotten the exhortation. That is, and ye have slackened your hands, ye have become faint. Ye have not yet, he said, resisted unto blood, striving against sin. Here he indicates that sin is both very vigorous and is itself armed, for the expression ye have resisted, stood firm against, is used with reference to those who stand firm. Which, he says, speaketh unto you as unto sons. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. He has drawn his encouragement from the facts themselves. Over and above he adds also that which is drawn from arguments, from this testimony. Faint not, he says, when thou art rebuked of him. It follows that these things are of God, for this too is no small matter of consolation, when we learn that it is God's work that such things have power, He allowing them. Even as also Paul says, He said unto me, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. He it is who allows them. For whom the Lord loveth He chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom He receiveth. Thou canst not say that any righteous man is without affliction. Even if he appear to be so, yet we know not his other afflictions. So that of necessity every righteous man must pass through affliction. For it is a declaration of Christ, that the wide and broad way leads to destruction, but the strait and narrow one to life. If then it is possible to enter into life by that means, and is not by any other, then all have entered in by the narrow way, as many as have departed unto life. Verse 7. Ye endure chastisement, he says, not for punishment, nor for vengeance, nor for suffering. See, from that from which they supposed they had been deserted of God, from these he says they may be confident, that they have not been deserted. It is as if he had said, Because ye have suffered so many evils, do you suppose that God has left you and hates you? If ye did not suffer, then it were right to suppose this. For if He scourgeth every son whom He receiveth, he who is not scourged, perhaps, is not a son. What then, you say, do not bad men suffer distress? They suffer indeed. How then? He did not say every one who is scourged is a son, but every son is scourged. For in all cases he scourges his son. What is wanted then is to show whether any son is not scourged. But thou wouldest not be able to say, There are many wicked men also who are scourged, such as murderers, robbers, sorcerers, plunderers of tombs. These however are paying the penalty of their own wickedness, and are not scourged as sons, but punished as wicked, but ye as sons. Then again he argues from the general custom. Seest thou how he brings up arguments from all quarters, from facts in the Scripture, from its words, from our own notions, from examples in ordinary life. Verse 8. But if ye be without chastisement, etc. Seest thou that he said what I just mentioned, that it is not possible to be a son without being chastened? For as in families, fathers care not for bastards, though they learn nothing, though they be not distinguished, but fear for their legitimate sons, lest they should be indolent, so here. If then not to be chastised is a mark of bastards, we ought to rejoice at chastisement, if this be a sign of legitimacy. God dealeth with you as with sons, for this very cause. Verse 9. Furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh which corrected us, and we gave them reverence. Again he reasons from their own experiences, from what they themselves suffered. For as he says above, call to mind the former days, so here also God, he saith, dealeth with you as with sons. And he could not say, We cannot bear it, yea, as with sons tenderly beloved. For if they reverence their fathers of the flesh, how shall not you reverence your heavenly Father? However, the difference arises not from this alone, nor from the persons, but also from the cause itself, and from the fact. For it is not on the same grounds that he and they inflict chastisement, but they did it with a view to what seemed good to them, that is, fulfilling their own pleasure oftentimes, and not always looking to what was expedient. But here that cannot be said. For he does this not for any interest of his own, but for you, and for your benefit alone. They did it that ye might be useful to themselves also, oftentimes without reason. But here there is nothing of this kind. Seest thou that this also brings consolation? For we are most closely attached to those earthly parents when we see that not for any interest of their own they either command or advise us, but the earnestness is wholly and solely on our account. For this is genuine love, and love in reality, when we are beloved though we be of no use to him who loves us. Not that he may receive, but that he may impart. He chastens, he does everything, he uses all diligence, that we may become capable of receiving his benefits. Verse 10. For they verily, he says, for a few days chastened us after their own pleasure, but he for our profit, that we might be partakers of his holiness. What is of his holiness? It is of his purity, so as to become worthy of him, according to our power. He earnestly desires that ye may receive, and he does all that he may give you. Do ye not earnestly endeavour that ye may receive? I said unto the Lord, one says, Thou art my Lord, for of my goods thou hast no need. Furthermore, he saith, We have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence. Shall we not much rather be in subjection to the Father of spirits, and live? To the Father of spirits, whether of spiritual gifts, or of prayers, or of the incorporeal powers. If we die thus, then we shall live. For they indeed for a few days chastened us after their own pleasure. For what seems so is not always profitable, but he for our profit. Therefore chastisement is profitable. Therefore chastisement is a participation of holiness. Yea, and this greatly. For when it casts out sloth, and evil desire, and love of the things of this life, when it helps the soul, when it causes a light esteem of all things here, for affliction does this, is it not holy? Does it not draw down the grace of the Spirit? Let us consider the righteous, from what cause they all shone brightly forth. Was it not from affliction? And if you will, let us enumerate them from the first and from the very beginning. Abel, Noah himself, for it is not possible that he, being the only one in that so great multitude of the wicked, should not have been afflicted. For it is said, Noah being alone, perfect in his generation, pleased God. For consider, I beseech you, if now, when we have innumerable persons whose virtue we may emulate, fathers and children and teachers, we are thus distressed, what must we suppose he suffered, alone among so many? But should I speak of the circumstances of that strange and wonderful reign? Or should I speak of Abraham, his wanderings one upon another, the carrying away of his wife, the dangers, the wars, the famines? Should I speak of Isaac, what fearful things he underwent, driven from every place, and labouring in vain, and toiling for others? Or of Jacob? For indeed to enumerate all his afflictions is not necessary, but it is reasonable to bring forward the testimony which he himself gave when speaking with Pharaoh. Few and evil are my days, and they have not attained to the days of my fathers. Or should I speak of Joseph himself, or of Moses, or of Joshua, or of David, or of Elijah, or of Samuel? Or wouldest thou that I speak of all the prophets? wilt thou not find that all these were made illustrious from their afflictions? Tell me then, dost thou desire to become illustrious from ease and luxury? But thou canst not. Or should I speak of the apostles? Nay, but they went beyond all. And Christ said this, In the world ye shall have tribulation. And again, Ye shall weep and lament, but the world shall rejoice. And that strait and narrow is the way that leadeth unto life. The Lord of the way said that it is narrow and strait. And dost thou seek the broad way? How is this not unreasonable? In consequence thou wilt not arrive at life, going another way, but at destruction, for thou hast chosen the path which leads thither. Wouldest thou that I bring before you those that live in luxury? Let us ascend from the last to the first. The rich man who is burning in the furnace, the Jews who live for the belly, whose God is their belly, who were ever seeking ease in the wilderness, were destroyed, as also those in Sodom, on account of their gluttony. And those in the time of Noah, was it not because they chose this soft and dissolute life? For they luxuriated, it says, in fullness of bread. It speaks of those in Sodom. But if fullness of bread wrought so great evil, what should we say of other delicacies? Esau, was not he in ease? And what of those who being of the sons of God, looked on women, and were borne down the precipice? And what of those who were maddened by inordinate lust, and all the kings of the nations, of the Babylonians, of the Egyptians, did they not perish miserably? Are they not in torment? And as to things now, tell me, are they not the same? Hear Christ saying, They that wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. But they who do not wear such things are in heaven. For the soft garment relaxes even the austere soul, breaks it and enervates it. Yea, even if it meet with a body rough and hard, it speedily by such delicate treatment makes it soft and weak. For tell me, for what other reason do you suppose women are so weak? Is it from their sex only? By no means, but from their way of living and their bringing up. For their avoiding exposure, their inactivity, their baths, their unguents, their multitude of perfumes, the delicate softness of their couches, makes them in the end such as they are. And that thou mayest understand, attend to what I say. Tell me, take from a garden a tree from those standing in the uncultivated part and beaten by the winds, and plant it in a moist and shady place, and thou wilt find it very unworthy of that from which thou didst originally take it. And that this is true appears from the fact that women brought up in the country are stronger than citizens of towns, and they would overcome many such in wrestling. For when the body becomes more effeminate, of necessity the soul also shares the mischief, since for the most part its energies are affected in accordance with the body. For in illness we are different persons owing to weakness, and when we become well, we are different again. For as in the case of a string when the tones are weak and relaxed, and not well arranged, the excellence of the art is also destroyed, being obliged to serve the ill condition of the strings. So in the case of the body also, the soul receives from it many hurts, many necessities. For when it needs much nursing, the other endures a bitter servitude. Wherefore, I beseech you, let us make it strong by work, and not nurse it as an invalid. My discourse is not to men only, but to women also. For why dost thou, O woman, continually enfeeble thy body with luxury and exhaust it? Why dost thou ruin thy strength with fat? This fat is flabbiness, not strength. Whereas if thou break off from these things, and manage thyself differently, then will thy personal beauty also improve according to thy wish, when strength and a good habit of body are there. If however thou beset it with 10,000 diseases, There will neither be bloom of complexion nor good health, for thou wilt always be in low spirits. And you know that as when the air is smiling it makes a beautiful house look splendid, so also cheerfulness of mind, when added to a fair countenance, makes it better. But if a woman is in low spirits and in pain, she becomes more ill-looking. But diseases and pains produce low spirits, and diseases are produced from the body too delicate through great luxury. So that even for this you will flee luxury, if you take my advice. But you will say, luxury gives pleasure. Yes, but not so great as the annoyances. And besides, the pleasure goes no further than the palate and the tongue, for when the table has been removed, and the food swallowed, thou wilt be like one that is not partaken, or rather much worse, in that thou bearest thence oppression, and distension, and headache, and a sleep like death, and often too sleeplessness from repletion, and obstruction of the breathing, and eructation. And thou wouldest curse bitterly thy belly, when thou oughtest to curse thy immoderate eating. Let us not then fatten the body, but listen to Paul saying, Make not provision for the flesh, to fulfill the lust thereof. As if one should take food and throw it into a drain, so is he who throws it into the belly. Or rather it is not so, but much worse. For in the one case he uses the drain without harm to himself, but in the other he generates innumerable diseases. For what nourishes is a sufficiency which also can be digested, but what is over and above our need not only does not nourish, but even spoils the other. But no man sees these things, owing to some prejudice and unseasonable pleasure. Dost thou wish to nourish the body? Take away what is superfluous, give what is sufficient, and as much as can be digested. Do not load it, lest thou overwhelm it. A sufficiency is both nourishment and pleasure, for nothing is so productive of pleasure as food well digested, nothing so productive of health, nothing so productive of acuteness of the faculties, nothing tends so much to keep away disease. For a sufficiency is both nourishment and pleasure and health, but excess is injury, and unpleasantness and disease. For what famine does, that also satiety does, or rather more grievous evils. For the former indeed within a few days carries a man off and sets him free, but the other eating into and putrefying the body gives it over to long disease, and then to a most painful death. But we, while we account famine a thing greatly to be dreaded, yet run after satiety, which is more distressing than that. Whence is this disease? Whence this madness? I do not say that we should waste ourselves away, but that we should eat as much food as also gives us pleasure, that is really pleasure, and can nourish the body, and furnish it to us well ordered and adapted for the energies of the soul, well joined and fitted together. But when it comes to be waterlogged by luxury, it cannot in the flood wave keep fast the bolts themselves, as one may say, and joints which hold the frame together. For the flood wave coming in, the whole breaks up and scatters. Make not provision for the flesh, he says, to fulfill the lust thereof. He said well, for luxury is fuel for unreasonable lust, though the luxurious should be the most philosophical of all men. Of necessity he must be somewhat affected by wine, by eating, he must needs be relaxed, he must needs endure the greater flame. Hence come fornications, hence adulteries. For a hungry belly cannot generate lust, or rather not one which has used just enough. But that which generates unseemly lust is that which is relaxed by luxury. And as land which is very moist, and a dunghill which is wet through and retains much dampness generates worms, while that which has been freed from such moistness bears abundant fruits, when it has nothing immoderate, even if it be not cultivated, it yields grass, and if it be cultivated, fruits. So also do we. Let us not then make our flesh useless or unprofitable or hurtful, but let us plant in it useful fruits and fruit-bearing trees. Let us not enfeeble them by luxury, for they too put forth worms instead of fruit when they are become rotten. So also implanted desire, if thou moisten it above measure, generates unreasonable pleasures, yea, the most exceedingly unreasonable. Let us then remove this pernicious evil, that we may be able to attain the good things promised us in Christ Jesus our Lord. With whom to the Father, together with the Holy Spirit, be glory now and ever and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 29. Homily 30 of Homilies on Hebrews by St. John Chrysostom. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 30, Hebrews 12:11-13. No chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous, but grievous. Nevertheless, afterward it yieldeth the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them which are exercised thereby. Wherefore lift up the hands which hang down, and the feeble knees, and make straight paths for your feet, lest that which is lame be turned out of the way, but let it rather be healed. They who drink bitter medicines first submit to some unpleasantness, and afterwards feel the benefit, for such is virtue, such is vice. In the latter there is first the pleasure, then the despondency. In the former first the despondency, and then the pleasure. But there is no equality, for it is not the same to be first grieved and afterwards pleased, and to be first pleased and afterwards grieved. How so? Because in the latter case the expectation of coming despondency makes the present pleasure less, but in the former the expectation of coming pleasure cuts away the violence of present despondency, so that the result is that in the one instance we never have pleasure, in the latter we never have grief. And the difference does not lie in this only, but also in other ways. As how? That the duration is not equal, but far greater and more ample. And here too, it is still more so in things spiritual. From this consideration then Paul undertakes to console them, and again takes up the common judgment of men, which no one is able to stand against, nor to contend with the common decision, when one says what is acknowledged by all. Ye are suffering, he says, for such is chastisement, such is its beginning. For no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous but grievous. Well, said he, seemeth not. Chastisement, he means, is not grievous, but seemeth so. All chastisement. Not this and that, but all, both human and spiritual. Seest thou that he argues from our common notions? Seemeth, he says, to be grievous, so that it is not really so. For what sort of grief brings forth joy? So neither does pleasure bring forth despondency. Nevertheless, afterward it yieldeth the peaceable fruits of righteousness to them which have been exercised thereby. Not fruit, but fruits, a great abundance. To them, he says, which have been exercised thereby. What is, to them which have been exercised thereby? To them that have endured for a long while, and been patient. And he uses an auspicious expression. So then chastisement is exercise, making the athlete strong, and invincible in combats, irresistible in wars. If then all chastisement be such, this also will be such, so that we ought to look for good things, for a sweet and peaceful end. And do not wonder if, being itself hard, it has sweet fruits, since in trees also the bark is almost destitute of all quality, and rough, but the fruits are sweet. But he took it from the common notion. If therefore we ought to look for such things, why do ye vex yourselves? Why, after ye have endured the painful, do ye despond as to the good? The distasteful things which ye had to endure, ye endured. Do not then despond as to the recompense. He speaks as to runners and boxers and warriors. Seest thou he arms them, how he encourages them? Walk straight, he says. Here he speaks with reference to their thoughts, that is to say, not doubting. For if the chastisement be of love, if it begin from loving care, if it end with a good result, and this he proves both by facts and by words, and by all considerations, why are ye dispirited? For such are they who despair, who are not strengthened by the hope of the future. Walk straight, he says, that your lameness may not be increased, but brought back to its former condition. For he that runs when he is lame galls the sore place. Seest thou that it is in our power to be thoroughly healed? Verse 14. Follow peace with all men, and holiness, without which no man shall see the Lord. What he also said above, not forsaking the assembling of yourselves together, he hints at in this place also. For nothing so especially makes persons easily vanquished and subdued in temptations as isolation. For tell me, scatter a phalanx in war, and the enemy will need no trouble, but will take them prisoners, coming on them separately, and thereby the more helpless. Follow peace with all men, and holiness, he says. Therefore with the evildoers as well? If it be possible, he says, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. For thy part, he means, live peaceably, doing no harm to religion, but in whatever thou art ill-treated, bear it nobly. For the bearing with evil is a great weapon in trials. Thus Christ also made his disciples strong by saying, Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. What dost thou say? Are we among wolves? And dost thou bid us to be as sheep and as doves? Yea, he says, for nothing so shames him that is doing us evil, as bearing nobly the things which are brought upon us, and not avenging ourselves either by word or by deed. This both makes us more philosophical ourselves, and procures a greater reward, and also benefits them. But has such an one been insolent? Do thou bless him. See how much thou wilt gain from this. Thou hast quenched the evil, thou hast procured to thyself a reward, thou hast made him ashamed, and thou hast suffered nothing serious. Follow peace with all men, and holiness. What does he mean by holiness? Chaste and orderly living in marriage. If any man is unmarried, he says, let him remain pure. Let him marry. Or if he be married, let him not commit fornication, but let him live with his own wife, for this also is holiness. How? Marriage is not holiness, but marriage preserves the holiness which proceeds from faith, not permitting union with a harlot. For marriage is honourable, not holy. Marriage is pure. It does not however also give holiness, except by forbidding the defilement of that holiness which has been given by our faith. Without which, he says, no man shall see the Lord. Which he also says in the Epistle to the Corinthians, Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor adulterers, nor idolaters, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor covetous persons, nor thieves, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners, shall inherit the kingdom of God. For how shall he who has become the body of a harlot, how shall he be able to be the body of Christ? Verse 15. Looking diligently lest any man come short of the grace of God, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you, and thereby many be defiled, lest there be any fornicator or profane person. Dost thou see how everywhere he puts the common salvation into the hands of each individual? Exhorting one another daily, he says, while it is called today. Do not then cast all the burden on your teachers. Do not cast all upon them who have the rule over you. Ye also, he means, are able to edify one another, which also he said in writing to the Thessalonians, Edify one another, even as also ye do. And again, comfort one another with these words. This we also now exhort you. If ye be willing, ye will have more success with each other than we can have. For ye both are with one another for a longer time, and ye know more than we of each other's affairs, and ye are not ignorant of each other's failings, and ye have more freedom of speech, and love and intimacy. And these are no small advantages for teaching, but great and opportune introductions for it. Ye will be more able than we both to reprove and to exhort. And not this only, but because I am but one, whereas ye are many. And ye will be able, however many, to be teachers. Wherefore I entreat you, do not neglect this gift. Each one of you has a wife, has a friend, has a servant, has a neighbour. Let him reprove him, let him exhort him. For how is it not absurd, with regard to bodily nourishment, to make associations for messing together, and for drinking together, and to have a set day whereon to club with one another, as they say, and to make up by the association what each person being alone by himself falls short of? As for instance, if it be necessary to go to a funeral, or to a dinner, or to assist a neighbour in any matter, and not to do this for the purpose of instruction in virtue. Yea, I entreat you, let no man neglect it, for great is the reward he receives from God. And that thou mayest understand, he who was entrusted with the 5 talents is the teacher, and he with the 1 is the learner. If the learner should say, I am a learner, I run no risk, and should hide the reason, which he received of God, that common and simple reason, and give no advice, should not speak plainly, should not rebuke, should not admonish, if he is able, but should bury his talents in the earth, for truly that heart is earth and ashes which hides the gift of God. If then he hides it either from indolence or from wickedness, it will be no defence to him to say, I had but 1 talent. Thou hadst 1 talent. Thou oughtest then to have brought 1 besides, and to have doubled the talent. If thou hadst brought 1 in addition, thou wouldest not have been blamed. For neither did he say to him who brought the 2, Wherefore hast thou not brought 5? But he accounted him of the same worth with him who brought the 5. Why? Because he gained as much as he had. And because he had received fewer than 1 entrusted with the 5, he was not on this account negligent, nor did he use the smallness of his trust as an excuse for idleness. And thou oughtest not to have looked to him who had the 2, or rather thou oughtest to have looked to him, and as he having 2 imitated him who had 5, so oughtest thou to have emulated him who had 2. For if for him who has means and does not give, there is punishment, how shall there not be the greatest punishment for him who is able to exhort in any way, and does it not? In the former case the body is nourished, in the latter the soul. There thou preventest temporal death, here eternal. But I have no skill of speech, you say. But there is no need of skill of speech nor of eloquence. If thou see a friend going into fornication, say to him, Why art thou going after an evil thing? Art thou not ashamed? Dost thou not blush? This is wrong. Why does he not know, you say, that it is wrong? Yes, but he is dragged on by lust. They that are sick also know that it is bad to drink cold water, nevertheless they need persons who shall hinder them from it. For he who is suffering will not easily be able to help himself in his sickness. There is need therefore of thee who art in health, for his cure. And if he be not persuaded by thy words, watch for him as he goes away, and hold him fast. Peradventure he will be ashamed. And what advantage is it, you say, when he does this for my sake, and because he has been held back by me? Do not then be too minute in thy calculations. For a while, by whatever means, withdraw him from his evil practice. Let him be accustomed not to go off to that pit, whether through thee or through any means whatever. When thou hast accustomed him not to go, then by taking him after he has gained breath a little thou wilt be able to teach him that he ought to do this for God's sake, and not for man's. Do not wish to make all right at once, since you cannot, but do it gently and by degrees. If thou see him going off to drinking, or to parties where there is nothing but drunkenness, then also do the same. And again on the other hand entreat him, if he observe that thou hast any failing, to help thee and to set thee right. For in this way he will even of himself bear reproof, when he sees both that thou needest reproofs as well, and that thou helpest him, not as one that has done everything right, nor as a teacher, but as a friend and a brother. Say to him, I have done thee a service in reminding thee of things expedient. Do thou also, whatever failing thou seest me have, hold me back, set me right. If thou see me irritable, if avaricious, restrain me, bind me by exhortation. This is friendship. Thus brother aided by brother becomes a fortified city. For not eating and drinking makes friendship. Such friendship even robbers have, and murderers. But if we are friends, if we truly care for one another, let us in these respects help one another. This leads us to a profitable friendship. Let us hinder those things which lead away to hell. Therefore let not him that is reproved be indignant, for we are men, and we have failings. Neither let him who reproves do it as exulting over him and making a display, but privately with gentleness. He that reproves has need of greater gentleness, that thus he may persuade them to bear the cutting. Do you not see surgeons, when they burn, when they cut, with how great gentleness they apply their treatment? Much more ought those who reprove others to act thus. For reproof is sharper even than fire and knife, and makes men start. On this account surgeons take great pains to make them bear the cutting quietly, and apply it as tenderly as possible, even giving in a little, then giving time to take a breath. So ought we also to offer reproofs, that the reproved may not start away. Even if therefore it be necessary to be insulted, yea, even to be struck, let us not decline it. For those also who are cut by the surgeons utter numberless cries against those who are cutting them. They however heed none of these things, but only the health of the patients. So indeed in this case also we ought to do all things, that our reproof may be effectual, to bear all things, looking to the reward which is in store. Bear ye one another's burdens, saith he, and so fulfill the law of Christ. So then, both reproving and bearing with one another, shall we be able to fulfill edification. And thus will ye make the labour light for us, in all things taking a part with us, and stretching out a hand, and becoming sharers and partakers, both in one another's salvation, and each one in his own. Let us then endure patiently, both bearing one another's burdens, and reproving, that we may attain to the good things promised in Christ Jesus our Lord, with whom to the Father together with the Holy Ghost, be glory, might, honour, now and for ever, and world without end. Amen. End of Homily 30.